Hello, all you dreamers, optimists, and junior tomorrownauts. Welcome back to the Tomorrowland Times Podcast, the unofficial home for fans of Disney's 2015 Tomorrowland movie, its prequel novel Before Tomorrowland, and the alternate reality game that introduced us to its fictional universe all the way back in 2013, The Optimist. I'm Nick.
And I'm Haston, and today we're excited to announce a new limited series on our show celebrating the 10th anniversary of the prequel novel, Before Tomorrowland.
That's right, we love that book, and we hope you'll join us for the Before Tomorrowland Book Club by following along over the next 6 weeks leading up to the 10th anniversary of its original publication on April 7th, 2015.
Each week, we'll be discussing a section of the book, starting next week with the book's prologue and the included Further Beyond in-universe comic book.
Thankfully, the book is already divided up into sections, so we'll tackle one part each week after that, roughly 100 pages each, and we'll close out with a look at the epilogue and its connections with the movie.
So, during our book club, if you have any questions or comments about the book, about us, about the podcast, anything along the way, feel free to drop us an email at press@tomorrowlandtimes.com. That's PRESS at tomorrowlandtimes.com.
Today, we're going to get started with an overview of the book, how we first heard about it, and a fun adventure we found ourselves on just before it was released. All right, here we go. Before Tomorrowland.
We've both got our copies here.
We've got our copies. We've got so many copies. There's so many different copies that we can look through and reference that we're going to have fun looking back on. But let's just get some raw facts out of the way. There might be people listening to this who have seen Tomorrowland and never read the book. I would be curious to hear from those people because I suspect our listenership who has stayed with us through, our normal pace of releasing one episode per year. This is going to be a few more episodes per year. I hope people are okay with that because Before Tomorrowland is a great book and it requires that kind of attention. So this is the regular edition that came out back in April 2015. It's a hardcover. You can hear that.
Got those fun gold accents on them.
Oh, absolutely beautiful cover by Jonathan Case. And it also came out as an ebook. That was the original release. But what was so shocking, the world generally ignored Tomorrowland. But just over a year after the book came out, on Halloween Day 2016, they released an audiobook. This is the CD version I'm holding here. It has 7 discs, 7.5 hours spread across 7 discs. You can see those beautiful slip cases there.
Who's the narrator on that?
This one here we have narrated by the famous Katie Shore from Blackstone Audio, who very politely requests in the audio of the audiobook that you do not play clips from it. So we will not be playing any clips, but we wanted folks to be aware that this is out there, still available for purchase, a valid way. The ongoing debate of is an audiobook reading? I say for the purposes of this book club, absolutely. In 7.5 hours, you're ready to follow along with each of our parts of this series. It's a young adult novel. I think that's the genre that we would place it under. Published by Disney Press. The original MSRP, $16.99 for a hardcover. That's not bad. $17.99 in Canada. Currently on Amazon, you can get this baby for $11.72. That is an absolute bargain. If you are willing to go used, you can get this for a song. They will pay you to take a used copy of this book. 336 pages. That includes the comic book. Written by Jeff Jensen and Jonathan Case. The illustrator came on board to help out with the actual writing duties on this one. Jeff Jensen, as we know, one of the co-writers of the film, one of the original dreamers, even before Brad Bird came on the film. This was sort of the result of all those years of brainstorming and thinking about the backstory of what Plus Ultra would be. And that's why, even on the cover, you get a credit not just for Jeff Jensen and Jonathan Case, but for Brad Bird and Damon Lindelof as well. So they have a story by credit. So if you look inside the pages, it says story by Jeff Jensen, Brad Bird, Damon Lindelof. And that's because the discussions around the movie are what birthed this book. It was one of those things where they said, it would be great if we could get out some of these ideas that we've had just to pave the way for the movie. And then they said, well, what if we told a really personal story within that? And sort of how could we have someone interact with Plus Ultra, but telling their own unique perspective on it? And that's what we have here.
Just what a great thing that like we get this additional piece of media,
Yeah.
not only with this film that we love, but like, I don't know, this is one of those things where like 10 years later, coming up on 10 years of the release of this thing, it feels like, going back and reading it, because I haven't read it in a few years,
Yeah.
it feels just so extremely special that like we actually got this as part of this process, because it honestly feels now like I don't know if there would be room for something like this in a process of developing developing it.
Right. You see this kind of thing occasionally, but it's never born of the filmmaking process. Generally, a book like this would be, first of all, an adaptation of the film directly. But if it was expansive, and you sometimes do see Disney Press putting out a story that expands on the narrative of one of their movies, they're never born of the filmmakers. It's this thing where they find an author that they like, that they think would be a good match, and they say, "Do you have any ideas for this property that we have?" Sometimes not even getting to see the movie that that it's being based on. And so to have the authors be so intrinsically linked to the originating text is fascinating. And yeah, it's one of those things where when they get to tell whatever story they want, it doesn't necessarily look like you would expect a prequel to look. Like if you went through the Tomorrowland movie and said, write a prequel to this movie, you would probably try and have all of these little connections here. Oh, let's set up that, let's set up this. But this is actually an organic story that was born out of the world building itself. And therefore, I think when I talk to people about this book who have read this book, they're shocked by sort of how tenuous the plot connections are to the film. But I think, as we'll reveal through these 6 episodes analyzing this, we're talking more about the realm of the thematic connections, and those cut down to the root of what these stories are actually about. And that's the meaningful stuff that we want. Yes, you can have, there are little connections, little setups, and all that stuff, but that's not the important stuff. We're talking about this book came out before the movie. If you read this before the movie, what is it making you think about? What questions is it making you ask? And I think what we'll find is the questions it's making you ask do set you up to really be in the right headspace to enjoy the film. So
Absolutely.
what more can anyone ask for? So let's go all the way back. How did we hear about this thing?
Well, there was a press release, of course, August 19th, 2014.
That's right. There was a press release as we learn about all great things. You and I at this time, 2014, could not have been more hyped for the film. I think it's safe to say we were at the peak of our excitement. Originally, this was supposed to be right around the corner from when the movie was coming out. The movie was originally going to come out in December.
Right.
And then it was pushed back to May because of Star Wars, who ruined everything. I'm just kidding. It's fine. But the original listing was fairly vague, open to imagination. The year, 1939. The place, the World's Fair. The people, a mother and son, suddenly wrapped up in a conspiracy that extends beyond their wildest dreams. Unlocked the secrets of Tomorrowland with this original novel and full-color comic book insert. I'm going to say, if this book came out today, the only thing that would change about that log line is the word conspiracy would not be present in the log line. Otherwise,
and it's hard to state our excitement at the time when we read this, because I remember the phone call when you called me, and you were like, they're dropping a book and it takes place at the World's Fair. And it was just one of those things where it was like, oh, we're actually getting a continuation of this whole thing. It's not just, this was not, this whole Optimist World's Fair connection was not just going to be this like one-off, like, right. Oh, we kind of made this so that it fit with the backstory that, WDI had developed and for this thing that they want to do. It's like, oh, it's going to happen.
And you bring up a great point there, because we have the World's Fair. If now in retrospect, thinking about it as Optimist before Tomorrowland and then the movie, before Tomorrowland really promises us the 1939 World's Fair, whereas very much the Optimist was the domain of the 64. So we kind of have these two different things that are covering the different World's Fairs, right? And I like that.
Yeah.
But there was another thing that occurred. Once we knew there was a book out there, and once the names of the people involved were out there, we've got to paint a picture for our audience here, because social media was not what it was now back then. And I don't think people were as careful about what they posted on social media. And what I mean by that was a little bit later in September, we got a leak of sorts, not intentional, but the artist and co-author Jonathan Case just started posting some work in progress stuff about the book, and probably not something Disney necessarily wanted him doing, but we really got our first look. And man, if we were excited about this book before, when we saw these leaks, man, because it showed us Le Cap Premier, the first four of Plus Ultra in the
Right.
flesh, the famed meeting of them at the Eiffel Tower. Here's a work in progress illustration he leaked of those four guys, and I was like, oh man, what even more of what you said. Oh, the Optimus thing isn't just necessarily going to fizzle out. There really is some interconnectivity. So man, look at some of these leaks he posted. Work in progress of the four of them, and then this incredible sort of panorama view of even more Plus Ultra members than we had known about up to this time. But he was showing his process of, here's the reference photos of these actual historical figures, because we haven't really talked about it much up to this point. This firmly lives in the world of historical fiction, and a lot of the fun of this is what from the real past they're pulling into it. Obviously, that's a lot of the fun of Plus Ultra in general, but particularly in this book. And yeah, this was an amazing thing to stumble onto on his social media posts. And then he also posted, I don't know how far we should go into this, but he had an excerpt of, there was this one picture of his baby. He was just posting a picture of his baby. And then next to the baby was an iPad or something that had an excerpt of the text of the book.
That's
that he
right.
was
I
working
remember
on.
that. Yeah.
And it really just was a few paragraphs, but it was our first taste of the prose. And so that was also, a bit of news at this time on Tomorrowland Times. Obviously, we were reporting as much as we possibly could. This also leaked around the time that he had sort of a rough sketch for what would become this cover, but it was like very hand drawn, just sort of a Procreate sketch that he had done. But that was being sort of solicited, because they have to send out solicitations to all the booksellers. So we had that, and we had this little 3-paragraph excerpt that we were just sort of decoding from a very low resolution screenshot on an iPad. And this was the first sense we got of one of the characters' names, Rotwang, which for me already, Rotwang. And when I transcribed it here on Tomorrowland Times, I put a question mark on it, because I don't know if I could believe that there was actually a character called Rotwang, because Rotwang is the mad scientist in Metropolis, and Metropolis is one of my favorite movies. And so add that to just the list of every single thing about this story world that felt like it was made just for me. Like there's a character called
100%.
Rotwang in this book. That's amazing. Yeah. So needless to say, chomping at the bit. To quote Brad Bird to us, consider yourselves fully hyped. That was the first thing Brad Bird ever said to us. And indeed, he was right. We were absolutely fully hyped.
100%. And good to note that all of these posts and everything that we're talking about is still up on tomorrowlandtimes.com. We'll have links in the show notes. It's great that, in retrospect, given what sort of happened online and digitally, that we were able, that back in the day we had this march to like not just embed tweets, but actually save stuff, because it's great that you can still go along this journey with us and find all these, early posts and the early drafts and the early covers and everything else. It's just, I'm really glad that we saved it back in the day.
And this takes us to one thing that, talking about these articles we published, I don't want to go too deep into this because we're going to fully cover this next episode.
Yeah.
But I'm going to hint at something we're going to cover next episode, which is, I suspect, possibly, I have no confirmation of this, that the degree to which we were covering this book, which is safe to say exceeded any other outlet on the internet at the time or elsewhere in traditional media, I think it is possible that we, in our coverage, we specifically sort of called out, will this book have puzzles in it? Is this going to be like that book that Doug Dorst and J.J. Abrams put out, S, that has like layers and layers of puzzles and things you can find? I honestly wonder if us asking that question led to them including something in the book that we will cover next episode. But that led to something quite consequential for us. And if we ever have a chance to sit down with Jeff Jensen and Jonathan Case, again, we can ask them that. We can make a list of questions to ask them. And the first one is,
Yes.
did you feel bullied into adding a cipher into this book? So rolling back from there.
What was our first introduction of the book, Nick?
My goodness, this takes us back to a wonderful event that we attended in person. As groupies of this film, we couldn't not go. The New York City Comic Con 2014. And this was an event which they had announced there will be a Tomorrowland panel. We kind of didn't know anything other than that. We didn't know who would be in attendance, but that was enough. There will be a panel about Tomorrowland. And we said, okay, man, drop everything. We've got to go to New York. And Hasten, you were the one that really made that happen.
Yeah, no, I was just immediately like, okay, let's get the airfare booked. Let's get the hotel booked. Like, we are heading to New York. And we also saw it as a great opportunity to do some other stuff while we were in the city, some immersive stuff. We did Sleep No More. We had some stuff we could do, but we were definitely all in on this. I mean, we brought suits, we dressed up.
Yep.
Like,
I remember being in the hot sun. It was hot that day, and we were in our suits. We had World's Fair buttons. But there was some other surprise things. They did an exclusive action figure that they teamed up with Super 7 and Funko to do the debut Comic-Con exclusive version of the young Frank Walker with Jetpack action figure, which we feverishly rushed the hall for, and indeed we're the only ones rushing the hall to acquire these. And we were able to get quite a few of those.
That was the common trend through all of this. We had shown up and we were literally the first in line for the Tomorrowland panel.
At every stage.
And there was just like, it was so surrealistic because it was like, the common thread through this whole thing, through The Optimist, even up through the movie itself, was like, oh yeah, they sort of made this thing that was just for us. And like every single time we encountered this, it felt that way. It was like, I remember it just being us in line for a good like half hour until the other line started to fill up. And then people were like, well, this will at least get me in the room at the time. So,
That's right. But full credit, I've been to a lot of conventions. The operational procedures of New York Comic Con, having a dedicated hall for lining up for the specific panel that you want to get into. And then they clear the panel for each one. There's not these people who line up early so that they can see the last panel of the day, but they're going to sit through every other panel and they just keep the seat. I love that.
To be fair, this was 10 years ago.
But, Comic-Con San Diego has never shown any interest in doing anything like that. It's never changed. No, it's not, they don't have any interest in that. But there was another surprise thing, which was they announced a poster signing with Brad Bird and the legendary concept artist, illustrator, Sid Mead, famous for Blade Runner, Tron, all these great science fiction movies throughout history. And so, of course, we had to do that. And indeed, we had heard some rumblings from the old guard of the internet, a website called Ain't It Cool News, had posted that someone was at a restaurant. I love these little tabloid style stories that we end up seeing the result of. Brad Bird was having lunch with Sid Mead at some Hollywood restaurant. And at this time, the movie was well underway. I don't know. They must have been in post-production at the time. So clearly he was not being interviewed to design things for the movie. The movie had been designed. And indeed, what they were discussing at that lunch was having Sid be hired on to do a single piece of release art, and specifically for this convention. There was a beautiful illustration of the Tomorrowland skyline, along with little young Frank pulling his jetpack. We at the time had enough context from, on-set photos and other interviews that we sort of were able to piece together what this image was. And yeah, we have both of us now, these signed by both Brad Bird and Sid Mead beautiful posters that I still think are one of the great Tomorrowland items to have in your collection.
Absolutely.
We live tweeted the panel, of course. All the stars were out. My number one memory of this, obviously, they showed a clip from the movie and all that, the stuff you would normally expect from a panel. I'll never forget you feverishly live tweeting from the Tomorrowland Times account and not being able to spell anyone's name correctly because this film, to your credit, contains actors with the names Britt Robertson, and the young boy who plays young Frank has his last name similar to that.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it was a natural misunderstanding. But no, you were just trying to get those things out fast and furious. Uh, we had already kind of gone into it knowing that, simultaneously the teaser trailer is going to be released online. We also saw an additional clip of the sort of house attack on Frank's house. But the day before, Entertainment Weekly had published their first look at the movie. So we were going in, fully knowing, okay, they're willing to share some information about this film. That article was sort of where they shared the Sid Mead art, and then they also shared, some of the key promotional photos, Casey in the wheat field, things that you would see in the teaser trailer, basically, but they're high-res promo, versions of it. Frank and Casey looking at each other in my favorite scene in the movie where they're in the monitor room in Frank's house. And
Yeah.
so we knew, okay, we're learning stuff. Some of our questions are about to be answered. And in fact, we were so excited, we decided in terms of announcing our coverage of attending the event, we made some speculations. We made some speculations about what would happen on this thing. So I thought it'd be fun to look back at some of those early first panel Tomorrowland. What did we think? We knew it was going to be 90 minutes, which is long for a panel.
In retrospect, yeah.
But we also knew that panel was going to also cover Big Hero 6. So we didn't know how much of the panel was going to be Tomorrowland and how much would be Big Hero 6. We knew Brad Bird and Damon Lindelof were going to be there. The rest of the cast, we kind of didn't know. But it ended up being Hugh Laurie, Britt Robertson, George Clooney. The whole gang was there. We also had some speculation that it might be like the Destination D event, sort of focused on the World's Fair content, which at the time was easy to speculate. Maybe that's how they're going to advertise the movie, is with the World's Fair stuff.
And we were in New York, so it made sense.
Turned out not to be the case at all. That this was really kind of focused on I'm assuming because George Clooney was there, the cantankerous old guy holed up in his house, with the booby traps and all that. That was the angle that they decided to focus on in concert with that mysterious first teaser trailer, which I think stands to this day for most people who did not see Tomorrowland. That first teaser trailer is the sum total of their knowledge about the film. Young girl touches a pin, sees the future. I think normal people sort of have that level of knowledge about it, and that was revealed at this event. We had also speculated there will be no exclusive footage. It will probably all be put up on YouTube. We were wrong about that. I think the theme that's emerging here is everything we speculated was completely wrong.
We did, however, guess that we would get a preview of the book.
That speculation came specifically out of the map of the convention showing that Disney Press would be there. There's a lot that we had leading into it that would hint at that. So we got that. I'll give us 1 point. If I have to grade us on this, we got 1 point in terms of speculation, is that they did indeed give us a preview of Before Tomorrowland, which was in a beautiful little gift bag. And the preview looked like this. It was a little saddle stitch, sort of zine style preview. And it's making sure you understand very clearly this is not a final cover, even though it actually is the final cover. They hadn't fully approved it yet. Exclusive sneak peek coming April 2015. And it's basically an excerpt from Chapter 10. So we're not going to go too far into that here, because when we get to Chapter 10, we'll compare and contrast what we got here. But just to give you a brief, sort of flip through on this, it has a lot of language basically saying this is an uncorrected preview, not a finished book. Don't expect it to look like one. There'll be errors in spelling and all that kind of thing. They just wanted to give us an early thing. So they published, the log line. They gave us a brief breakdown of the characters so we would know it's about Clara, an artist and science fiction enthusiast with an infectious joie de vivre. Very fancy already for a young adult book. Lee, Clara's 17-year-old son and caretaker, who is less enthusiastic about science fiction and more interested in the Yankees. And Henry, a cyborg with a vendetta against the secret organization Plus Ultra and the advancement of science and technology. And that's the context going into this little preview. This was the most exciting thing for us, obviously, at the time, to look in that little gift bag and be like, oh my God, they're showing us something from it. And it's not just the opening prologue, which would be the guess. It's from deep in the book, chapter 10, chapter 11, little all the way through, chapter 15 here. And even some little previews of Jonathan Case's art. This is also very exciting to see more little excerpts from the chapter heading art that he did, because he's got such a beautiful retro style that is so complementary with the story. But Haston, this is the beginning of what would became one of our legendary Tomorrowland Times wild goose chases, because, okay, it's not just the prologue, it's a specific chapter. We're in New York Comic Con. This was printed just for this. There's got to be a reason that they chose this specific chapter. So what did we find in here? How did this wild goose chase begin for us, Haston?
So in that preview version is specifically the point in which, Lee and Clara have to go to the New Yorker hotel. It's brought up that they should go to the New Yorker hotel, go to Tesla's old room, 3227, where he died.
According to real history.
Right. We're reading through the sample copy and whatever else. And all we can think of is, why would they give us this snippet of the book specifically mentioning the New Yorker hotel when the convention center, by the way, the Javits Convention Center, is literally like 2 blocks from the New Yorker hotel.
Walkable.
It is literally just around the corner from the New Yorker hotel. It's not like you have to jump on a subway and go midtown or whatever else. No, it's literally right there. And so what did we think? We're supposed to go.
We had been trained. The Optimist had trained us. There will be clues to find. I mean, that's kind of the whole theme of this story, is you've got to put together the clues. You've got to find the things that you need to find. And so to have a specific location that's actually real called out, and a room number. This is the thing that really got me.
It's like 2 blocks away from you.
Dear Jeff Jensen, or Jonathan Case, or whoever is responsible for this part of the copy, they are innocent in this crime, other than to say
100%.
They were not fully aware of the interactive degree to which the Optimist had primed us. And this is why I'm going to just get on my soapbox and argue for these franchises need transmedia producers and experienced designers who are looking for these things to say, hey, if you give them this information, they might be interpreted this way, particularly nowadays with the internet being what it is, even further beyond all this. The address was listed in the text and the room number was listed in the text. Now, to the point of view of the author, who is not thinking about us, as they shouldn't, they're writing the story they want to write. They think, oh my gosh, because we're writing historical fiction and this is real history, we can include all these fun world-building details that flesh out the text and make it more believable. However, when we read it, we say, hey, now, this isn't just an offhanded mention of the New York Hotel. It's giving me the address, and it's giving me the room number, Tesla's old room number. They must have installed something. The Optimist 2 begins now. It's starting here, and we're on the ground floor.
We went over to the hotel, of course.
We huffed it over to the New Yorker Hotel, and we went into the lobby, where there is indeed a small historical display about Tesla, but that's nothing to be sniffed at. The question to the security guard was most humorous, though, because obviously, as this hunt existed only in our own heads, he had no idea what we were talking about. And indeed, when we implied that we wanted to go to a specific room, but we didn't have a room key, that security guard's red lights started flashing, like, okay, what's going on with these people? Because, of course, in our minds, they had rented out the room, and they wanted the fans to come up and rummage around the room. And they had in our minds that Tesla's stuff was up there, and we needed to find something. But there was probably just some poor sap staying in there.
To be fair, we weren't on the hunt for that long. Once you kind of got the no answer, I remember We
Oh,
circled the
no.
building a couple times. We went to lunch. It was no big deal.
No.
We had known fairly quickly that this was just a
Right.
insane, like, just, not even
Coincidence.
misunderstanding, but just coincidence. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, no, no. Of course, the minute we got a whiff of pushback from the security guard, we never would have tried to. I was just imagining if we had required, less resistance had come toward us, how far would we have gone to disrupt someone's peaceful hotel stay? And that could have been disastrous. But thankfully, that didn't happen. We're respectful people. We're curious, but we're respectful. We would never.
And the best part is we still got a great story out of it.
Oh, I think about it all the time. And I mean, as an experience design lesson, it's invaluable, which is when giving information that is actionable in the real world, how responsibly can we make sure people are or aren't going to be incentivized to do that? And so, you know, how much is it worth having all that believability in the prose versus, at that moment, at that time? Obviously, it doesn't matter now. If someone wants to go down to the New York hotel, they read before Tomorrowland now, it doesn't make a difference. Back then, there was just this pressure pot of a moment of anticipation where everything felt like it should be significant.
And I think, like different era, it's like you didn't have, millions of people with,
Yeah.
phones and whatever running around trying to do TikToks and whatever else. If this information came out in this specific way today, I
Yeah.
think the reaction to it would be so much different than the way it was. We were like the only one there. We were kind of the only one who cared. Probably one of the only few that was in that room that actually read it like in the moment after it had dropped. But just different era now. I think people would be looking for it a lot more, but I also think that there'd be this element of like they would have also been more aware of maybe what they were doing at the time, but it was awesome. It was a different era. It was fun, super fun for us to go on our own sort of short wild goose chase, and it just added to the memories and the lifetime experience of that trip. So that was great.
Our own Tomorrowland Times lore. It's an essential chapter of the lore.
Exactly.
And to be clear, to put a period on what you just said, it's not just that we were reading the pamphlet in the gift bag early. We were reading it during the panel.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
The panel had not been concluded, and I remember flipping through it, coming across an address, which is at the top of a page. So the number jumped right out at me, and I just sort of silently slid it over to you and said, "There's an address. There's an address in the pamphlet. I think we have to go after the panel." And indeed we did. That wasn't the only historical adventure we had in New York that trip, though, was it?
No, I think the next day we ended up going out to Flushing Meadows. We ended up taking the 7 train out there and exploring the side of the fair and going to the Queen's Museum and seeing the panorama and everything else. And it's kind of turned into a tradition now for me of like, every time I go to New York, I go out, at least try to spend an afternoon, at least try to walk the site a little bit. Like it's really fun and it's really special and it's easy to get out there. And there's an element of me that's like, oh, it's still amazing that, some bones of it are still there 60 years later. So, and the Queen's Museum has they have a brand new exhibit all about the World's Fair, which is really insightful. It's got a ton of like memorabilia and they've got, flags and costumes and all kinds of stuff, things that people wore. And, there's a little bit of a discussion about the framing of it and whatever else, which I think is a very kind of modern take on kind of what we were trying to do at that time with the Cold War and how we were kind of promoting the future and talking about the past. And it stirred all those memories again back up for me again, because they've got just a great new exhibit out there. So if you get a chance to get out there, absolutely see it at the Queen's Museum.
I mean, I think a museum is the right place to have that conversation, that kind of cultural reappraisal of these efforts of people like Robert Moses. I mean, I think reappraising these historical figures is exactly what both the film Tomorrowland and the book before Tomorrowland are trying to do. These are positives and negatives to their legacies that we need to consider. And what better place in the museum? I think it's great that the Queen's Museum is doing that. And just even the Unisphere is a sight to behold. I mean, and sometimes
Absolutely.
the fountains are still on sometimes.
And they're redoing the New York Pavilion right now. It's got scaffolding up. Absolutely great to get out there when you get a chance.
Do that, my friends, because this is the perfect moment to announce and set the stage for the future episodes of this series. Everyone's favorite segment on Tomorrowland Times Podcast, We're pulling into the location station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail will be
And, we've already talked about these locations, so the bumper is going at the end here. But this is just a great way to hype everyone up. Oh, as we go through this book, you're going to have a list of wonderful real places you can visit. And this is just us priming you off. World's Fairgrounds, Flushing Meadows, Corona Park.
The New Yorker.
So New York Comic Con, closing the lid on that. We're waiting with bated breath. We're going, April 2015. It's coming. It's coming. Now, we didn't actually have to wait for the release of the book to read the book because, as anyone knows, when these books are published, they will send out to certain readers what are called ARCs, ARC, Advanced Reader Copies. And while, unfortunately, despite our attempts, yes, here it is, the ARC for Before Tomorrowland, despite our valiant attempts to be officially sent an advanced reader copy of Before Tomorrowland, Haston and I had to purchase ours on eBay, which we did at the time prior to the book's release.
I'm looking at my old eBay receipts. I paid less for the ARC than I did, I think, the original copy. I think it was like $12 before it had come out.
So I think we're adequately painting a picture of the demand that existed before this book came out, which is someone decided to leak early copies on eBay, and they did not encounter a bidding war because 2 copies were listed and the only 2 people that wanted them are currently talking to each other on this podcast.
That's not true. It's also our listeners as well. Several of our listeners bought them as well. I remember that clearly from the old Twitter days.
But we were at least wise enough to not bid each other up and change the market value on these things. We were fair about this. Another fun part of any book release, Haston, is the signings that the authors do around the release. Now, both of the signings that we're aware occurred for Before Tomorrowland were after the release of the book. Book came out in April. First signing was in Disneyland, June 6, 2015.
Unfortunately, I was out of town.
I had to represent, yes, that was the day I had to represent Tomorrowland Times. Happy to do it. And both Jeff Jensen and Jonathan Case were on site. And by this time, Stop Plus Ultra had all wrapped up with the release of the film. And that was the context in which these 2 gentlemen knew me. And so when I got my book signed, not only did Jonathan Case give me a wonderful illustration of Amelia Earhart, he wrote, "Tunic, Stop Plus Ultra," with an exclamation point, Jonathan Case. And indeed, Jeff Jensen followed suit and said, "Tunic, Stop Plus Ultra, you are awesome." In parentheses, a perfect parenthetical from Jeff Jensen, for which I thank them both. There was a pretty healthy line that day. I remember waiting in line quite a while to get their autograph. It took place in the Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah, Little Store Command or whatever it was called back then.
Yes,
the Premier
that's
shop.
right.
Yeah,
the gift shop. And that was fantastic. And I thought that would be it. Look, it's already a month or 2 after the book came out. But no, indeed, Jeff Jensen himself, sans Jonathan Case this time, would be at a panel at San Diego Comic-Con, which I attended every year since about 2000, 2001. And obviously, I was excited to see him talk about the book. I wanted to go ahead and ask a question about, prompt him about Before Tomorrowland. And my wife and I decided, well, girlfriend at the time, decided that we were going to dress up because we both enjoyed the book so much. So I decided I was going to go dressed as Nikola Tesla with a Plus Ultra pin. And she decided she was going to go as the adventuring Amelia Earhart that you see in the book. And we did so. And right away, he clocked what we were doing, even though I was back here at the mic and he was up there. He knew exactly. He was visually very appreciative of that. And thankfully, after the panel, there was another signing. And so at that one, Britt was able to get her book signed, and she got a great little inscription from Jeff on that one as well. So yeah, there's a lot of fun after the release of this and going and making sure the authors know that we appreciated their work and we loved so much the character dynamics and the stories that they explored in that. So that was a fun little chapter in Before Tomorrowland history. The 2 signings. If any of our listeners knew about any other signings somewhere that we were not, write in. We'll read your note on one of our future episodes.
Absolutely.
So for the actual release, obviously folks pre-ordered wherever they would. You would pick them up at your Barnes & Noble or your Target or wherever else you would find your book. And even though we had our advanced reader copy, we had specific reasons that we'll get into next episode for wanting to confirm if certain aspects of the advanced reader copy had been edited for the final version. So we did not wait to take delivery of the book or to go out. The night before at midnight, what's the ritual? We go on Kindle, we get the ebook, and we scroll through and find, oh my, certain things we thought might be changed were indeed not changed. And so that's a little tease for what we'll talk about later.
I remember like just eating through that book that night at midnight, right on the release. Like, I think I stayed up till like 1 or 2 o'clock reading it. And it was another one of those moments. We had the New York Comic Con moment with the movie clip where I was just like, oh, wow, this thing that we love is real. You know, there's just this constant like reminder of how real it is. And then, you know, getting that book, it's midnight. I'm reading this book till like 3 a.m. And I just remember it was another one of those like face punches of like, man, this is real. Like we had that sort of at New York Comic Con with the movie clip. I remember just reading that little, you know, the little prologue, which we're going to talk about in the next episode, just like literally being besides myself. This is real. And I cannot wait for this. And I could not wait for the story and whatever else. But it was just one of those moments. I had been through an awful lot in my life in the last couple of years, like right around the Optimus time, all the way up to the release of the book. And so it was just one of those, you know, other reminders of like, oh, there's so much great stuff coming. Sat down, it was like a pinch, and we were off and running. It was great.
And you mentioned that phenomenon of, I think many people can relate to, a book is released and you stay up late into the night reading it. And what it takes me back to is when we talked to Damon Lindelof, he was talking about one of their initial pitches for the movie to Disney was, this is going to be Hogwarts for science. And some of the earlier versions of the screenplay conformed more to that. But in terms of the experience of the fans, that's pretty much what we experienced. This was the Harry Potter version of this, which was people lining up furiously at midnight and opening it and reading it as fast as they possibly could. Tomorrowland may not have turned out to necessarily be Hogwarts for science, but we had the Harry Potter experience with Before Tomorrowland. And I hope for everyone following along with this Before Tomorrowland book club, you have a similar sort of nostalgia looking back on those favorite childhood book memories. We can all be young adults as we make our way through this young adult book Before Tomorrowland, which we love. And as so many spoiler hounds do, we're going to begin by flipping to the back of the book, but for good reason. We're heading further beyond. That's right, folks. What is at the back of this book? It's not book. No. As was announced in the press release that started us on this adventure last episode, there is a prequel comic in-universe tie-in further beyond comic book at the back of Before Tomorrowland. And we thought we would start there first. Let's get into the universe before we listen to the story that's being told. Was this of excitement to you at the time? How does it hold up all these years later?
I mean, it's just, again, it's one of those things where it's like we're post-Optimist, and seeing anything with the Plus Ultra logo is just ridiculously exciting at this point in time.
It's right there in the corner, right there.
It's like, it's right there in the corner, and then you turn that page, and it's big and beautiful right there.
The title is What Lies Further Beyond. We already knew at this point Plus Ultra meant further beyond. And if we didn't know that, by gum, are we about to learn it?
Yes.
In the pages of this comic. Now, how did this come into the world? This wasn't just something that you said, oh, wow, look at this, the back of this book, a comic. They also released this Further Beyond comic under a different title, The Secret History of the World of Tomorrowland, nice and concise, as an ebook, a standalone download, which I can't find evidence of, but I vividly remember costing money. That initially, when it was separated, just as, you know, I'm sure standard ebook procedure of listing an ebook, it was either a 99 cent or a $1.99. Do you have memory of that?
I do. I remember it was very inexpensive when it started, but I do remember that it cost
Yeah, and then eventually they switched it to being free. I just vividly remember people complaining about it costing money. This was why the memory was lodged in there, is there was some Reddit post or something or other where someone was upset that this cost any money. I would pay $1 for this, no question whatsoever. But eventually it became Secret History of the World of Tomorrowland. I believe it's still out there for free. I think you can still download it
Still
as a free
available.
ebook.
I'm looking right now. It's still available on Apple Books. It's still available on Amazon, and it's got a really nice some previews of the comic, and yeah, it's still there.
And I see here in my notes, while the current listing shows it as having come out on the same day as the book, April 7, which is possible for its initial release. I, in my email, had an Amazon receipt for the free version of the ebook on May 31st, 2015. Is it possible that I lollygagged and waited longer? I don't know. It is possible that that is the date that it became free. If any of our listeners have better record keeping than we do, please write in and talk to us about this ebook, The Secret History of the World of Tomorrowland. Digging into the actual content, Haston, let's look at the art style. This is Jonathan Case, of course, who did all of the chapter art for the rest of the book. But if my eyes aren't deceiving me, I do think he's attempting to harken back even further stylistically to really try and make this look like a vintage comic book art. It still is in the Jonathan Case style, but it's absolutely a believable comic book of the era that we think. Now, it doesn't explicitly state when this would have been published, but because of the events, depicted.
It does have an October date on there.
Ooh, October what, though? October what?
And it's number 6, which I thought was fun.
Doesn't it just kill you? 10 cents also, 10 cents up in the left corner. But maybe actually that could be a clue to when this was published. When were comics 10 cents? This is a research thing we haven't done. The community, we can have this conversation. Let's look into when comics were 10 cents. The limited color palette is very appealing to me. I've always appreciated, back when comic books were initially coming out, the color was done in a very specific printing process that necessarily limited the color palette. And yet, even in this digital age, they could have chosen any color. But any color under the rainbow they could have chosen. But they did this limited palette that really throws back to that printing style. And it's just so very appealing to me. I'm also noticing some of those teaser images that we saw leaked on Jonathan Case's social media.
That we talked about in the last episode, yes.
In their final context, to see them here in the context is fantastic. You've already talked about it. Cover plus Ultra logo. Then we've got a fun little page that's not part of the comic per se story, but the world's first ever 3-dimensional glasses. Try them on. Let them take you to places unexplored. The future is here. Now, I think the implication is that this is where the glasses were.
You would get a copy of the comic and it would include these were they really thin? They must have been really thin.
Perhaps they were cardboard thickness, or it was just a clip-in sort of thing. We don't really know. But I think the implication here is the reason we can't do the things it's asking us to do in the book is because we don't have the glasses, all right? I mean, this harkens back to the old stereoscopes referenced in one of our other favorite Tomorrowland adjacent Disney attractions, the Carousel of Progress. 3D glasses go back a long way. Let's talk a little bit about the actual story being covered in this comic. It's hard not to think about another little piece of tangential Tomorrowland media, the fabulous Animated Origins of Plus Ultra short film that was released. Some theaters had it attached to the film, ArcLight Cinemas being one of the examples. But Haston, this is really talking about the origins of Plus Ultra, and we're getting some of those similar beats to that wonderful short. Even some of the general, societal observations of why a Plus Ultra might be needed. The first page here, conquest, war, famine, death. This could be the future we make for our children, because this is the present.
A bit more of that 30s kind of rise of, the Dust Bowl and the Depression and Nazism. Different bit of angle on it compared to the 64, World's Fair, introduction with the challenges at that time, which were, globalism and the Soviets and all of that. So kind of same idea, different timeline, different problems. This is definitely way more of its era,
Yeah.
compared to the 64 short.
Yeah, absolutely. And we move right into a glorious illustration of the Eiffel Tower and that
My God.
what would become Plus Ultra Day for all of us Tomorrowland fans. September 9th, 1889, high above the City of Light, a dream of a better tomorrow was born. And indeed, we now see a depiction of Plus Ultra. We see the founding four debating whether or not such a thing should exist, getting into the nitty-gritty of, quite frankly, interpretations that will plague even the film upon its release. The debate around the story of the film itself, in some ways, is playing out right on the pages of this here book. We got Jules Verne, we got Nikola Tesla, we got Thomas Edison, and we've got Gustav Eiffel, all here rendered in glorious art by Jonathan Case. And we waste no time. He gives us a 2-page spread of those guys, but then very quickly we are going to run through the paces of the history of Plus Ultra. The next page is going to give us those beautiful panoramas that we alluded to last episode. All of the other membership that is included, all of the famous faces throughout. And we have it's sort of a triptych of 3 different panoramas throughout the ages. Who, we might get some sense of when certain members dipped in and dipped out through this. But also the aging through the eras. And this is where they just make it explicit. Where did the name Plus Ultra come from? And it was thinking back to those heroes of antiquity, as they call it here, pushing against the uncharted realms with the phrase, non Plus Ultra, nothing further beyond. And so they felt among their membership that modifying it slightly to say there is something further beyond with just Plus Ultra. There it is right there, folks. That's why it's Plus Ultra, and that's why this comic is further beyond. Now, as we turn the page here, I find ourselves pulling into one of our favorite little segments on the show, the location station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail.
Our first location that we'll be talking about is emblazoned right here on the next spread of the comic, Colorado Springs, May 17, 1899. Now, this page is simply talking about Plus Ultra's discovery that there is another dimension, utilizing detection methods for the energies that are, seeping from that dimension into ours. They get a picture of it that will spawn a multi-decade attempt to actually break through and go to the other dimension. They don't say it explicitly, but there is a historical place tied to Colorado Springs. It is not simply a random choice of location. This was where Tesla's experimental station was located. There's an iconic image of him with these giant Tesla coils and the energy arcing off of it. That is from this location. Sadly, the experimental facility was torn down in 1904 due to some debts that Tesla had incurred. Now, if you were to visit this intersection today in good old Nob Hill, what will you find? Well, thankfully, our good friend The Monitor, aka Google Maps, shows us you can visit an AutoZone. If we spin around and zoom in, peak furniture, quality furniture for less. I don't think any of these people know that they are on the site where Tesla once had his magnificent experimental facility, and if we are to believe the fiction of Before Tomorrowland, first detected the radio waves coming in from that alternate dimension. There's also a massage center, so if you would like to get a massage and meditate on the history of Plus Ultra, I would say this is the prime place to do it, and it comes with our fullest recommendation. I should note this is not a sponsored post. None of these companies, AutoZone is not sponsoring the Before Tomorrowland book club, but that is what you'll find there at the location station, Colorado Springs. Now, we've skipped right past it, but I don't know if this will be news to any of our guests. The Eiffel Tower can be visited. It is possible. Hasten, do you have any recollections of visiting the Eiffel Tower for the first time after you had read Before Tomorrowland?
It's funny because I was there on a trip for my birthday that December. It was December of 2013. It was after The Optimist, but I think it was before the book came
came
out. I remember we rode up to the mid-level, and then we rode up to the top level, and then seeing the apartment, I was like, first of all, it's tiny. But second of all, it was just like, it was so fun because it was just this, like, again, the alternate history angle just made it feel so real at that point in time.
If we had to rank the scale of the apartments in the Eiffel Tower, the real one would be at the bottom. The comic book Before Tomorrowland one would be in the middle. And then the movie one is gigantic.
It's huge.
It's enormous. Now, Haston, we do have one final location for folks to check out, and it's got some personal significance to us. A little bit later in the comic, you can see in tiny little text on a fence, Wardenclyffe. Haston, what's Wardenclyffe?
So Wardenclyffe was Tesla's testing facility just outside of New York.
After the Colorado Springs one.
Right.
And there is indeed something to go visit there, is there not?
There is. So when they were rebuilding Wardenclyffe, they did a huge campaign, and a bunch of optimists got together, and we bought a brick that mirrored the plaque that was in the Optimist, and apparently it's still on the site to this day. I have not seen any of these bricks, so...
Anyone who wants to go confirm and send in the picture, we'll send you a special prize if you make it out to Wardenclyffe and take a picture of our brick that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, says a tribute to our fellows. And with that, for now, temporarily, we will pull out of the location station and continue. I'm also just noticing, a few things as Easter eggs in the Before Tomorrowland depiction of this office that you will not find, sadly. On our close-up of Jules Verne, what do we see behind him? Not just the Nautilus submarine, specifically the Nautilus submarine from the Walt Disney film, which in the fiction of this story, I think is fine to interpret that was the real one. The real Nautilus looked as it did in the Disney film. This is what this comic is telling us.
And also in the back, you have, of course, the balloon from Around the World in 80 Days, and the Columbiad, which is referenced again from the Earth to the Moon.
The Columbiad, I'm so glad you brought that up. This is actually the next part that we were going to talk about in the comic. Okay, so they've discovered this place. They've had these experiments that failure. They can't break through. But they do finally, as they say, tear a hole in the sky. I appreciate the language here as well as the art. You've got the beautiful comic art, but the language is spare. There's the famous saying, it would have been shorter if I had more time. Getting language this specific and this short takes an awful lot of work, and they've done a great job. There's a violence to their attempt. This is not merely glamorizing the great serial adventure of this secret society. They are acknowledging, even through this comic, sort of metatextually, the violence of what they're attempting to do by breaking through nature to get into this other world. When they are able to get a ship to come back, what indeed is it called but the Columbiad? You've pulled it absolutely perfectly. You've got this wonderful heroic shot of Peary coming back in the Columbiad, and it speaks to the classic era of, sort of serial adventure comic book stories, sci-fi pulp stories that inspired some of this. And I love that he says here, it's rich in resources and hospitable to colonization, save for a Leviathan or three that might need subduing. I always loved this idea, and it never manifested itself in too many ways across the fiction of Tomorrowland. But Jeff Jensen was always pretty specific about there was a sci-fi wildness to the landscape in Tomorrowland. In the movie, you kind of just get a sense of this wheat field in which I'm currently recording the podcast. But the idea that beyond that wheat field, you would have seen these monsters, these creatures, these leviathans that you used to read about in science fiction pulps, and that it somewhat needed to be tamed. That there might have been these other sites that we are going to learn about through the course of this book that required dealing with the challenges that were faced in this sort of classic age of exploration. I'd also be remiss not to note that visually, when we look at the sort of quasi-sci-fi uniform he's wearing, I'm getting major Forbidden Planet movie outfit vibes. I would almost describe the structure, it's very montage-like, because we're jumping through eras so rapidly, we're getting the mile-high overview of the arc of Plus Ultra, all of the different experiments, the planning, the debating, alluding to these debates, perhaps without necessarily getting into the actual specifics, which will be saved for the book itself. And that's where we get to a very important date, 1926, breakthrough. This is when Tesla developed his clear energy particle beam that could open portals without damaging the Earth. 1926 is a very important date. It's one that we are going to be starting with on our Before Tomorrowland journey in just a little bit here. But that, we should note, is what was going on in Plus Ultra at that time. Safe, non-destructive ways to get over to the other side.
And how long did that last?
It lasted 2 years because there was a magnificent setback. Harkening back to the Great Hindenburg disaster, we see a couple of airships on fire. An experiment gone awry rendered the other world inhabitable for years. I think they mean uninhabitable.
I think they do too, yeah.
We have live on air stumbled onto an accidental typo that has occurred in, and I will say, not the only typo in this comic. They say it rendered the other world inhabitable. They meant uninhabitable. Context clues, that's what we're looking for, folks. Many times throughout Plus Ultra's history, I think due to this little dance you have to do with any historical fiction, where you have to deal with the great atrocities of the real world, and why wouldn't this fictional organization have helped, etc., we find one of the great things offered by Before Tomorrowland is how the story reacts to those and saying, look, these organizations are going to take a break from time to time. They're going to reflect. They're going to perhaps even think they're never going to come back, but then they reemerge again.
Just as we do with this podcast.
Oh, when we are needed, we reconvene. And I'm saying, look, it's a lot of pressure to listen to one episode a week or even a month. To only ask folks to listen to one episode a year, there is an idealness to that, I think, that perfectly suits the podcast form. But I digress. Now, once they have confirmation that it is safe to return to the other side, it's full steam ahead. And that's kind of where we leave them. Summer 1938, Plus Ultra's own Great Depression came to an end. So paralleling the real Great Depression, the latest entry in this book, given by date, leading right into the World's Fair in which the characters of the story would have received this comic, indeed. And we have this vision of the World's Fair itself, the Trilon and the Perisphere, which would become such iconic shapes in the Tomorrowland mythology. Right here, an open invitation to the readers to follow the signs, find the launching pad, and take the journey. And the final image here at the end is a biplane soaring past the Trilon and Perisphere, pulling a ribbon that reads, "The future is yours," which is the perfect note to send off on, whether or not you read this at the beginning of the book or at the end of the book, because that leads beautifully into the themes of the film, which echo literally that quote and have, as we've discussed in our previous series analyzing the film, even an evolution within the film itself from the singular "I am the future" versus what eventually becomes "we are the future." And now it hastens time. As we alluded to last episode, one of the final things you see here in the comic is this cipher. What is this puzzle? There's a puzzle. Whether or not we bullied them into putting this in here is unclear, but there is something deeply amusing that occurred. So we first saw this puzzle in the advanced reader copy. We saw this in the back and thought, oh my, this is fascinating. Now, to be fair, this is a young adult book. It's not going to be the hardest cipher in the world. And indeed, there's a clue right on the top and bottom. There's an A and a B. Anyone who knows anything about Caesarean shifts, the simple rot one, you're just going to change one over. You're going to change every letter one over. And when you do that, you get a message that was intended to say, put on your glasses, look out the window, bring the comic, we are waiting for you. And in a cosmic joke, they accidentally made a mistake on the "we are waiting for you." And the R in 4 was a Q in the translation. So unfortunately it says, and I may have to bleep this phonetically, "We are waiting, fuck you." And I really, really had hopes that they would fix this, but I knew how far along the book must be, even at the time that we had gotten the advanced reader copy and noticed this. And so we went ahead and did something a little mischievous. Now, as our listeners may know, at this time, we were producing our own fan-made alternate reality game that bridged the Optimist in the film. It was this 2 or 3 month experience that we were putting together leading up to the release of the film. And so we saw an opportunity here. And so in a metatextual wrapper attempting to say that the person behind Stop Plus Ultra, who was revealed to be me, had somehow infiltrated the publishing house for Before Tomorrowland and had inserted a typo that would really give a middle finger to Plus Ultra, because indeed at the time we were trying to stop Plus Ultra. Those fiends had left us behind. And sure enough, in the final version, it still says, "We are waiting, fuck you." And again, FOQ, I'm not saying a curse word, but certainly it does sound like one. And so I'd like to think that is one of the fun little lasting legacies of Stop Plus Ultra, is that we were able to contextualize a typo before that typo was published. I think that was a fun one for the players to discover for themselves. I'm sure it was petrifying for the authors to discover when there was no time to fix it.
Especially as I think you pointed it out, like on release day, that it had not been fixed. But yeah.
What are you going to do?
Hey, obviously, I love the duality of the comic and how, again, coming out of The Optimist a year and a half at that point in time, almost a year and a half, well, about almost 2 years earlier, reading the comic and the story and the glasses and like getting this started. Again, it was this, I got to experience this in a way. And it was just so like heartwarming and like weirdly melting of immediately after The Optimist ended. It's like, there's this kind of regret of like, people didn't get to experience it. And I got to experience it and I got to share it with the world. And that was awesome. But it's like the comic book, the story, the everything else, like as that comic book ended with the whole, with this puzzle to solve and the glasses and whatever else, I'm like, if kids around the world, kids and young adults around the world, even just get that, 30 seconds of feeling that same thing that, I felt in the Main Street Cinema, I'm like, This is awesome. It's yet again reflecting that sort of like that feeling of exploration, discovery, and finding out about it and everything else. And it was just, again, just a delightful to recapture a little bit of that experience when the book came out.
This offers us the perfect transition, because after the cipher, there is this final page of a close-up on glasses with this futuristic cityscape and ships zooming around, which will become relevant as we now turn back to the front of the book and begin at the beginning. Before Tomorrowland, we open it up, and past all the copyright information, we have a dedication, which is not present in the advanced reader copy. This was something that we got to experience with everyone else as we downloaded our ebook at midnight. And it says, "For Ben, Lauren, and Nathan, build your future, kids. Make her proud. JJ." That's Jeff Jensen. And then it says, "To Lauren, Ben, and Nathan, and their parents, all my best. JC, Jonathan Case." So we've got dedications from JJ and JC. JJ's dedication here is quite emotional, because something that we should hang a lantern on as we go into discussing the actual contents of this book, more so as we get into the first chapters past the prologue, is what is being alluded to here in Jeff Jensen's dedication. Build your future, kids. Those are his kids. Make her proud. He is referring to his wife, who passed on sadly from cancer, which is a story point that becomes quite relevant to the core drama of this book itself. And I think that the first time we talked to Jeff Jensen, he was quite candid with us, and the invitation for Jonathan Case to come in and be a co-author was because of how much of his time was being occupied dealing with this absolutely traumatic era of life that so closely ended up mirroring the contents of the book. And without Jonathan Case coming in and helping out, we may not be reading this book right now. This is a moment of life where you have to spend time with family. And I can think of no better dedication for a book like this than to say to your 3 children, make her proud and build your future. Any great science fiction story like this that has a sense of optimism and hope is hopefully going to inspire people to perhaps not build a city of the future, but to build a future that will make those you've lost proud and will give you that same feeling you get when you think about the boundless optimism that comes from these stories. So it's a slightly somber note to start out on for those of us who were plugged in, but an important piece of context for the story and what shaped it, both in terms of the authors and what was going on in their life. So, it's a very personal document. This book. This was not some random tie-in. This was something that really carried a great deal of weight to it, and we carry that respect into our reading of it as well.
I can't even imagine. I can't imagine, dealing with,
Yeah.
kind of a dream project and, that at the same time. And
Absolutely.
it's just, I mean, shout out to Jeff for like having the will and the ability and whatever to actually, do it and to continue forward and find the time and push through and create, this beautiful world that we've now enjoyed for over 10 years because of this, element of challenge and strife and pain and grief that went on in his life. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Absolutely, Jeff. We always send our thanks to the great Jeff Jensen, who's been very generous with his time and sadly is currently dealing with his own cancer struggle right now. But if there's any way in the next 6 episodes for us to be able to sit down and talk with him, we're going to try and make that happen for you, dear listeners. But obviously, we want to be completely respectful of how, affecting that kind of battle can be. And obviously, any way that we can support these authors, we're going to continue to do so. So that brings us to the Before Tomorrowland prologue, which is titled Santa Monica, 1926. So, based on the fact that we've seen the comic, we know generally what was going on with Plus Ultra at the time, where they were at. They were sort of on the verge of breakthrough. They were really kind of amping up their discovery of another dimension. And yet we don't begin with Plus Ultra. We begin on a much more personal level. So let's just go through briefly, Haston, what this story is covering here.
So we've got a 10-year-old kid. His name is Henry Stevens. And we got his dad, Max. And they're off to the Santa Monica Pier, where they're about to see an exhibition called The World of the Future.
And that's where Henry experiences, among other exhibits, a simulation of going to another dimension. And that's the point at which his dad decides to reveal to him the big twist at the end of the prologue. He's been hired by the men who made this, and the reason he was hired is to make this real. His father was a former mechanic at the Army Air Service, and he's been hired clearly by Plus Ultra to leverage all these discoveries they've made to making a vessel to get them to the other side. Distinctly possible that this man is going to work on the Columbiad, don't you think?
Absolutely.
That's the general gist of the story that's covered in the short prologue. But let's talk about some of the inspirations, some of the influences, and some of the echoes that are seen throughout the things, the specific details. Right off the bat, we open with this 10-year-old kid. That's how the movie originally opened, was with this young 10-year-old Frank Walker, right? Like this idea of, we are going to frame these stories, not just because they're family movies, but we're intentionally framing these stories through young eyes. We are going to obviously move from character to character throughout these stories, but starting at a place of youthful optimism seems absolutely perfect to set the tone for this. And I'm going to go so far as to, if we're adding to our list of questions, should we be so lucky to sit down with the authors again one day, the name, Henry Stevens. I personally wonder, because we have this great buffet of science fiction pulp influences, was the last name Stevens a reference to the creator of the Rocketeer comic book, Dave Stevens? I think it's possible. We're dealing with jetpacks here, man. This is Tomorrowland, right? Anything's possible. But when they get to this exhibit, this sort of flying saucer-shaped building, I was struck by some of the descriptions of the experience leading in, particularly the sloped moving walkway up into the exhibit. What did that make you think of, Hasten?
The end of the original Carousel of Progress at Disneyland. Absolutely.
It feels like the sort of reference for people who have dug into the history of these things, the World's Fair specifically, and Disney's involvement with them. There's no more mind-blowing moment that you can imagine for those of us who weren't lucky enough to be alive for the 1964 World's Fair than you having this wonderful rotating theater that's already pretty mind-blowing at the time. But that's not enough. It's not just that the theater moves. When you pull into that final room, the curtain opens up and there's a ramp leading to a second level that you probably didn't even know about. And so to echo that here, I think just evokes that same sense of futurism and optimism that we think about with that progress city model that would have lived at the top, the second story of the Carousel of Progress Theater. Now, I wanted to ask you a question, Haston, because there was an interesting detail here that I didn't necessarily know if it was a reference to something or if it's trying to evoke a pun of some kind. So when they buy the coins to get into the experience, they make a very specific call out to the name of the woman who sells them the coins. Did you make note of this as well? Annie N. Canny. So Annie, middle initial N, Canny. I mean, I'm guessing this just is referencing the word uncanny.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
But do you think Annie uncanny, like, is Annie animation? Is this uncanny animation? Is this some perhaps implication that Annie N. Canny is herself an early automaton? I don't know. But talking about automatons, one of the key exhibits that they see as they're passing through gives us one of our more explicit references to the film, which is there is a nuclear family display that they go past. You can imagine a kind of Carousel of Progress-esque set of robots, automata that are there. And we're given quite specifically the names of the robots.
I am reminded of the Dumbo movie reboot, which had the Dumbo live action, which had this amazing, like, as part of the circus, this amazing, like,
walkthrough. Yeah.
House of the Future style walkthrough with the family and the robots and everything else.
Yeah, and they give specific names to all 4 members of this robotic nuclear family. And I say, let's run through them and figure out what we think might have been the inspiration for these names. The first one is Nicholas, which I think we know is a reference to me.
Correct.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt that this is about me. Marie. Could this be Marie Curie, perhaps? Who knows? The next name is Bucky. And I'm assuming we've now moved beyond, they don't indicate, but I'm assuming we've moved beyond the parents into the 2 children, which is Bucky.
Kind of like Buck Rogers.
Buck Rogers. It does evoke an era when you say a kid is named Bucky, not the least of which Captain America. But this final one is obviously the important one, which is Athena. And so here we have a Plus Ultra exhibit in which one of the automata is named Athena. Now, despite there being a prominent fan theory that Athena was created in the image of David Nix's deceased daughter, who was never referenced anywhere, this is just a fan theory, it's clear that what we're being told here is that this was a name that, at least at some point early on in Plus Ultra development, was one associated with these attempts to make audio animatronic figures, that there was some significance to Plus Ultra in the evocation of that name. The mythic Athena. I think they're calling back to the Greek origins of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. As we know of the eventual Athena. Haston, I don't think there's any implication that this is the Athena.
No.
This is a far less advanced robot, and Athena is indistinguishable from a human. But there is something with this name and the idea of placing wisdom within the audio animatronic, not merely as a servant, but as another being. And that, to me, is the ultimate linchpin of the Tomorrowland movie. And what we're learning here is that this was an ongoing pursuit even from the earliest days of Plus Ultra, when most of their claims were not necessarily backed up by their achievements. This is a show. They're putting on an exhibit. They're putting the dream into people's minds.
And I love the childhood naivety that I think we all had when we first saw an audio animatronic. And we thought, there's no reason that this couldn't be its own thing. There's no reason that this couldn't walk away on its own. And I love that. They were real robots. This idea of like, no, this wasn't a pre-scheduled show. Like, it was real. And I think we've all, as a kid, we all had that childhood moment of like, the first time, like, you see animatronics, it's just like, where can it walk? What can it do? Like, can it do more than, and it just, I love that childhood duality of, it felt like so much more than a show.
The Night at the Museum complex, the Toy Story complex. What do these things do when I'm not looking? Now, this point about the exhibit being an inspirational sort of Babe Ruth calling his shot for Plus Ultra, it does harken back to when we were talking about the comic, we didn't discuss our favorite quotes from the comic, but this applies directly to what we're talking about here in the prologue. So I'm going to pull out my favorite quote from the Plus Ultra comic, which is from Jules Verne. And there's this heated debate about what's needed. And, Tesla has put up the idea first that we need somewhere where no one can bother us and all that. And Jules Verne's response directly sort of puppets what eventually would be a lot of people's criticism of the idea of Plus Ultra in the real world and the film itself, thinking that the movie was, advocating for this, when really the story right here in the book and in the film is criticizing and analyzing it from both sides. Verne says, "By that, Tesla, I assume you mean economic exploitation, greed. So this place requires ethics. People will need to be reminded constantly whom it serves and why. It will need inspiration and exhortation to remain faithful to higher ideals, lest it fall to fallen men." And right there, not only do we have an indication of what we're seeing here, all of these outreach programs that Plus Ultra is going to have to do. How are we going to find the dreamers? How are we going to put the inspiration of our ideals out there so that people hold us up to that level of inspiration as we continue down? It's also going into the film itself with what Verne says there, because lest it fall to fallen men is exactly what happens to Tomorrowland in the movie. It falls to a fallen man.
Right.
And this is about the dreamers reclaiming it from a fallen man. So fascinating echoes there. And I just love the idea of this pie tin flying saucer looking building on the Santa Monica Pier being one of the first sort of recruitment efforts for what would become Plus Ultra.
There's some fun real history there. When it was the Pacific Ocean Park, there was a Flight to Mars exhibit that took place in a round building.
Now, when would that have been?
That would have been long after this was set. So that would have been after the original pier. They had redone the pier and turned it into a kind of a seaside amusement theme, with the Pacific Ocean Pier. 1956, they wanted to compete with Disneyland down the street, so they redid the whole pier. And one of those exhibits was this sort of Flight to Mars that happened. And so I loved the kind of duality of something that took place in the real world, but was just a little bit earlier. So that's great.
Haston, you've offered us the perfect transition into our next two segments, but I think we're going to start where you've started us. We're pulling back into the location station, folks.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail will be
Santa Monica Pier, folks. It exists. It's real. Founded in 1909. It remains to this day, although I don't think anyone could describe anything at Santa Monica Pier as a view of the future. Not currently. A wonderful hamburger. I was shocked. There's a restaurant called Pier Burger I recently went to on the Santa Monica Pier, and I wasn't expecting much, but I was absolutely blown away by the quality of that hamburger. And now that hamburger was a glimpse of the future, if you ask me. I hope all hamburgers in the future taste like that hamburger. But I digress. What we're talking about here is the Santa Monica Pier, which, as far as we know, in 1926 never had an exhibit about the future. When we talk about historical fiction, I think we're going to find it's a lot more fiction than history, but it's using the locations of history. And it's saying Santa Monica Pier is the type of place it's setting the scene. Among all these silly amusements, let's have a serious look at what the future might bring, and to maybe sort of prioritize what type of person might stumble onto this and what type of person they're looking for and what type of person they want to show off their technology to.
It's hard to put this in context, but a lot of these things in our real world, the World's Fairs, Flight to the Moon, sponsored by, McDonnell Douglas, and
yes,
all of these things. The goal of these things was to do that same sort of inspiration for the space race. But instead of going and working for a corporation, the goal is to find the dreamers for Plus Ultra. It's a great mirror to this sort of why is this society, did we have the space race of the 50s and 60s and, into the 70s with the space shuttle program and everything else, is because ultimately it was a recruiting tool to get people to work and do jobs and, find out about what sparked interests and then hold that interest through the careers that people would do. So I love that duality of fictional story, fictional place, fictional, but again, these same sort of things that I think society experienced more back then than it sort of does, than it does today.
And that's a perfect bridge moment because we're leaving the location station and we're moving into our next segment, fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
But on the road to fact versus fiction, you've given us the perfect transition. We've got one thing that maybe could have sort of be considered a location station thing. Let's look at the art. We always want to stop and review the chapter art by Jonathan Case, which is always fabulous. And so what we have here, we've got what is labeled a Hughes aircraft hangar with a car, the sports car described in the book, Max's father's car, speeding past with a billowing dust trail. It's a fabulous, evocative. You can see Henry's little hand fist bumping in the air. He's so excited to be riding in the car with his dad, even if the prologue describes his dad as a bit cantankerous at times. But that Santa Monica, or should we say West Side location of a hangar, this brings us into the fact versus fiction here because it's labeled Hughes. Now, Haston, visually, if we're talking about reviewing art here, you noticed a similarity to a real place.
Yeah, so it looks a lot like the 1920s Burbank Lockheed hangar, which is, kind of, there's a bunch of Walt connection to Hangar 1 in Burbank as well, a bunch of Disney connection. So I also think that it kind of makes sense why Jonathan would kind of go for that same design, but it 100% feels in that sort of same, that same kind of error. Like, yeah, this wouldn't have necessarily existed like kind of near the LA area or LAX as it currently is, but it definitely feels very evocative of the same period.
Yeah, and so we can't full-throatedly call that a location station location. We're not going to send you out to the Hangar 1 site, but it's in the kind of stew of the fact versus fiction. And so on that sense, let's start with the Howard Hughes of it all. Because it's, eventually the father says, I've been hired by, you've heard some of the people, maybe you even heard of Howard Hughes. 1926, this chapter is dated. It's highly unlikely, I think, that a 10-year-old in 1926 would know who Howard Hughes was. Howard Hughes was only 21. He was directing his first film, but it turned out so poorly that he insisted it was destroyed. So we've never seen that first film that he made at this time. Now, that's the fact of it. Fiction of it, it's certainly possible to imagine that he had secret experimental hangars at this time, that his youthful interest in planes predated it, especially if we look to Howard Hughes Sr., who was an inventor, not necessarily for aircrafts and such, but he was an inventor. And if we want to do a little headcanon for ourselves of how the heck is there a Hughes Aircraft Company hangar on the west side of Los Angeles in 1926, which sadly there was not. He didn't found the aircraft company until 1934, and that was in Glendale. And they didn't move that to the west side until 1940. So 1926 is way before that. So if we're saying this is an experimental sort of plus ultra, everything you think happened later actually happened earlier because plus ultra was always on the bleeding edge. Perhaps his father had already been inducted into plus ultra, and maybe Howard Hughes himself was grandfathered in. Who knows? That's just a little band-aid we can put on our mind of how this could have occurred. And along that same line of things happening earlier than they should, we've only got one other fact versus fiction observations for you today. When they go into this exhibit, they find a terminal that allows them to select from multiple pieces of content, itself already a very futuristic interface. But one of the things that allows you to select is Steamboat Willie. And Disney fans know this is 1926. Steamboat Willie was not even produced and released until 1928. So this is another sort of fictionalization, which is, I think the only thing we can interpret from this, is the question of when did Walt join Plus Ultra? Well, it was before this. They really must have tapped him early, which is amazing because he certainly was not at the level of fame that he would have acquired, later in his life. So I think we can say Plus Ultra just has an incredible nose for talent. And they must have fished this Walt Disney out of obscurity because they said, man, this cartoonist is really playing with fire here. He's really going to be something. And certainly, Plus Ultra had access to Steamboat Willie before everyone else did. They were dealing in these sound and video synchronized technologies before the rest of the world. I also think this is a pretty darn good set of facts that set expectations for the rest of the book, which is, if you are looking for a history document, Before Tomorrowland is not that. In terms of historical fiction, the fiction is absolutely the priority. And look, the conceit we're dealing with here is a society of geniuses from across time, and that brings with it a lot of science fiction advantages, including early access to things like hangars and short animated films.
Computers, animated films. There's a whole, reference, the whole sequence in which he goes through this experiment, or he goes through this, show is with the black panels in front of him and everything else, and, getting strapped in and whatever else, right? Like, what a great duality to what we ended up with in the film with the whole like pin sequence, and then, her getting ready to get strapped into the rocket right at the very end of it. And now, you've got this early version of it where you are getting strapped into the rocket. And like I said, I love that, reference to the flight to Mars kind of experience that I assume was a lot cheesier than this was, that existed at Pacific Ocean Park in the 50s. And I think that it's just kind of neat to imagine these sort of experiences and kind of, how, you get to have fun with it. And you get to have fun with it, in my opinion, in a very sort of like Disneyland, Disney style way that not a lot of the worlds and stuff that they build in get to have that same kind of fun today. Adding in a little bit of the themed show element as well.
Totally. It's very reverent of the parks experience itself. As fans of the parks, we are. I'm also going to say the way they describe this capsule that Henry gets into feels a lot like a precursor of the wire transfer technology that we see
or
in
the
film.
Eiffel Tower capsule. Yeah,
the way they actually describe it, just the sort of the texture of it, the fabric on the walls, it definitely feels like a call forward to that, and is indeed something that's going to be explored more. They're setting the groundwork for what we're going to experience through the rest of the book here quite well, both in the expectation setting of the facts and fiction, like we said, but also just in terms of thematically. What are we dealing with? What kind of ideas are we playing with? And, Henry and Max don't necessarily occupy the role in this story that you think they do. This is not necessarily the beginning that you would expect for this story, but I think it does very much reveal what kind of narrative we're dealing with when it comes to Before Tomorrowland. And obviously, for fans of parks history, World's Fair history, plus ultra fake history, this is just a great way to open the book, and certainly had me turning the page. I know the first time I read this, I didn't stop at the prologue, even though sadly today we are going to have to stop at the prologue. I thought a great place to leave off would be favorite quotes. As we did for the comic, I want to do it for the prologue. And my favorite one is when the host says, "Welcome to the world of tomorrow. Please rise to meet it." Rise to meet it. I love that. That is a call for imagination that we can all carry into our real lives. And certainly, I would like to thank all of you for joining us along this journey. We've started off slow here. We've given ourselves a curveball at the beginning.
Just the prologue.
We're going to be covering much bigger swaths of the book moving forward, and we look forward to getting out our little interpretive shovels and digging into the story with the rest of you. And I think we're going to be meeting a cast of characters that is just thrilling and exciting and gives you a whole new perspective on some historical figures and some original new ones as well. So now it's finally time for us to crack open part 1 of the book's trilogy of sections comprising chapters 1 through 9, which runs just over 100 pages.
But before we dive into that, let's flip open our MFD and check the Plus Ultra mailbag for any messages from our listeners.
Beep, boop, beep, beep, boop, boop, boop. Oh, Haston, look at that. We got a new message. Let's take a look. We have a message from Randy. He sent us an email to press@tomorrowlandtimes.com. Anyone in the future that would like us to respond to your question, go ahead and email us there. Randy said, "Hi, and thank you both for this new podcast series." Haston, he then went along to say that when we were going through the prologue and we were describing, the chair that Henry sits in as a kid to sort of do the simulation of the Plus Ultra preview, he was reminded of a few things throughout science fiction history. And a few of those things were the chair in the movie Contact, which I remember very well. That's a formative science fiction movie for a lot of people. Also, there was another one I think you'll respond to. He was reminded of the chair from the planetarium in the game Myst. Were you getting those vibes as well?
Absolutely. I mean, that same where the panel comes over and then you plug in and then all the stars rotate to show you that respective area of the gallery to find images, no spoilers, on a 25-year-old game, 30-year-old game. Totally the same kind of vibes, that fully immersive, kind of transformative experience.
And the last one he mentioned, which I think is one we all wish was not relegated to the land of lost theme park attractions, Horizons. In that same sense, where at the end of Horizons, you could choose the future that you wanted to see, and the ride would take you there and show you some form of simulation, just like Henry was seeing. Now, there was a second note that Randy wrote in here with, which I think is very interesting. When we were talking about, okay, ultimately, the airport depicted in Jonathan Case's illustration, the hangar in that prologue, was not one at that time that Hughes would have had on the west side of Los Angeles. And we were sort of saying what we thought the visual inspiration for it was. He throws us another one here. Cloverfield Airport, now Santa Monica Airport. If you look at the historical photos of that he sent along, there is definitely a resemblance. I got to hand it to you, Randy.
Absolutely. No, Randy, you nailed it. I think this is exactly what Case was going for with this drawing. I mean, it looks almost picture perfect to what was on the drawing.
Not to mention that there is some Amelia Earhart history tied into that, which obviously we're going to start diving into with this first chapter here. Randy ends by saying, again, I very much appreciate your continued dedication to the promise of Tomorrowland. We need dreamers more than ever right now. Randy, we couldn't agree with you more, and I can't thank you enough for listening along and writing in. Leaving us off with Amelia Earhart, Haston, I'd say it's time to literally crack this book open to part 1, chapter 1, and let's go through it. Let's start here just before we've got the epigraph page.
Absolutely. The following story takes place between July 2nd and July 4th of 1939 in the greater New York City area. Many of the characters and events described here are well known to history. A few of them are not.
A few of them are not. This is just setting the stage, folks. This is getting you in the mood of historical fiction. And I love that it's immediately setting the expectation of, look, there are 3 parts of this book, and they each take place on a single day from different characters' perspectives. That's a really neat way to structure a book. And it's a really compressed timeline. It's not some epic that's going to take place across time. This is 3 days in New York where all of these different historical and fictional events coincided, which is just a really neat concession for a book like this.
And I gotta say, so I was literally just in New York about 3 weeks ago for work. We ended, of course, just like as we will discover, at the top of the Empire State Building, which is where this beautiful view behind me comes from to our visual listeners. It was a delight. It was absolutely a delight revisiting the book and revisiting this first part, because so much of it still not only still sort of echoes that, that sort of feeling today, but being able to put yourself there, it's like, oh yeah, these are real locations that they used. These are real things that they referenced. There's a lot of real history in here. And so it was just a delight to come back off of that trip, crack open this book, and I went with my roommate, and we walked the same exact steps that they walked. It was fantastic. And so it just gave me such an awesome appreciation for the book and the detail that was put into it and everything else, because it's great.
You're not wrong about that. There is a lot of accuracy to be found in the pages of this historical fiction, and that turns us back from March of 2025 all the way back to, it says right here, part 1. It welcomes us to part 1, July 2, 1939, and thus begins chapter 1 with the subtitle, In Which the Brackets Take Manhattan. It's not the Muppets this time, folks. It's the Brackets, and we're starting at Penn Station. Mile High overview of the story covered in this chapter is as follows. In exchange for tickets to a Yankees game, Lee agrees to take Clara into the city, where a bespectacled, funny-looking man in a silver suit gives her a Plus Ultra Viewmaster, bringing you vistas from further beyond for free. It shows her a view of a glowing field of wheat and an alternate look at a completed Wardenclyffe on a hill. The strange man solicits ideas for what the utopia in the pictures ought to be called. Clara offers Graceland and Lee, in his infinite wisdom, better Berg. Haston, I really enjoyed this opening chapter. We've gone from a kid and his father to a different kid and his mother in a very different situation. And the mom already has her own little pin moment, like Casey does, in the movie. This time, it's the pair of, they call it stereographs, but we know it's a Viewmaster. Plus Ultra must have invented the Viewmaster as one of their many holdings, a la, I always remember back to when the Men in Black revealed that they held the patent on microwaves. Those secret societies, they've got to fund themselves somehow, and the Viewmaster is not a bad way to do it.
Well, and of course, the stereoscope Viewmaster from the Carousel of Progress scene, which was in the Carousel of Progress all the way back in the day. Loved that. Hopefully that was a nod to that as well, because that's a great little connection there.
And this is someone they encounter at this what we, as looking at it from the outside, if you already know the film, it's immediately obvious to the reader in a modern sense that this person she's talking to is some kind of recruitment robot for Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra just can't stop with these recruitment robots. And it's on the ground floor. They're just in a train station in New York. And here's someone with a little table handing out Viewmasters. That's a great invitation to mystery if I've ever heard one.
I loved the detail, too, that they were coming up on the early train from Edison, which is Edison, New Jersey, which was renamed to Edison, New Jersey after Thomas Edison, who we know was in Plus Ultra, did a lot of his early experimental work at Menlo Park. And so you've already got that kind of like Lee and Clara connection to Plus Ultra before they even know it.
No, you're right. I never thought about that. This is the sort of foreshadowing. Their destinies were locked into Plus Ultra from the very beginning. I never noticed that detail. Good eye there. Other little character details that I love, I always love, as in previous episodes, talking about character names and the inspirations for them. The young man who's helping his mother is named Lee Brackett, which is, phonetically the same as Lee Brackett, Leigh, the famous science fiction author who a lot of Star Wars fans out there, I'll shout one out for you, wrote the first draft of The Empire Strikes Back. I always like to pull that one out when we talk about Lee Brackett. And that's a detail that won't go unnoticed in future chapters. The predicament of these two is a very interesting, dramatic way to start this. You've got the young man and you've got his mother who's sick with cancer. We immediately know this information. And their personalities, I always thought was interesting. The exact opposite dynamic of Casey and Frank. You've got the elder woman who is the optimist and the younger man who's become a bit cantankerous just by the circumstances of life. So you've already got this immediate thematic connection to the movie, which I really appreciated as a way to get us started off in the story here. Now, we should dig in a little bit to some of our recurring segments, like, I don't know, maybe Location Station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail will be...
We're pulling into that Location Station. This is going to be a quick one for Location Station. Penn Station.
It's a station.
It's a real station. You want to see that crystal clock? Go to Penn Station. At least I think you can see it.
I have seen it.
There you go. Go look at the crystal clock. And when you look at the crystal clock, you'll think of Lee. You'll think of Clara. You'll be off on our own adventure. This concludes Location Station. The last thing I'll say about Chapter 1. There are really no meaningful changes from the advanced reader copy. Just little copy edits here and there, other than the title header changed. It was originally in which Lee Brackett arrives at the Big Apple with his mother, Clara. The new one, the final one, is a little bit more concise than that, and it just brings them together. Mother, son are the Bracketts. We're up to Chapter 2, in which we meet a scientist of mad repute and the wretched Nazis who loathe him. Somewhere off the coast of Long Island, former Plus Ultra member turned Nazi mad scientist Rotwang searches for a sunken steam freighter containing one of his lost creations, an automaton capable of holding human consciousness. They find the shipwreck cut open with precision before being attacked by an unseen assailant whose voice over the radio is described as a sick, high soprano, not maybe the voice we were listening to. We're getting into the political intrigue here. The Nazis show up in Chapter 2, Haston.
Nazis off the coast of New York.
Bad news, Haston. There's nothing good that can come of this. Another interesting note on this chapter, as we get into the whole intrigue of the mad scientist, the crazy Austrian Rotwang, the character that he is under, the German that wants the technology that he's developing. This is the character that changes the most between the advanced reader copy and the final version. We have a little bit of a different intro paragraph I'm going to read here, just from Rotwang's point of view. If there was anything that Werner Rotwang hated more than being told no, it was imperfection. His father once said it was because of Rotwang's intimate familiarity with crookedness, not in the moral or sinful sense, although his parents believed that about him too, due to his zealous belief in science, but because he had been born with a curved spine that made every step he took through life a painful one. Rotwang learned to deal with the agony, but never made peace with a universe that allowed disease and death dominion over everything or permitted degrading superstition and stupidity to flourish. Creation was a deeply flawed piece of work, and he refused to be ruled or ruined by bad design. With that alternate intro, you kind of get a little bit of a parallel. You have a couple characters in different corners of the story dealing with physical ailments. You have a hero with Clara, and you have a villain with Rotwang, which is very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that this would get cut out of the final copy, because I think it sets him up a little bit better as well, rather than just this scientist god mad from Plus Ultra. It gives him a little bit of personal motivation. We do get a little bit more personal motivation in the next couple of chapters, though.
That's a lot of these edits. I don't want anyone to think we're saying the earlier version was better.
No.
What we're going to find here is that a lot of these edits were made almost to sort of delay the gratification of preserving some of that stuff for later. Like you said, we get a sense of this later. You don't have to give people the full meal up front. And so a lot of these little copy edits are just like, let's give them as little as possible to understand the context of the story and save some of the character revelations for when the characters are actually doing stuff. That's good writing, and I agree with this edit. But as I alluded to earlier, this patron, Hugo Lohmann, the sadistic German warrior that we have in the final book, was a totally different characterization originally, and I think they made an excellent choice in the edit. The original character was named Bowfinger, and there was a boogeyman quality to this guy, and in the sense of a Navy scientist who, in that version of it, we would have had a mad scientist working for an even madder scientist. And so you just got two mad scientists. So I actually prefer this dynamic of the mad scientist working for this militaristic sadist who just wants to live forever. So we'll get a lot more of that down the line, but I think that dynamic is a lot more interesting. But it was pretty unique to see this alternate version where it's just this stack of mad scientists all trying to live forever. One other little alternate passage from the advanced reader copy that I thought was worthy of note, just because you and I love Plus Ultra lore. When Rotwang is considering this creation, he calls it the HS1, this consciousness holding automaton. The final book says it's worthy of the artisans of myth, which is a shorter version of saying what the original text in this chapter was, which was worthy of the mythic blacksmith he had read about as a dreamy child, the crippled god of metallurgy and fire, Hephaestus. And this idea that this pursuit of practical immortality was against the Plus Ultra Code of Ethics. They originally specifically cited like rules in the group's charter against pseudoscience and Promethean heresies. So I thought maybe they thought it was doubling up too much of these references to arcane, mythology and other things. But I thought it was interesting to associate. First, you associate Rotwang with a similarly crippled god of metallurgy. And you've also got this other idea of categorizing this rule of Plus Ultra as no Promethean shenanigans. All right. You've been cast out. They sort of just generally say that there were these, rules of ethics that he went against without specifically going into them, which is probably the safer thing to do. This is chapter 2. We can't get into this stuff too early. There are still things to learn as we go through here. So excellent edits all around. This chapter 2 changed a lot, and it's a lot leaner now. We get into the details of the backstory through other characters' perspectives, so it's probably best not to give it to the antagonist. Let some of the heroes reveal some of this backstory when we go into their perspectives later, which Later, a little bit is this next chapter, chapter 3, in which Henry Stevens returns to the world of the future, Coney Island. So yeah, Henry Stevens. We remember this name from the prologue. This is the little kid. But what does this have to do with the little kid? Because here's a little summary of what we get in this chapter. The HS-1 surfaces on the shore of Coney Island, after this whole altercation that he gets into under the sea with
On the
Rotswang and
watch, yes.
all the Nazis. His internal robotic monologue reveals that his consciousness is Henry Stevens. The machine that they were looking for in the last chapter is the consciousness of this kid that we got to know through the prologue 13 years earlier or so, give or take. He visits the dilapidated remains of the World of the Future exhibit he had visited in Santa Monica, now in a trash pile in Plus Ultra's dumping ground in Coney Island. After accidentally activating a discarded butler robot who goes crazy and starts saying stuff, he blows the place up with sticky bombs. And we get the sense that this kid, now robot, automaton, is out for revenge. There's a sense of revenge going on here. We still don't know why exactly, but getting to see through his eyes. I love these chapters that are from Henry's robot perspective. I love all of the sort of Terminator-esque file systems, where we get the little filing directories down the way and all that. Any other fun details you picked out in this one, Jason?
A couple things. I loved this idea of, as he grew older, the exhibit grew smaller. That like it had been 7 years and 6 years since he had last seen it.
Yes.
And so this idea of like, he had grown in size as a now very young adult, because this would have made him like 17, 18. And like, this idea of it just seemed like something. I love the description here of like the dilapidated building and just kind of falling apart and whatever else. Total allusions to what sort of happened in the second half of Tomorrowland, the film, with what actually happened to the future or this alternate universe. So I loved that. The whole idea of the naive boy who's like in love with futurism, but then it goes south on him, I think is like so much of even
baked in.
The baked in experience, and even is sort of the baked in experience of like any kid growing up. I mean, how many generations have we been told that there's going to be flying cars in 30 to 40 years and they're still not? How many generations have we been told, a public transit system's going to get built and it hasn't and whatever else. And so I just love this idea of it not only ruined him, but he encountered the same thing that he would have that same sort of pessimism, even as Plus Ultra still existed and maybe thrived. And he was, he became a direct creation of it, that he was still struggling with that sort of common growth that we all experience.
I love that you point that out, because we often talk about Tomorrowland and the myth of Tomorrowland as this very modern idea of we used to dream of the future and now we don't. It feels very timely. But you're making a great point, which is there's also an aspect of these stories, both the movie and this book, that appeals to this universal thing. No matter when you live, no matter where you are, this idea of coming from naivety into adulthood and trying not to become jaded. That doesn't just apply to futurism and all these things about Tomorrowland. There is a timeless quality, and that's what I think makes it great. I also love that you pointed out his perspective on everything seeming smaller. This is something that books can give you that movies can't, this real internal monologue. And so whenever I see people suggest, man, I wish Before Tomorrowland had been a limited series on Disney Plus, it's like, that's great. I would love a limited Disney Plus series from the universe of Tomorrowland. I'd prefer it to be an original story. But the reason I like this book is all the things it does that only a book can do. It puts us in Henry's head. There's not a great way to dramatize that observation that you made. So love this so much. Last couple things I want to say. We got to talk about the Plus Ultra nerd stuff. Him coming upon the wooden fence and it saying quarter minus entertainment. The idea of Plus Ultra being these great innovators of the future, maybe not the best at branding, but I do love the idea of this secret cover story, the opposite of Plus Ultra, quarter minus. Fantastic. No notes. Love that 100%. And I remember that being a big point of discussion with us when this first came out, the delight. And I think you and I even may have incorporated the quarter minus branding when we were doing some little jokes online about the Toxicosmos franchise. Yeah. The last tying into the movie, just like there, The last sort of movie observation I made while I was reading this is there's just something about Tomorrowland and a character coming up to a dilapidated place and being assaulted by a dog who's stopped on a chain. Because we have the holographic dog in the movie, and then we have a very real dog here with an artificial person. So again, so many of these moments are inverse shadow versions of what we're getting in the movie. And I just love those little echoes that ripple across the whole thing. So yeah, short, sweet chapter to the point, and it really sets the stage for, okay, there's a lot of different players here.
I think it also sets a great stage of, okay, they tried and did this recruiting thing in the past, and now here we are again in New York, trying it again.
Yeah, there's a cycle here. And as we know a little bit coming from the perspective of the fandom of the film, no matter what happens at this 1939 era of the World's Fair, it's still not going to go as well because they had to try it again in 64. We're kind of going in with this knowledge to a certain degree. That leads us into chapter 4, in which Clara and Lee take a bus and meet her people, Midtown Manhattan. This chapter tells us about Lee and Claire. They check into their hotel, and as she unpacks, we learn the reason that she's there. Haston, Clara is a big old nerd.
She's like us.
She's just like us. And she's going to Worldcon, the real first World Science Fiction Convention. When they get there, his mom kind of shows her portfolio around the exhibitor's room. And while she's doing that, Lee passes a table with a placard that reads, "Comics, Thrill and Intrigue, the incredible story of Plus Ultra. Could this be your world of tomorrow?" The table is manned by the same weirdo from the train station. Look, think, win. Name this place, win prizes. We learn the bronze man's name is Faustus, and he assigns a Further Beyond comic to Lee, and he has a cold handshake. Okay, so we're getting closer to this mystery. The audience, I think, is now supposed to know, okay, this is another automaton here. And if you're coming at this knowing the film, the sunglasses in the comic are assigned to a specific person, just like we see Athena do for Casey with her hair sample for the pin experience. So this is the prototype pin experience. Here we go. We're into it. This is Tomorrowland stuff here.
The bus ride, of course, she's sketching the cityscape that is around her, the semi futuristic cityscape, because so much growth and development and everything else happened in New York around this time. I couldn't help but feel like there was also this, connection to like not just the World's Fair sort of being the city of the future, but the city itself and how much growth it had experienced in the last 10 to 20 years that New York had experienced. It felt like the city of the future at the time, too.
You're totally on point, and that's a little bit of foreshadowing for something we're going to talk about later, because we're going to talk a little bit about Fritz Lang. And there's a famous story about Fritz Lang being inspired to make the movie Metropolis. The Metropolis of science fiction was inspired just by Fritz Lang coming from Germany and flying over New York and saying, I didn't know this was possible for humanity to create. So you're totally right. New York looked like Tomorrowland to people at this time, around this era, maybe a decade before. This was absolutely this futuristic thing. And, look, I'm just becoming the guy tooting the movie's horn, of course, but having Clara sit and sketch a cityscape on a bus, you have a direct parallel scene in Tomorrowland where Casey's on the Greyhound bus sketching a city of Tomorrowland in her notebook. So there are these ways, perhaps not literal plot causality things, but there are these thematic touch points that connect the book and the movie, and it just delights me now looking back, because when we first read this book, we didn't know exactly what was going to be in the movie. We had a good idea, but now looking back, it's really been, honestly, this was the biggest surprise for me rereading this again, was how many little tiny grace notes there were like that, and it's just been a real joy to discover that. And I mean, obviously I have personal echoes that I see in there as well. When they were describing all the nerds in New York that they see, and they literally say one of them has a vacuum strapped to his back. I'm like, young Frank Walker, his jetpack's made out of 2 Electrolux vacuums. You've got all that stuff in there. It's just great.
One also super really fun thing is that I loved the note that they made while they're in the bus, passing by the Empire State Building, saying, they were going to put a blimp station at the top of it. That's the truth. This is one of like the major things that they bring up when you actually go up to the 102nd floor. They're like, well, they had no real plans for this. They just wanted it a certain height, and they knew they were going to do a big radio mast, and they knew they were going to do a big thing. So they built this tiny observation deck at the very top eventually that an elevator, that a small like 2 to 3 person elevator goes to. But it was designed originally like, well, maybe we'll put like a blimp station or something up there. And that's referenced in there. So I thought that was a really fun nod to like a real thing, a real historic thing in the books. So super cool.
Haston, you've brought us into everyone's second favorite segment, fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
Yes.
Okay, so you just totally did it. Empire State Building was going to have this airship thing. That'll start us off. Some other details that we get in this thing. First mention, Lou Gehrig, they walk past this newspaper stand that has a newspaper with the headline, Lou Gehrig to address fans at 4th of July retirement game. This was a real thing that occurred. They really are trying to place this in real history. I will say I did look it up. That exact headline was not on any newspapers that we have a record of. Perhaps it was a different newspaper we don't have a record of, but I'll say real thing, fictional headline. I'm still going to give that 100% fact, 0% fiction. The other one that I love that's just delicious, and we'll go into this just a little bit because it really gets juicy in the later chapters, is this escapist / elitist subculture wars with the pamphlet that they get handed by one of the fans at the Worldcon, and this idea of there being a protest within the fandom. Totally real thing. This actually happened at Worldcon. And what I always like to reflect on with these things is that fandom has not changed one iota. The internal division that we see, we think it's like an internet thing. We think it's something that is unique to our modern age. But debates between fans, kind of knock down, drag out ideological disagreements, these are tale as old as time. Literally, we couldn't even have one sci-fi convention without this happening. It was the first one, and there was this internal debate, and now Lee and Clara have found themselves in the middle of a little bit of fan wars, and I just think that's great, context setting, and also the perfect thematic touch to talk about, look, Plus Ultra, they don't agree on everything either.
So another great fact or fiction thing is that in this chapter, when his mom is looking at tables, there's a book that gets handed to him called The Secret People. And it's a real book. And what I loved about it is that I thought they might have changed something here because he says, I tell ya, it's all set in the future world of 1964, which is obviously when the fair took place. But the book actually takes place in 1964 that was written in the 30s, which I thought was really, really fun and clever and a great nod to both the fair and the movie and everything else. So that was great.
And beyond, I'll continue on your track you've set here. Books that connect Tomorrowland, the movie, the book, and the 1952 box. We've got another mention here, Haston.
Amazing Stories.
Amazing Stories magazine, which features directly in the 1952 box, which led to the inspiration for the film. This is the issue. I have it in my hands. The jetpack emblazoned man on the cover of Amazing Stories, edited by Hugo Gernsback, a name which will not only come up later in Before Tomorrowland, would become the namesake of one of the great characters in the film, played by Keegan-Michael Key.
I loved when Lee was talking to Faustus and he goes, it's just, why put all this thought and energy into something so useless? No offense, right?
Yeah,
and it was just like, how many times as people who have loved something have we heard that in our lives from the fandom that we love and the things that we want to create and the things that we do create and whatever else. And so his Lee's kind of like pure, pessimism in this moment is just so strong. This is his mom's thing. He has no interest. He thinks everything they're doing is a waste of time. And the trajectory that he takes is great, in like discovering what he actually really likes and what it is and how maybe for him, it's not a big waste of time.
She had to bribe him with baseball tickets just to get him into the damn city. He couldn't be less interested. There's no question. One thing I like to do, look, we got a chapter where Clara is showing off her portfolio of art. We've got to dig into our portfolio of art in this book because not every chapter has an illustration by Jonathan Case, but this chapter does. It's a picture of Clara with her portfolio. She's got Lee following behind her, and there's a big arrow sign above them that points to the Billy Rose Aquacade. Now, In the background, we also see someone getting an autograph from, I couldn't really read it very well. I thought it said Reginald D, and then it's cut off. I actually couldn't find any reference to anyone at Worldcon that was a Reginald D. If anyone out there knows any science fiction authors or illustrators that would have been working around this time named Reginald, write us in and we'll correct this one with this incomplete information. But now, Haston, did you look at all into the Billy Rose Aquacade?
I have not. What is the Billy Rose Aquacade?
The Billy Rose Aquacade was a real thing, but it was a real thing at the World's Fair. So the fact that there is a sign for it in this illustration almost makes me wonder, was this something that was being advertised at Worldcon as taking place at the World's Fair? Because with my sense of geography, I do not believe that Worldcon was being held next to the fairgrounds for the World's Fair. So it was of the period for sure, but not necessarily something that I can find no record of being at Worldcon. But Haston, this discussion of physical maps and locations leads us directly to our favorite segment. Haston, which station are we pulling into?
We're back at the location station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail.
My God. I mean, obviously, this chapter is just filled with minor references to things you can see throughout New York. Those are pretty minor mentions. New York Public Library, St. Patrick's Cathedral, Macy's. Everyone loves a good classic Macy's. But Worldcon's the big one. And they name it. It's Caravan Hall. And Caravan Hall was, in fact, where Worldcon 1 took place. There's an address for it. There's been some interesting research into this. The location is sadly no longer there. But if you want to go down to 110 East 59th Street, New York, you'll see where it was. And if you do go to look around, there actually is something that was there at the time, not necessarily directly part of Worldcon, but there is the founded in 1925, the Argosy bookstore, which still stands. It's this multi-storied bookstore, and they sell antiquarian books. I'd say if you're doing your New York Tomorrowland tour, you absolutely have to put the Argosy bookstore as a stop on this tour, because it is of this era. And honestly, looking at Google Street View anyway, I'm pretty sure it's the only thing in that area that is still there from this time period.
So when they're on the bus and they're passing the Empire State Building on the Avenue of the Americas, there was a reference that they passed between like 37th Street where they were staying. Well, on that bus tour, they would have passed directly through what became Nikola Tesla Corner at the corner of 6th Avenue and West 40th Street. So I thought that was another really fun thing as well. There's a small plaque there, and we got pictures of it last time right near the public park. And so just another great reference to yet another Plus Ultra, Nikola Tesla, Tomorrowland connection. So that's great.
Man, we can really count on you to pick out all of those marginalias that apply specifically to the founders of Plus Ultra. They're hiding in the gaps, and Haston is the one that finds them. Let's see what secrets he can unlock in Chapter 5, in which the Aviatrix gets a clue. Coney Island. Plus Ultra Security Chief Amelia Earhart and Fritz Duquesne investigate the explosion at the scrapyard that we learned about last time. Fritz presses her about her year on the other side. They discover the Butler robot's head left over from the explosion, and they access the memory chip to reveal footage which shows a hulking silhouette that we know is Henry, but that she only recognizes from Howland's Island Beach the day that her plane was hit and crashed through the jump point to the other dimension. She boards her seaplane and ditches Duquesne, knowing only that Plus Ultra is under attack and on the eve of their biggest endeavor. Now, the safe bet would be to pull every Faustus unit off the streets and cancel the operation in which Tesla had invested his entire life. But she says she's come to care much for him and for his dream. I love this little bit. This chapter is short, sweet, to the point. It introduces my favorite little character dynamic. I love all this stuff about Amelia Earhart and Tesla. It is a little bit, there's an age gap there, but there's clear affection fictionally between these two people who in real life very likely never met with each other.
I loved here the reference to these Model Bs have memory chips. So they created these robots for the show, that in some capacity were real robots and were Model B. I love that.
I also love that. It just a little bit of texture, a little bit of language for, oh, there's these internal numbering systems and lettering systems for these generations of robots. We don't get to know exactly which generation all the robots we meet are, but the idea that there is this hierarchy, and that Butler one was a very early one. Obviously, we're dealing with historical figures here, two people who actually lived, in which case I can only say, it's time to say fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
This one is pretty quick. We know to history very famously, Amelia Earhart went missing in 1937. That's 2 years before this particular book takes place. And there is a mention, Duquesne offers her some beech nut chewing gum, which seems like this, she says no to it. Oh, I thought that was your favorite. This is a cheeky mention to something, Haston. Do you know this little historical fact about Amelia Earhart?
I do not.
You can find some great shots of Amelia flying a plane that is emblazoned with the beech nut chewing gum logo. So it was one of her sponsorships. You know, like athletes have sponsorships. She, is this famous aviatrix, had a real world sponsorship with beech nut chewing gum. Casey Newton had her favorite. She had Beeman's. And now Amelia has beech nut. But I do love this dynamic that it's like, he thinks it's her favorite, but it's like, look, if you actually are a sponsor, if you have a sponsorship with someone, it does not mean it's your favorite. She's probably sick to death of that stuff. She doesn't want to be chewing beech nut chewing gum. Get real. We're getting off to a bad start with this guy. But in the fact versus fiction, we got to talk about Fritz Duquesne, real dude, big game hunter, journalist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he has a few other things about him that history knows, but we're not going to say those now because they come up later. Let's just say people who know who Fritz Duquesne is when they read this book will not be surprised by certain things that happen later. But that's not now. That's not now. Let's get out of fact versus fiction and into our next favorite, location station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail.
Now, I'm going to have to make this bumper shorter, folks. I'm subjecting you all to this bumper over and over and over again. But these are the things we do. We got some stuff here. Haston, let's talk about Howland Island. Howland Island.
Where Amelia planned to land.
She planned to land, but never landed. And I wish I could say that this was an easy one to visit. This is just an island out in the middle of nowhere. But if you intrepid listeners do find a way out there is something erected on the site called Earhart Light. It was a lighthouse. It's a little worse for wear now, but there's still a few bricks left. And I'd say if you're a die-hard Amelia Earhart fan, you got to do something. You got to charter a plane. You do whatever it takes. Swim from somewhere. I don't know what you've got to do. Get yourself to Howland Island, which gets a nice little flashback mention here.
There's one location that you shouldn't visit. Well, I guess you can if you want to. So in this chapter, when Amelia is talking into her MFD and she gives the location of the Plus Ultra scrapyard, she says 40.5, 77 north, 74 west. And if you look at that actual location, it is a street corner with a park and a ton of apartment buildings today, like a big, tall housing project kind of thing. But it is an actual location that those coordinates do line up to an actual location on Coney Island.
Blowing my mind here. I mean, Coney Island, eminently visitable. There's something visitable for you. But the fact that they went to the trouble of putting in actual coordinates, fantastic. This is the level of detail we appreciate from our world building. From one island to another, we got to talk about 2 chapters in a row with art by Jonathan Case. We're lucky here, man. We got a nice action shot here of Amelia Earhart behind the yoke in a cockpit. And in the arc, this was in the middle of the chapter, but they moved it to the end for the final version, which I think is the right place. You want these little chapter arts to send you off into the next one. So yeah, this is our first really solid look at the Amelia Earhart of this book. And speaking of the advanced reader copy, we do have a few little extra things in the same way of Raw Twang, things they would later save for chapters down the line. We have right up front. Haston, would you like to read this little passage that Amelia and her introduction has in the arc that's not in the final version?
It was nice to know she had not been forgotten. It had been exactly 2 years to the day that Amelia Earhart was declared missing and likely deceased after her plane went down by accident over the Pacific. The truth was slightly more complicated. She and her crew had been shot down while testing one of Tesla's more esoteric theories regarding the potential for high-speed air travel. The attacker never found. The motive, a mystery. Even Plus Ultra had thought she was dead, with the sole exception of Tesla, who never stopped looking for her. Her year abroad, so to speak, was a more complicated story still, and one she herself did not like to dwell upon. Duquesne didn't even know the facts of the matter until last week, though it wasn't for a lack of trying. He was an intelligence man, after all. Her response, "I don't believe in angels, do you?" was originally framed as something she remembered from Tesla telling her when he pitched her his plan for the reveal.
Yeah, so you get a little bit extra on the whole Tesla Earhart dynamic in the advanced reader copy. And I will admit, a little bit of my shipping these two is probably based on the fact that I read the advanced reader copy first, and I just got it lodged into my head that there was this interesting friendship slash potentially something more intimate than that. Obviously, this is not the point of this book, but it's always fun to think about these things, especially when both halves of the ship are historical figures. Chapter 6, in which Rotwang receives a new commission somewhere off the coast of New York. In this chapter, here's what we get. Tortured by his Nazi masters for the attack by his creation, Rotwang considers his past history with Plus Ultra and his manipulation of Henry as he is cleaned and prepared to visit Herr Lohmann in his room-sized hyperbaric chamber. There, he reviews the information provided by Plus Ultra's mole, including a flyer for their presence at Worldcon, which is surely the rogue HS-1's target. Lohmann asks what Rotwang needs to deliver Plus Ultra, and he responds, "A radio tower. A tall radio tower." Now, this points to only one thing, of course. We've already talked about it, Haston. The Empire State Building, of course, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Absolutely.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Plus Ultra and the bad guys both love really tall radio towers. We get it, folks. It's all about radio towers. Another great little detail we get in here that obviously, going back to my love of Metropolis and Fritz Lang, this is where we learn that Fritz Lang was a Plus Ultra member. And we get a specific date. Rotwang joined in 1928. And the character in the movie was named after this very real, fictional in our story, but, the real character Rotwang in Metropolis named after this mad scientist, directly inspired because he collaborated with Fritz Lang and Plus Ultra during what they describe as the Great Robot Uprising of 1929. I think that's a whole nother book right there, Haston. I think we got before Tomorrowland about the Great Robot Uprising of 1929.
Yeah, their own Black Friday.
And we've got a few residual changes from the switch. When it went from Blofeld to Lohmann, originally, we learn a little bit about this backstory between Rotwang and Henry, the consciousness being put into the HS-1. Rotwang was making him believe that Plus Ultra's ultimate goal was to turn all mankind into mechanical animals. In the final version, Rotwang tells Henry that they forced him to do the experiment just to see what happens as careless futurists obsessed with speed, ease, power, and efficiency, which is honestly perhaps a little bit of an easier lie to believe based on what we know of Plus Ultra. I like that there's maybe some authenticity to the complaint. It gives a slightly better motivation for Henry if what he believes, even if it is ultimately a lie of manipulation on Rotwang's part, it kind of does ring a little bit true with what Plus Ultra is up to. In both of these versions, Rotwang says that one day they will take their revenge on Plus Ultra. But in the final book, we actually get a little additional information that describes this later period of training. So after they've run away from Plus Ultra, underneath Lohmann, to sort of characterize the villain of Lohmann, who forced Rotwang to keep Henry constantly active. So no downtime, no rest time, even if Rotwang is flagging that this might make this guy snap. And ultimately, Henry does snap. And so this was an early indicator of, look, there's dissent between these Nazis. Just as there is internal debate in Plus Ultra, there's internal debate among these crazy Nazis that want to live forever. Oh, these villains. Like David Nix himself, always wanting to live forever. Oh, there was another little linguistic hiccup that I enjoyed, a little change from the advanced reader copy to the final, and a humanizing one that I appreciated. when these pieces refer to the HS1, originally they were saying it, but in the final version, from Watchwang's perspective, they now say he. So I like that some of these changes were about making their connection a little bit more authentic, not necessarily all just arch villain, but actually having some kind of relationship between the two, even if it is based on lies. I think that's a much better writing choice across the board.
I liked this concept of Cartesianism. Well, I didn't like it. That's clearly why he went crazy. But this belief that the mind and body are separate but connected and not wholly integrated. The idea that he became obsessed with this radical Cartesianism.
The mind-body problem, it wouldn't be good sci-fi unless we were calling up some of the great thought experiments through history. And, this is a young adult book, but we're name-dropping Rene Descartes right in there. That's the Jeff Jensen, Jonathan Case way. We're bringing it to you. Philosophy of the mind, philosophy of the body, folks. That's why we love Before Tomorrowland. A little less heavy is Chapter 7, in which a comic book is read and geeks fight. Straight to the point, the chapter heading tells you exactly what's in here. We're back at Worldcon. Lee can't stop thinking about his strange interaction with the Faustus unit until he overhears his mom's portfolio reviewer suggesting she needs to use a male pseudonym for her artistic work. Lee unloads on the guy to Clara's dismay. She wanted a job and this kid was getting in her way. She begins to not feel well. I can't blame her. And on their way out of the hall, they find themselves in the middle of a big fandom debate. The escalation of the version we were introduced to with the pamphlets in the previous chapter. Now, Clara attempts to stand up and play mediator here. A house divided cannot stand. She invokes the solidarity. The science fiction fans, look, people hate geeks enough. We at least need to band together. But the minute she stops talking, they all go back to fighting anyway. She doesn't gain any traction among the warring factions. And then they step out onto the sidewalk, and Lee finds Clara collapsed on the floor. This is a good cliffhanger because if your one job is taking care of your sick mom in New York and you let her collapse on the floor, Lee is not crushing it. That's all I got to say. Lee is not crushing it. Haston, what do you got for Chapter 7?
Love the detail. I mean, there's so much personal, I think, experience that you can tell that Jeff Jensen had with this, from the first chapter about what his wife was going through at that time and the very specific description of how Lee was taking care of her, to this idea that she was so friendly in public and yet she wouldn't tell some random soul about her cancer. Like, it felt very personal to me reading this, of like, oh, this is Jeff's experience too, like out here on the page. And so it just gives it a really, really, that to me gave it a really big kind of personal note. I love Lee reading the comic book and kind of browsing through it and then being like, it feels like propaganda, like, secret society pulling the strings,
It's understandable, man. The ways of Plus Ultra are mysterious. They are looking for a particular type of recruit, perhaps a little bit different in this era than they were later in time, but still in the same general vein there. I do love all those details. One thing we forgot to talk about previously, obviously, the comic book is a very central thing throughout all of these chapters. They went ahead and described the answer to a question that we had when we were just talking about the comic book on its own, which is, what are these glasses made out of? And they literally, they say they're made out of bamboo, or at least they feel like they could be bamboo. Obviously, Plus Ultra is probably using some ultra thin, futuristic, disposable aluminum, whatever, I don't know. But he says that they feel like bamboo glasses. So I did love that little tactile detail, especially because these glasses are going to continue to play such a key role.
I also loved the area where where they're talking about her name and there's like, this is cute, but again, do you have something more wasteland scene, more dystopia, more drama, like totally playing into that whole, like, even at this time, that was becoming a popular part of science fiction, not just necessarily this sort of optimistic future. And hence the argument and the debate that I love being described as the dapper geeks on the stairway yelling at each other. Like, you could just envision it.
I also wonder, and if we ever get a chance to sit down with Jonathan Case and ask him about this, you're talking about the personal details that Jeff is adding. I also am getting the sense that Jonathan, as an artist, is probably injecting a lot of personal memories of portfolio reviews at conventions and the type of comments that you get from editors showing your work to someone. And it's just this very vulnerable, awkward moment in the middle of a busy convention hall. I would be willing to bet a lot of those details are coming from Jonathan Case. And it all just plays so authentically. As someone who's been to a lot of conventions, this feels really authentic. And I like that they're injecting some of the modern sense of what a convention is into the original Worldcon, because it obviously had some of those aspects, but you want authors to use their personal experiences when they make these things feel more real. And I just love all those details. I love how they're depicted here.
Which some of those details takes us into fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data, facts. Good luck.
Let's go double bumper. Fact versus fiction and location station at the same time.
The
How
hover
would you
rail will
convince
be
them?
arriving
Data,
in 1
facts.
minute. The hover rail.
Good luck.
The Futurians being banned from Worldcon. Absolutely a real thing. There absolutely were these pamphlets being passed around, this internal debate. The way that they described the Futurians in the book, absolutely accurate to what they were. You have some of these fan testimonies that you can read online about being there and what kind of the mood was like. And no one could agree on anything. The fact that this all really was going on at this time and all of these historical events really did kind of coexist, it makes absolutely obvious why this story is set when it is, because this is the perfect answer to the question, why are we not envisioning the future? No one can agree on what the future looks like, even on the fan level, not even what the fake fiction future should look like. Getting back into that location station vibe, we knew that they were staying at a hotel in the previous chapter, but this chapter gives us the actual name of it. They say we need to get back to Sloane House. You look up Sloane House. Yeah, Sloane House. The William Sloane House was a YMCA. This was somewhere cheap that travelers could stay. This is a real thing. It's not a YMCA anymore, I don't think, but this was real.
Yeah, it's now apartments that are managed. 356 West 34th Street.
Just go take a look. Don't bother any of the current residents. But if you do, tell them it's because of Before Tomorrowland. Maybe they'll buy a copy. We can get this thing charting on Amazon. One thing I'd like to say, in some of these chapters, you'll notice there are absolutely zero changes from the advanced reader copy. And those ones tend to be the Worldcon Clara Lee stuff.
I walked right by this building multiple times a couple of weeks ago and had no idea, because it's right there near Madison Square Garden, near the Hudson River Tunnel. And yeah, I walked by it multiple times a couple weeks ago. No idea. Awesome.
The world of tomorrow is always hiding beneath your feet, Haston.
It's true.
And we'll learn a little bit more about that in Chapter 8, in which Henry Stevens ventures into enemy territory, New York City. Now, Haston, this is the biggest chapter we're covering here, so I'm going to do my best to attempt to summarize this as quickly as humanly possible, but this is a big chapter. We go through a lot of stuff, so strap in, folks. I'll give us our summary, and then we'll dive in and discuss our favorite little aspects of it. Henry has a nightmare about first waking up in his new mechanical body, then of Rotwang and his lies about Plus Ultra. Then he remembers flying with Amelia when he was 14. He asks her about Tomorrowland, revealing that the name for the other dimension was his idea. He remembers being on the run with Rotwang, who tells him that this consciousness holding uranium in his core could also be activated as a weapon. On their secret atoll where they're hiding, Rotwang and Henry are responsible for shooting down Amelia's plane in order to attain the processing power of a robot on board. Now, in a New York City tenement, Henry charges his body and remembers the day Rotwang's true intentions were revealed to him and the horror of his fate to be memory wiped so that Loman can take over his body. Oh, I would run away too if I found out all this nonsense. He searches Plus Ultra's real estate holdings to find that they own Worldcon's host location, Caravan Hall. He attempts to use his robot nose to scan for Plus Ultra leader's signature BO. I'm going to pause right here. I described it this way, but I want people to know I'm not making this up. There is a patches in this book that describes the internal Terminator-like process of Henry scanning for the body odor of Plus Ultra's leaders. This is nuts. This is the stuff we love with this. Moving on. In that process of looking, he happens upon an alleyway argument between a Faustus unit and a Plus Ultra agent named Purvis, who is incensed that only 4 people had been recruited rather than the hundreds that they wanted for this big dress rehearsal in a few days. Inside Worldcon, Henry overhears an argument about the Plus Ultra glasses between Forey Ackerman and Ray Bradbury. Forey claims that he heard Orson Welles' narration as he looked through the glasses. Henry decides to impersonate a Plus Ultra officer and confiscates the comic and glasses. But when they're touched by a hand other than the assigned recruit, it bursts into flames, seemingly giving Bradbury the idea for Fahrenheit 451. Henry then spots Lee helping Clara into a cab from the sidewalk and begins to follow them to their hotel. Another cliffhanger. That's what I love when I turn these chapters and go from different perspectives. There's a lot in this one, Hasten. This one is chock full of awesome, awesome stuff.
I love the visual of the scene of all of them like about to go on this tour with their, with the comic book that they've been handed with their glasses. And then he comes in and he says, no, we're not doing this instead. And I also loved the, obviously you have Hugo Gerns back in that group, who we find out is an honorary member of Plus Ultra for working on his amazing stories.
Oh, no. Hasten, it's burning in my hand.
And then I love this little detail about, Henry had been one of those innocents dreaming of Mars and the moon on the carpeted floor of his mother's house in Los Angeles long before his dreams crumbled. Plus Ultra Vision had crumbled too. And this idea of this seemingly genre that Plus Ultra created to like activate these science fiction fans was now turning into and I love this description, this mere escapist pulp with sex, violence, and retrograde values, supported by a subculture of competing enthusiasts obsessed with ridiculous, meaningless details. I mean, just
beautiful.
The mere lens of where I feel like we are at now, even considering that this book was written 10 years ago. And we were not, I think, at the sci-fi discourse 10 years ago where we are today. It's like, this just feels like exactly holding up a mirror to like what today's sci-fi is like massively facing. And so just what a great detail and how it's written and just, what you could connect with.
No, you're absolutely right. It's beautifully done. It's beautifully represented, and it feels so authentic to the experience of being a fan, existing in it. And these things are a tale as old as time. You're so right. But let's go ahead and adopt some of those baser qualities of fandom and get into the minutia. They're fighting about details. We're not going to fight about details. We're going to celebrate some details in fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
All right. It doesn't get much more basic than this, Hasten. The Terminator display on Henry's thing says it's 89 degrees. That's hot. It's hot in New York City. And it was hot in New York City. Was it that hot? It was almost that hot. The posted high on July 2nd, 1939 was 82 degrees.
Something I've learned from the city being there multiple times is that when you're walking those streets, it feels way hotter than it is. And this is true in both winter and summer. So maybe his early Plus Ultra internal temperature detection said it was 89 degrees.
Right. It's like how on our phones now, it'll say feels like. It'd say it's 82, but it feels like 89. That's exactly what it is. I think you're completely right about that. You already talked about Hugo Gernsback, real dude, amazing stories editor, honorary Plus Ultra member, fantastic. So glad that he's represented here. We got another real person, though, and this one is pulled right out of the schedule because we have the full schedule for Worldcon 1. William S. Sikora, he did give a presentation at Worldcon, just like they mentioned in this chapter, on this correct day during the afternoon session, which is listed as being 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. The other thing that happens in that programming block, not mentioned in the book, but tying directly into stuff we've already talked about, there was a screening of Metropolis during Worldcon during the same programming block. So it all, even if it's not mentioned in the book, all this stuff ties together. It's fantastic. I would be remiss not to mention Forey Ackerman and Myrtle Douglas. Forey Ackerman is 100% the origin of modern fandom and sort of what we think of as fandom through the magazines that he did. Absolute legend in that space. And he did, in fact, wear a costume in the way described in the book. And we actually do have a picture of it. You can go look up a picture of Forey Ackerman and Myrtle Douglas in costume at the first World Con.
One of my favorite details in this chapter is Faustus is talking to the leader about recruiting and whatever happens. And on his MFD, it was the person, replying to the Faustus robot from Plus Ultra saying, it was supposed to be hundreds of people. We prepped this crap for months, years, if you count all the seed material. And what do we have? 5? No, what'd you say? 4 civilians for a $20 billion dress rehearsal happening in 2 days? It's insane. And I love this idea of this duality of Plus Ultra's recruiting is also so small and so fixed. And we see this in the film, right? And one box of pins that Athena has somehow takes 50 years or however long it is to roll out.
1939, 1964, 1984, 3 attempts to roll this out over time.
Even from 1984 to, let's say, 2014, it's like she hands out like half a dozen to a dozen pins that fit in that box. Clearly, the recruiting concept that they keep trying doesn't work. So I love this call out of they've got all these comics, they've got all these things that they've made, they've got all these plans. They're at the first convention, and yet the Faustus robot could only really find 4 to 5 people that they feel are actually worthy of being recruited, and Lee is one of them.
The imagery in that chapter of all the boxes of leftover comics being consumed in the fire, and then just this snake of ash left behind. Amazing imagery, unique. You could actually absolutely picture it in your mind's eye. And you bring up an interesting point, Haston, that we often don't talk about the film aspect of Casey. Why is Casey sort of remarkable in the movie? By the time of the 2014 that exists in the fiction of Tomorrowland, why does that percentage change behind her when she talks to Frank? We forget about this. We think it's just our world. It is a fictional version of our world. And in this fictional version of our world, she's literally the last person left who is capable of believing that averting apocalypse is possible. Obviously, in the real world, there's probably many people who do. But in this version of the fiction, statistically speaking, she is the last one. And they happened to find each other, and that finding of each other brought it together. So it's totally on track with what you're saying here. They planned for hundreds, and they found 4. Now, if they had tried a little longer, they probably could have found a few more, but still, it speaks to the predicament of the world of this fiction.
And I love this. We get this backstory about Henry, too, where Plus Ultra programmed its Faustus robots with specific criteria to determine worthy candidates, generally from groups of engineers, mechanics, and physics. Almost 10 years ago, one, a Faustus robot, had interviewed Henry and determined him fit to serve. He had been an 11-year-old boy. That was unprecedented at the time, and it had outraged many of the senior leadership. Every day, Henry had wished their dissent had prevailed. So this idea of, at that time, it's like, no kid. We don't want kids. Kids shouldn't be able to qualify for this and whatever else. We flash forward 30 years later, and like,
yep,
they're recruiting what feels like, nothing but kids and mixed people and whatever else. So I love, again, that sort of like, you get that sort of preview of no, it was ridiculous in 39 to recruit kids. And then it's like, no, they recruited Frank at a very young age from the fair.
You're right. That's a total other pre-echo leading into the film of just like the change in mentality almost. Not to say, look, I mean, Nix, come on. He's also representing some of the qualities here that we have reflected in the villains and maybe even the rot within Plus Ultra. It's just nice to see these ideas being laid down so early.
During the Sikora presentation, the William Sikora presentation, I love this. Henry is standing there watching this presentation, and he says, whether we believe in science fiction as existing purely for entertainment or not, let us not permit ourselves to be labeled as save the world crackpots, and let us take the messages of the authors of science fiction working together hand in hand with the progressive new fandom strive to make the fantasies of science fiction become reality. And I love Henry's plus ultra propaganda, thought Henry. He had no file on Sikora. Just another deluded fan who bought plus ultra's lies. Another dreamer seduced by the idea of a technological wonderland, a crackpot. And boy, did that feel like our experience, at least for me, felt like our experience, like right after like New York Comic Con. We're all set. We've had our big presentation. We're ready for the next version of this, amazing technological story to come to us before the film, and it never happens. And it's like, I felt like a crackpot in that moment, and so yet another fun thing that sort of reflects the book on personal feelings with this movie and being a fan of it and what we experienced 10 years ago in New York.
Henry's internal monologue that you just read there, very much the 1939 equivalent of when people call us shills.
Yeah, 100%.
Chapter 8, chock full of great stuff. So many wonderful details, so many resonances with both ourselves and the film. And honestly, Haston, this has been such a blast. We're now in the final chapter, chapter 9, in which the evil Dr. Rotwang meets the Mole Man.
The day is almost over.
The day is almost over. Mouth of the Hudson River. Here's what we cover in this short chapter. Rotwang and Lohman emerge from their submarine, the Denkelstar, beautiful name for a submarine, with boats waiting to take them ashore, courtesy of their plus ultra mole, who is revealed to be Duquesne. Shock of shocks, unless you know anything about the real Duquesne. I can't believe it's Duquesne. Now, when they're en route to the Empire State Building, Duquesne divulges Plus Ultra's 4th of July plans to the Nazis. And once they're up on the observation deck at the Empire State Building, they hack into the antenna to wirelessly access Henry's point-of-view camera just as he enters Worldcon. So ending out not just Chapter 9, but ending out Part 1, the Nazis know where Henry is. And as readers who are aware of the story, the Nazis are going to know where Lee and Clara are. So all of these separate point of view stories are converging as we head from Part 1 into Part 2. Haston, this is exciting stuff. A wonderful cliffhanger. Duquesne, the mole, my mind is blown. Unless you know a little bit about Duquesne in real life, but we'll get to that. What'd you think of Chapter 9?
So much more great things in here. I mean, like I said, obviously, after just coming from the Empire State Building and getting this view, it's like, what? Because I didn't even, it's been a few years since I've read the book, and I didn't even remember that there's this whole chapter that takes place there. And I just had the I was just there. I'm so glad I took these pictures moment. There's so many great quotes in this book. When they're talking with Duquesne, when Duquesne is talking with Rotwang about just what Plus Ultra is and what it's become and what they've done, there's a ton of great references to things. First of all, there's a reference when Duquesne talks about radio programs, magazines, books, a traveling exhibit, right? We've seen all those things before. Orson even got Disney to make a cartoon for them. It's all set out to roll out immediately pending the results of the dress rehearsal. Well, here we are, obviously that's coming, but I love the idea of there was a 39 version of the same cartoon that, of the same Plus Ultra cartoon that we saw in 64.
Or is it the same cartoon?
Actually, yeah, it could be the same cartoon. I never really thought about it that way. Yeah.
All Orson says at the end is, at a World's Fair, just like this one.
A World's Fair, just like this one.
Yeah, good point. Good point. That could have been the 39 film. That's great. The second thing that I love is Rotwang is describing to Duquesne. He's like, they'll never go through with it, meaning Plus Ultra. They'll find some excuse. Either that or bureaucracy will choke their idealism, as always. Not anymore, says Duquesne. Something more powerful now rules the day with Plus Ultra. Rotwang, what's that? And Duquesne, capitalism. Blowing smoke, trying to make the word sound filthy. The money men are itching for some yield. They have a whole business plan from toys to tourism, airports, hotels, convention centers, and my favorite line in this, a permanent World's Fair. Make people buy tickets to explore paradise and watch the smartest men in the world invent the future for them. I loved this like semi slam on Epcot Center and just like what the Walt Disney Company became and, continues to be and marches through forward. But I loved that. I loved that call out of a permanent World's Fair and just kind of, what the company became. If you think about it in the lore of Plus Ultra of, oh, it still happened. It just didn't happen in Tomorrowland. It happened here.
The best Disney stories across film and books all have some kind of subtextual dig at the Walt Disney Company. We're talking Gore Verbinski's Pirates trilogy. We're talking Tim Burton's Dumbo, which you invoked in a previous episode. Just these little digs
Yeah.
at certain parts of Disney history, and you're totally right. This is a juicy, delicious chapter from Duquesne right here that goes into all the things that we recognize from our real world fandom transposed into this fictional secret society of geniuses. Beautiful. I was snapping the whole way through. Couldn't agree more. One other little echo that I enjoyed particularly here is when we're getting into Rotwang's head and we're seeing the conclusions that he came to about humanity. And we're realizing that, these ideas of humanity doesn't want to be saved. Plus Ultra wants to save humanity, but humanity doesn't even want to be saved. So why are we even trying? Those are the exact same conclusions that Nyx comes to in the film. So giving a different villain the same kind of ideology that will be evolved in a different way. I just love that idea because we don't actually get that much of that in the movie. So to have a book where you can say, here's a different version of that and how it can evolve over time from within Plus Ultra. Duquesne is a Plus Ultra member. Duquesne is also a couple of other things which we're going to talk about now when we get into fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data, facts. Good luck.
So Duquesne, we alluded to it before. He was all those things. What else was he in the real world? Well, he had a spy ring, but was that spy ring for the US? Sadly, no, it was a spy ring for the Nazis. So they found the safest possible historical figure that they could reveal was the mole for Plus Ultra to the Nazis. That darn Duquesne and his little twirly mustache. I just love that. I love this little detail because originally, I'm assuming the first time I read this book, I didn't even look it up. I assumed he was a fake character.
Yeah, I had never heard of Duquesne before this book either.
Glad we can spread the word and make a few more Nazis infamous in their death. It's a great time in 2025 for punching Nazis. And if we can really send folks off with a vision of what's prescient about this book, it's it's those darn Nazis always ruining everything. We used to all be able to agree about that. And I never thought that the villains of Before Tomorrowland would still be relevant in 2025, but life proves to be a surprising landscape at all times, doesn't it? Before we wrap up this whole part one, anything else on chapter 9, Haston?
Well, we've got one more location station.
The hover rail will be arriving.
You already locationed that station. It's all your great photos from the Empire State Building.
Highly recommend it. Honestly, they've got a great experience if you get there. It's very well done from a tourism perspective. Maybe one of my favorite, I've done a lot of observation things. Just there's a whole history section with these wraparound, fully kind of, for lack of a better term, immersive walls where you can see it getting constructed around you and take pictures and whatever else. It's just really, really clever, really well done. Highly recommended when you're in New York. Fairly cheap, fairly inexpensive too. And you can go see where you can go all the way to the top and see where they found Henry and his signal.
Just fair listeners, be well behaved up there and don't hack into the antenna because that's what Nazis do. Nazis hack antennas. Go up there and be a good tourist. The most you can do is leave a little Plus Ultra pin for someone to find later. That's the nice thing to do. Litter. Always litter, as long as it's a Plus Ultra pin. So looking back at the whole group of chapters, 9 chapters in part 1, what are some key takeaways? What are our favorite things? What are our favorite characters? I found myself really endeared to Clara. I really found myself relating to Clara, her attitude, her rededication to being optimistic and to, even in her illness, find productive work for herself as an artist, and that willingness to be herself no matter what. I always need a little injection of that Clara energy in my life. Yes, I love all the political intrigue. I love all the spy stuff. I love all the moles and the betrayals. And Lord knows I love a little arcane plus ultra world building. But when it gets down to it, my favorite thing about the legacy of this book, especially personified in part 1, chapters 1 through 9, it's those brackets. It's that relationship. It always gets down to a relationship, whether it's Lee and Clara, Frank and Casey, or in that middle chapter, The Optimist, Amelia and her mother. There's always this relationship that is somewhat strained that needs to be reunified, some broken relationship that needs to be brought together among this landscape of futuristic thematics. It's always about the humanity. Part 1, Haston, what did you walk away with from part 1?
I mean, I think for me, it's a lot of, feeling really bad for Henry and what he went through. Here you've got this kid that, in the prelude is just, he's excited for what his dad is working on. He's excited to become a part of this, a bit like Frank. And now he's trapped in it, figuratively, literally out for revenge because of what their technology and their, sort of, situation believed in, and how he was deceived by Rotwang and whatever else. It's hard. The whole time I'm following his memories and reading him and everything else, it's just hard not to see that sort of like disillusioned with the future adult that like sometimes I even find, myself sort of in this state of, especially now compared to 10 years ago when I first read it, and like what has happened societally, what has happened with, technology, and just, the trajectory that technology has gone on over the last 10 years. I mean, even just, the way that we met and what the Optimist did to bring us together from a technology perspective. I look at it now and I go, this would have been impossible. Disney could not pull off the Optimist today. I've said that many times on this podcast before. But I think what's hard is that I see my sort of brain with this, like, Henry style thing of, I kind of hate that I was introduced to, in some minor way, no offense, Nick, and no offense to our listeners, but it's like, it's frustrating that this element was ever introduced to me in the beginning, because I am constantly sinking that high that will never come again. And there's a bit of a trapped feeling, and there's a bit of a stuck feeling and whatever else. And so, when Henry is like physically stuck in this HS1 body, and he just wants to like, rage and say, you promised me the future and you gave me this, and I feel trapped and I feel deceived and I feel, angry. It's like, I can fully relate with that at sometimes about the trajectory of, what we got to experience, not to make this about the parks, but what the parks were and what they've become, and the costs, and, the nods to things, and just how, there was a vision of the future. I saw it. I got to touch the pin. I got to sit in that chair, and I got to experience that thing. And now it's kind of gone. And I don't mean this specific thing. I mean that vision of their future is gone. And so I can't help but feel, just as outraged.
I'm with you, and I'm so glad you brought up the Henry aspect. I think the most we can say to ourselves with our real world connections with that is, ultimately it always is. It's a cliche, but it's better to have loved and lost to than never to have loved at all. And I'm with you, though. I'm so glad you brought this up, because there is a lot of personal connection there. The writing of those Henry passages is so heartfelt. They went such a long way to humanize the predicament of this. This could have just been some vengeful robot that they needed to stir up drama, but they really made it this personal story, and you understand the dynamic between him and Plus Ultra, and between him and Rotwang, and him and Amelia, and you get this look through his eyes that's so revelatory and so interesting. And certainly I can personally relate. I think any of us who had an early growth spurt know what it's like to feel like a child's mind stuck in an adult body. and people treat you like an adult, even though you feel like you're still a kid, and you feel like you never really got to have the childhood that you wanted to, because as early as 12, 13, 14, you look like a full-grown adult. You're the height of a full-grown adult. I went to high school and the janitors mistook me for a substitute teacher. Yeah, like there's these elements of that dynamic that aren't just science fictional. It's symbolic of any kind of mind-body dissonance that occurs within our own lives, and they are many, even if it's not literally the Cartesian belief that they are separate, because everything really is connected. We know that now. But yeah, it's rich stuff, and it's really interesting to have so many layers to dig into what is ostensibly a young adult novel that's supposed to just tie into this movie. It's this tie-in book, but we've got all of these layers. And I would love to hear all the layers that we didn't even think of that were peeled back by our listeners. So if folks want to get in touch and tell us their favorite pieces from part one, where should they send them, Haston?
You know where to drop us a line. So we're on Blue Sky now, or we're on Instagram, or you can send us an email at press@tomorrowlandtimes.com. That's PRESS @tomorrowlandtimes.com. And now it's time to dive into part 2, chapters 10 through 20.
That's right. The middle chunk of the book in a 3-act story. I sense even before we had read this, we knew part 2, we're going to be getting into the dark night of the soul. And indeed, we waste no time carrying over directly. Part 2, July 3rd, 1939. Day 1 was part 1. Part 2 is day 2. This is a truncated story, lots of points of view. Where are we beginning? We're beginning with chapter 10, in which Clara is illuminated and Lee is not. Sloane House, New York City. Lee looks after his mother as she sleeps in their room at Sloane House. He remembers the day he learned about her cancer diagnosis. We learn that his father hit the road partway through her first round of treatment in an attempt to cover the mounting medical bills. Downstairs in the cafeteria, as Lee gets coffee and breakfast for himself and his mother, he spots a muscular man rigidly reading a newspaper who he assumes must be military. On his way back to the room, he hears his mother scream. Inside, he finds Clara staring out the window through the glasses she had been given by the Faustus unit. She describes visions of a futuristic cityscape over the post office across the street. She convinces Lee to take a look through the glasses, but he sees nothing. Clara grabs a frock and storms out of the room, determined to see more, as I'm sure all of us would, Haston, if we had been seeing what she was seeing. This is a great little intro, carries us over from the last one, and by gum, don't we wish we all had a little pair of futuristic bamboo glasses here.
I found the part with his caregiver's journal really interesting, and you could really tell there was a lot of personal things that got pulled through. Also, too, I love how he was just ready to bail on the whole thing. Once she started hallucinating because of her condition, he's like, we'll change tickets at Penn Station after breakfast. He was ready to get out of there.
There are actually some interesting real things going on in here. And so right out the gate, chapter 10, first chapter we're covering this episode, we're pulling into the location station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail.
Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. All right, so we've already covered the Sloane House YMCA that they were staying at. But we actually do get a little bit of a landmark here, which is she looks out the window and says she sees this futuristic cityscape on top of the post office across the street. And if you go look at the old postcards from that era, you can see the layout and what is now the James A. Farley building right across from Penn Station and all that was originally a post office. And so you do have contemporary literature from 1939 that directly shows that across that street that they were staying at was a post office. So the authors, as always, continue to show the results of their historical research, which is paying off absolutely. And not a terrible building to go and visit. It's a multi-purpose thing now, but the outside, it's just a very imposing edifice. So definitely worth taking a look while you're making your stop at the Sloane House. Check across the street and say, what would it look like if there was just this futuristic cityscape on top of it?
Sidebar. So when he's going through this whole process of trying to take care of his mother before she looks out and right before she looks out and sees this beautiful redone post office is this huge tower. I love the description with the pneumatic tubes coming out of it and everything else. I love that there's this moment where he says his mother's not feeling well And then the clerk goes, "Your mother?" And he goes, "Oh no, did I say my mother? That's embarrassing. I met my wife."
Which we had at the beginning when they checked in, and now it's just being reinforced again that there is this moment of drama of I am being asked to take on more responsibility than a son usually is. And it's just a literalization of he's being put in the husband role as the son. And I think this is a frustration that many young men can relate to, and young women as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
The funny thing is, we're now getting into this period of the book for the next 5 or so chapters where the preview from New York Comic Con actually encompassed the part of the story. So we not only have the final version of the book and the advanced reader copy, we also have a very, very early version of the text from New York Comic Con. And as we go on, we'll call out when there are vast differences there. This chapter was not vastly different, but it was just a lot of more of the language built out, a lot more of those descriptions, a lot more of the internality. I don't know how much of a first draft it was in those preview pages, but it was definitely an evolution over the 3 to get to this point where you have that internal view into what Lee is going through. And that really informs sort of how each chapter gives you a window into the mindset of the particular character of that chapter. Because as we'll see, particularly in this second part, from chapter to chapter, a lot more of these throws are not, wow, way over there. It's continuous action that in another book might be a single chapter, but because we're throwing from perspective to perspective, we're switching chapters just to say, we're going to see this part of the scene from this person's point of view and that part of the scene from another person's point of view. Now, that being said, I've set that up, but the next chapter 11 here is actually a throw to something else, which is Amelia Earhart. And so how can we complain? Chapter 11, in which Amelia Earhart delivers bad news. Amelia wire transfers into the basement of Einstein's beach house on Long Island after having interviewed the Watts' young captain about the attack on the civilian vessel that rescued him. No closer to answers on who was attacking Plus Ultra, she knew it was her duty to protect its most senior members. She interrupts an argument between Einstein and his fellow Plus Ultra member, Leo Szilard, regarding the escalation of nuclear weapons. We learn that Plus Ultra had developed the atom bomb as a means to open its dimensional rifts 31 years earlier, but their charter prohibited the weaponization of technologies. Szilard suspects Rotwang is behind the attacks. Amelia remembers the name, disgusted at the thought of him. He was the head of their robotics committee. He had exploited a dying boy as a test subject. She had found Henry's charred body after Rotwang's experiment. Rotwang had vanished, evading 6 months of searching. Intelligence suspected he had gone to work for Lohmann. Szilard suggests they weaponize the bomb before the Nazis do. Einstein argues that Rotwang never had any interest in their atomic work. Amelia begins installing security equipment throughout the beach house. Einstein is offended that she brought a gun for him. He's also maddened by the idea of the reveal possibly being canceled. He won't be a part of lies any longer. He insists they convene an emergency meeting. They're interrupted by an MFD call from a Faustus unit informing Amelia that they have found whom you are seeking in the lobby of the hotel, and he's not alone. All right, things are starting to pick up here. And this is one that has a lot of both juicy character details, plus ultra lore, as well as real world history. What'd you think of chapter 11, Haston?
This is another chapter where I think when I read it originally and before the film came out, I did not realize how many references to things in the film were going to end up in this particular chapter, right? Like Amelia specifically searching for something cold and sweet to drink.
I'm dying. I'm dying.
Not dying.
I'm dying.
There's Coke in the fridge.
And desperate to throw up everything in her stomach at the same time.
Excuse me.
And we get the great lore that at that time, at least, they're just using telephone landlines for wire transfer instead of the satellite dishes that they were in the movie.
But maybe the television station has a real good hookup for their landline. You never know. There are a lot of wires coming out of that thing in the movie, that's for sure.
That's true.
The line that I love in here is when Amelia is trapped inside the wire transfer on the other side, and she goes through how the proper procedure is that it remains locked so that whoever you're transporting to has to open the door for you, and that's when she's kind of listening to their conversation. But while she's in there listening to the message of the automated system that says, please stand away from the chamber as contents may explode upon arrival, which is already great. Her mental response is, we are a crazy and silly people, which is maybe the most lighthearted way to interpret Plus Ultra at this point. But that was absolutely fun. A lot of other fun details in there too. What else jumped out for you?
Absolutely. So there's a quote from Einstein where he says, peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. Well, that was the catchphrase of both the two World's Fairs, was peace through understanding.
No, that's a good pull. I didn't even think about that. I honestly just assume at this point, knowing what we know about the research, that everything Einstein says is just a direct quote from Einstein. But of course, that's not true. These are fictionalized accounts of these people, but so much of their conversations and the internal debate is. And before we get back to some of the other details, let's use that as a launching point. Let's talk about fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
There's a lot more fact in here than I thought that there was.
Really?
Obviously, well, I mean, the basis of it was actually mentioned in a previous version of the text where it basically just said the reason Leo is there with Einstein is to convince him to write a letter to the president saying we need to build a bomb. You know, that's real. I knew that was real history. But the degree of it, like the specific choice of Leo as the person there. Yeah, no, Einstein did summer in Long Island in 1939. Like, there is a house, and Leo was there at this time. Like, this is where this historical event happened, and the debate that they're having internally with each other in the text of the book is exactly the sort of push and pull that led to the writing of that letter obviously at one of the heaviest times in U.S. history. This is the stuff of Oppenheimer we're talking about. Obviously, we don't get that far down the line with this, but through this fictionalization, there actually is a lot of real history.
And that is a real Einstein quote, by the way, the one I just said.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Look, the World's Fairs just totally ripped him off. Or he was a consultant. There's something else that's possible. I am going to give the most tentative of tentative entries now into the location station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute.
So the Einstein Beach House. Real place on West Cove Road, formerly Old Cove Road, on Nassau Point. It is a private residence, though, and it really isn't one of those ones that they even want people flying by, so we can't in good conscience say that you should go there. But if you're generally in the area, Nassau Point on Long Island, I do think that you can at least get in some of the sea air. And the sea air was something that was specifically mentioned because, Haston, I like that you called out that there are so many references to the film. Obviously, the biggest one is the wire transfer. But in one of the bigger changes from the earlier drafts, originally Amelia flew there. And we have this whole bit of business where she's getting off the plane, walking up the pier, going into the house. And we actually don't hear the argument between the two. We just know what they're there to talk about. So I like that in this version of it, not only do we get all the juicy stuff of the wire transfer and obviously her craving some delicious Coca-Cola.
Help yourself.
We get now the whole conversation that she's hearing while she waits for them to come out. We actually get a little taste of the ideological debate because, you know, in this version of things, it really seems like hardcore pacifist on the Einstein part, which is absolutely in line with real history. We also get a few other juicy little details that are just fun nerd stuff. The first one was she talks about the captain of the Watt that she interviews who had been rescued by a civilian vessel. And she calls him Cousteau. And so I think this is our implicit mention here that Jacques Cousteau was in Plus Ultra, another historical figure. Another interesting tidbit from one of the earlier drafts, the Watt was originally called the Electro. I assume they changed it because they didn't want it confused with the Spider-Man villain. But also that civilian ship that rescued the remaining crew on the Watt was originally another Plus Ultra ship called the USS Faraday. And the captain was not Jacques Cousteau. So we gained a little lore, lost a little lore.
Yeah.
Up in the, but I love this image of Plus Ultra having this fleet of boats. You know, all these different submarines and boats and different things like that. They have massive resources at their disposal. A couple of other small differences that evolved as things went on. In the final version of the book, she gives a real gun. She hands a real gun over. But in the original version, it was one of those EMP guns that Plus Ultra is so known for. There's another bit about the flashback which is in the final version, it's clear that she saw the dead body of Henry. And in the earlier versions, it seemed to be a lot more clear that the person coming after them, already they're on the trail that it might have been Henry. You know, the mystery wasn't quite as drawn out for them originally. So now we've got this thing where I like the plausible deniability of we have a specific flashback where she's like, the reason we as the audience know that she's not even yet putting two and two together is because look, she saw the kid's body. There would be no reason to assume this yet. She will figure this out in due time. Also, Einstein describes the reveal as a welcoming party, followed by a separate press conference on the 4th. That was one of the earlier ways that they phrased that. And they'll go back to that language later, but I always think it's interesting to see how the different members think about the plan of the reveal and what's about to happen. The other big change that gives us a glimpse, because this is the first chapter that was in that New York Comic Con preview, the call that she gets on her phone was not from a Faustus unit.
Oh, interesting.
It was from another agent called Scaleri. And there's no other mention of Scaleri anywhere. Was it just another agent that was cut? Was it another name for a different character? Kind of unclear. But yeah, it was not coming in from one of the robot units. And if we ever get a chance to talk to the authors again, we're going to add that one to the list. Who was Scaleri? It wasn't Peter Scaleri. He wasn't alive yet. We know that much. We also got a little bit more on the robot uprising. I love that they're giving us these little treats of the details of what the heck was this robot uprising that we heard about. It's revealed that the EMP weapons that they have now were explicitly created for that robot uprising.
That little bit of lore that we get to is Rotwang being the former member of Plus Ultra, the former co-chair of the robotics committee, and chairman of the Blue Sky unit.
Great pull. I mean, classic, obviously. They're trying to pepper in some of those Disney references here, a great WDI thing. Although, obviously, this is historical fiction. At this time, I don't know that it would have been called Blue Sky at WDI. But then again, Plus Ultra gets everything first. This is a running theme here. Plus Ultra gets everything first. Another little thematic touch that I really liked in this chapter, because we don't always get as many glimpses of the higher ranking members that we want to. We spend a lot of time with Amelia because she is relevant to the interpersonal drama that we have playing out. But I just love this little glimpse of Einstein saying, "My life is not more precious than anyone else's," which is going to be very much in contrast with some of the other historical Plus Ultra members we meet later. And I think it's to the core of what the debate around Plus Ultra is, because ultimately the mythology of Plus Ultra is a metaphor to a certain degree for classism, right? And it's the idea of, why did Plus Ultra fail originally? I think personally what the movie is trying to say is that it was these great men of history that kind of removed themselves, and that kind of elite separation that kept trying to reveal itself to the world, but as we're learning in this book, never did, was part of the problem. And so when you see the type of people that Frank and Casey recruit at the end of Tomorrowland, the movie, it's a very different looking clientele with very different jobs, all levels of the social strata. It's just the dreamers in all walks of life, not just the great men of history, not just this idea of the one great man doing one great thing. And so it's nice to have one of those higher ranking members sort of talking about that. Like, why are you coming to protect me? Why are you installing things? Why are you giving me this gun? I'm no more important than anyone else. And he's so offended at the idea that they're not going to do the reveal. You know, he's anxious about the idea. He's like, let's get out of the shadows. Come on, let's do the plan. And ultimately, it would take a lot longer for that ever to happen. But that's enough of talking about those elites specifically. Let's go back to the people on the ground, like we're saying, the lower class citizens that are our window here into the story. Chapter 12, in which Clara glimpses the sweet hereafter, New York City. Lee follows Clara out onto the sidewalk as she takes in the visions offered by the glasses. He wonders if this is what her final days will look like, him playing into her delusional fantasies. But then he hears a voice he recognizes issue from the small speaker grill on the glasses. Orson Welles. The voice guides them to look at certain locations transformed by the glasses. The Empire State Building was now Tesla Tower with a giant spherical cage of electricity on top. Lee was frustrated he could not see anything, and he tamps down his mother's excitement for the sake of focusing on her health and safety. They eat a quick dinner as Clara sketches the visions as they continue to the New Yorker, the final destination of the welcoming party indicated by Orson's narration. When they arrive, a bellhop greets the bespectacled Clara as a fellow visionary and instructs them to head up to room 3227. Before the elevator doors can shut, a meaty hand shoots in. It's Henry, impersonating a Plus Ultra escort for the rest of the tour. Oh no, he's got them in their clutches. What is going to happen? This was a fun little chapter, and the theme that generally emerged for me on this one was in regard to Lee and Clara. It was this idea that she was the dreamer. She was getting excited. She was getting invested, and he saw her spirit come alive. But then he, just by dint of being worried about her illness, starts to represent this idea of survival mode and bringing her back down to reality. And I think this is something we can all relate to. This is certainly something I feel in my life. You can get swept away in these flights of fancy, and the littlest indication of, oh, no, wait, you have to survive as a human person, not just for your physical safety, but your financial safety and the decisions you make that allow you to continue on, you can get swept out. So it's painting this dynamic of survival mode versus imagination. And to me, that's not just an interpersonal observation, that's also a social and political observation. Because I think the whole point of social welfare and having these safety nets for people is so that while we can never fully get people out of worrying about their survival, we can make sure that they're not constantly stressed and tied into a not being in survival mode. And when that happens, the imagination is born out of that. You need that. And certainly that's part of what Plus Ultra is looking for in this other dimension, to find this place where they can just have their imaginations run free. So I loved the way that just this little character moment spoke to some of the things that I think this story is talking about, and some of the progressive values that are represented in what the story is saying, even if Plus Ultra themselves doesn't always live up to them.
Yeah, and I loved his little clue to it being real was Orson Welles' voice through the glasses. And then he's like, oh, she's not crazy. And then he's kind of swept up with it as much as he can be.
And it brings into question levels of what is real. It's real in the sense that she's not imagining it, but then he has to move on to a secondary level of questioning, in which Orson Welles is the perfect historical figure to cast for this because of the War of the Worlds and the sort of myth around that. I don't know that as many people actually thought War of the Worlds was real, but the myth of Orson Welles is this idea of his drama was so convincing that it made people believe it was real. So now Lee is on the precipice of it, stepping into the next step, which is, okay, something is happening, but what is that thing? And what is the level of reality of that thing? Thank goodness it's not in my mother's head, but now let's move on.
I don't know if this is a nod to Brad Bird and his directorial history, but I love the Orson Welles, your task, should you choose to pursue it, is to walk through the city and observe the wonders of our technology and its potential applications. That for sure to me feels like a Mission Impossible reference.
Fantastic. Didn't catch that at all. You're totally right. I feel like that kind of has to be a Mission Impossible reference. Great pull. We're not just getting history. We're not just getting Disney references. We're not just getting theme park references. We're getting the Brad Bird references in here. And look, the man's name is on the cover. You got to respect the name being on the cover. We also have a great piece of art by Jonathan Case for this chapter. Not every chapter has one, but there's a great one here, which is depicting, Clara looking through the glasses, awe-stricken up, and we get to see what she sees. So in this sort of puff of swirling smoke around her, we see the vision of the glasses of this great futuristic cityscape and ships zooming around. And then you've got, Lee next to her kind of squinting, looking at the comic and wishing he could see. This is a great little illustration of the two of them.
I found it really funny that now 10 years later, that the only reference to floating sidewalks and things of the future that I could think of was Megalopolis.
There's a credits block that also has Brad Bird in it in the special thanks section. So, we're all swimming in the same interpretive pond, Megalopolis, interesting double feature with Tomorrowland that I encourage everyone to partake in, perhaps at the end of their book club. Now, the floor and the room number that they are going to, the one that we did almost a full episode talking about our mistaken wild goose chase with, we finally reached there in the book, and I'm happy to say that it's not taking us nowhere any longer, because it's taking us into Location Station.
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail.
This probably also could have been filed under Fact versus Fiction, but Tesla's infamous room that currently still has a plaque in it, in the real world was room 3327, and this location in the book for the Plus Ultra showroom is 3227. So you can either imply that they didn't want to tell you the real room that has the Plus Ultra history, Or we can just say it's all in fiction. We can get our no prize for having a headcanon that Tesla's room is on top.
Tesla designed the antenna to observe every kind of frequency out there, subspace, transdimensional, you name it. And they found exactly what they were looking for. And then Edison tried to take credit for it because these two hate each other
Frank.
because of alternating.
Stay on topic.
Only a few changes from the earlier versions on this. When they're describing Tesla Tower with the big cage on top. Because they've already mentioned Wardenclyffe earlier in the book, they don't need to mention it here. But in the earlier text, Clara just calls back to it. You know, just like in the picture in the Viewmaster that she got. She makes the direct correlation. It's twice as tall as the existing Empire State Building, and it looks like Wardenclyffe on the top. What's interesting is in both the New York preview and in the advanced reader copy, they take the bus to the New Yorker. But in the final version, they walk. And I'm going to assume the reason for this is because they looked at a map and realized no reasonable human person would get on a bus to go this short of a distance.
Correct. And also, I also think too that it's like, well, you had that great scene earlier with them riding the bus down the Avenue of the Americas. And so, you know, it's like, well, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that again. Plus, it's like she's supposed to be, you know, walking around with these glasses and like, you know, seeing the future.
And they get into the New Yorker. They get in there. They're excited. They're heading up. The meaty hand stops the door. And this is another one where we're going to just have continuous action from one chapter to the next, but we're switching perspectives. The next chapter is Henry's chapter, and that's chapter 13, in which Henry hears more broken promises. The New Yorker Hotel. In the elevator, Henry asks to confirm their comic book. Lee flips through the pages, and Henry scans them, shocked by the contents. Tomorrowland was real. He'd suspected as a boy, but Plus Ultra lied to him, and now they were willing to reveal everything to the world. Whatever their reason for doing so, there must be an ulterior motive, and he had to stop it. Clara assumes Henry is a hired actor and breaks the fiction by asking how he auditioned. Must be a New York stage actor, right? She shows him her sketchbook with her own imaginative ideas for how to improve the vision shown in the glasses. If he was real Plus Ultra, this would be a pretty bold move for her. Now they reach the designated room, and inside they find Plus Ultra's showroom of the future, filled with kiosks that reminded Henry of his childhood visit to the Santa Monica Pier. A recording of Orson Welles greets them and instructs them to check the guest book at the next quarter of the hour to learn their next destination, with the promise of meeting the father of Plus Ultra, Tesla himself. A dedicated screen announces the reveal and teases the otherworldly energy source that powers their efforts, the grid.
The grid.
With not a digital frontier,
a digital frontier,
but the power to warp time and space and send man into a land they call
the new
frontier. Not a digital frontier.
A digital frontier.
The new frontier. The grid would be Henry's target. After Clara finds a virtual baseball game she thinks Lee would love, she finds her son staring at a presentation on future medicine with the promise of curing mankind's ailments. They both look at each other with tears in their eyes, their affection triggering the miserable Henry. Now, that ends us on chapter 13. So many great little details in here, and don't we all wish we could visit this showroom? I mean, come on.
Yes. I mean, it was the first thing, it was one of those cases where it was the first thing of like, oh man, if I would have had unlimited money and budget and done the marketing at New York Comic Con, I would have included this chapter and then built some version of the showcase. Would have been awesome. I love the idea of her breaking the script a little bit here, of going like, there's a line where she goes, when did we start the game? It's sort of a game, isn't it?
It's a very mom thing to do.
Yeah. I love the falling in, falling out. Lee being like, this is all for fun, right? I mean, it's gotta be, you know.
They're struggling. This is their threshold moment. They are facing the reality, but their normal life makes them think this can't really be possible, right? They're not really going to do this. This is, she thinks it's some kind of play. She thinks that this guy's an actor. And that's a pretty natural response. And I think it's a wise choice to have your window characters here that the audience can relate with, reflecting some of the skepticism that the audience would feel themselves in these situations. They're speaking for the audience here, even though we as the audience are also given insight into the founders. We know it's real, but we also know if we were in the situation and we didn't know all the stuff we knew reading this book, we'd be reacting the exact same way. Although I'd like to think, because I love immersive theater, I would not ask the actor to break character. But that, like I said, that's a Clara thing, not a Nick thing.
I also think too that a lot of this particular chapter reminded me of, kind of 2013 and The Optimist, and when we were deep in it, that the whole like it's fake kind of mindset that came out of that sort of weird time, and sort of the discourse of, that kind of sort of thing just was like, I love that little nod to that here of the sort of like person who believes a little bit, but also doesn't. And it kind of hopes, I think kind of also hopes that it's just a game as well. At least Lee does.
And certainly they wish it was a game as we continue on and see what ends up going down in this room later. But that's a future chapter. In this chapter, we're treated to another piece of art by Jonathan Case, 2 chapters in a row. It's an embarrassment of riches. And this one, we've got Lee at the entertainment console that they describe in the chapter. And it's got a split screen on the sort of console. On the left, you see this rocket ship blasting off. And on the right, you see a hand pointing at a very modern looking gaming console with a floating sort of controller that it looks like a 2 joystick controller that we recognize. Going back to what we said, Plus Ultra gets everything early, even Xbox.
This detail that a quick x-ray told him that the room was this hat. I don't know. Do you think this is a typo or not? 9,500 square feet.
That's pretty big. I don't think it's a typo. I think it's speaking to, this is a suite. This is a big space. It's a museum space on a hotel level. Honestly, it probably comprises the whole floor.
I also loved the logistics that are called out, the operational logistics that are called out in this chapter of you proceed to the next station when the blue lights flash, meaning
assuming a crowd, right?
Assuming a very large crowd, assuming that, thousands, hundreds, if not, thousands of people would flow through this. And, then, they only hand out 6 comic books or whatever. But I couldn't help but think of like, those little cards during The Optimist that we got that were like, come back at this time. And kind of that same, logistical, effort. So I thought that was a really fun detail.
Great little touches. All the logistical touches are fantastic. And I love the come back and check at the quarter hour. They definitely did stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
At the D23 finale, meet at the clock, the world clock, right?
It was like every hour or something
like that, right? And so that idea of let's get people to meet up at these designated times. Love that.
And then I find it really funny. So there's this idea of using the grid to warp time and space and to warp people via the wire transfer and whatever else. And it's just funny that a non-Disney theme park explored this idea. So at Europa Park in Germany, in Rust, Germany, of course, Nikola Tesla is a member of yet another secret society, the Adventurers Club of Europe.
I'm amazed it took us this long to bring this up, honestly.
I am too. Well, makes him like, I think, part of the 3rd or 4th secret society that we have interacted with in the last 10 years. In this version of it, he is still in Croatia and he is doing like experiments on using those giant Tesla towers to like transport objects and people. And so they themed it to a whole roller coaster. There's a Tesla animatronic in the queue that like there's Tesla coils above you. But I just sort of love this like, well, if there's a secret society somewhere and it involved like Wardenclyffe and the towers, then, Tesla's got to be included.
He's the one. He's the binding force between all secret societies. And each fiction can claim that they are the top fiction under which, so in this example, since we are the Before Tomorrowland book club, in this version, that Europa Park is a Plus Ultra project.
Absolutely.
And so they created a sub-meta secret society fiction underneath it to introduce the idea of the real secret society, which is natural. These are just things secret societies do, of course. We only had a few little differences from the earlier versions of the text. They make a real bit of business about Lee fanning out the book to show Henry so that Henry doesn't touch it. And in the original version, he just hands it over to him. I think the idea of them combusting unless it's got your, assigned to you on it was a later concept that wasn't there at the time of that original New York Comic Con preview. There's also just a lot less of the internal reflection of Henry in that original preview as well. I think that might have been a later development, or Perhaps they intentionally edited it out of the preview to save it for the final version. More likely, I think, look, there was probably just this effort to say, let's build out this character. Let's make him three-dimensional. And by gum, did it pay off. I'm so glad that they did. A small change of detail on the Plus Ultra showroom of the future. It was originally called Plus Ultra's Hall of Wonders, much more in the sort of World's Fair vein. And there's just a little bit of a different description from Henry's perspective on what he's seeing in that room. Black and white animation. A new narrator took over for Orson Welles. A bombastic voice making wild speculative claims. It was as if the narrative was baiting the viewer to question its credibility. Henry wondered if perhaps the video was two things at once, a disclosure and a test. The implicit question, can you believe this? Henry could. The graphics and narration presented the grid in very general terms, yet made sense and corresponded with the other bits of Plus Ultra lore Henry knew to be true or plausible. Described as a derivation and evolution of Nikola Tesla's particle beam technology, the grid was depicted as a vast lattice of intersecting electrical coils located off the eastern seaboard of the United States. The video ended with a quick succession of shots on futuristic megastructures and an exotic landscape. One of them included a gleaming factory producing scores of humanoid androids, a next-generation iteration of the Faustus, something closer to what Henry had become. The video left many questions unanswered, but whatever the full story, Henry now knew one thing for sure. His target, the grid, was the gateway to another world, the source of Plus Ultra's power, and the manufactory for its mechanical animal future. Shut down the grid, shut down Plus Ultra, save the world. Could it be that simple? Henry hoped it was. I kind of like that passage. It gives us a couple different things. It gives us his, warped sort of perspective. He's still hanging on to this idea in this version of it that Plus Ultra wants that mechanical animal future, that lie from Rotwang that he still believes. In the final book, he still does believe lies from Rotwang, but they're much more believable lies to what Plus Ultra is. And I love how he phrases his little motivation. Like, it tells us exactly what he's getting out of this. And the air of mystery in the final version of the book is always sort of making you, the audience, ask, well, what do you think they're getting out of this? Because they're going to reveal it later, so why give it away now? This was another one of those instances where they just openly, in the internal narration, told you exactly what he thought he was getting out of it. But it's a little bit more fun to see those things play out when we're meant to learn them. Also, a great little passage of him judging them and their reaction. These poor dupes. How long would he have to endure the spectacle of watching them fill their eyes and minds with the false promises and lies of charlatans and their snake oil futurism? I love that. What's the next step in this farce? How long would he have to suffer these two fools where they dawdled through the same old promises made by the same old men? I love this. And I love snake oil futurism because that's one way you could describe it, because as yet these promises are undelivered. So won't be delivered in this book, nor necessarily until the last act of the film.
I appreciate that there's a little bit of not ruining that moment. Henry saw tears in their eyes. Wouldn't that be something? Said Lee, when they see the illnesses being gone, and kind of not removing a bit of that hope, I think was the right move, rather than, being too pessimistic about their respective situation.
Focusing on the humanity of Henry that is suffocated inside this mechanical body rather than just the revenge that he's feeling. Because revenge turns us into machines ultimately.
Right.
And you're right. That was a wonderful, tender moment that I like, that this is the punctuation mark on the end of this period for Lee and Clara of their doubts, and breaking the fiction and doing all this. And we just wonder, even if you have a character like this saying this is frivolous futurism or whatever, what is the point of futurism? What is the hope of this? Why? What are we actually reaching for? It's not frivolous. You have a moment here that shows why it's not frivolous. The hope that it gives people is not frivolous. The hope that lets people dream that they might survive long enough to see these things come to fruition. That's real personal stuff. And so perfect little moment between the bonding of mother and son there. I loved that. That was the best way to end on this chapter here. Another continuous one, though, leading into chapter 14. We're staying here. This is the salon. This is the Plus Ultra salon. This was an important place for the reveal, and so we're staying here for a while, and we're once again cutting perspectives. Chapter 14, In Which Fools Rush In. The New Yorker Hotel. Duquesne and the Nazis arrive at the New Yorker disguised as a film crew for Joan Crawford to get through the lobby. Once in the elevator, they prepare their stowed EMP shotguns to attack the Welcome Center room. Rochwang hated this plan. He wanted to wait until the HS-1 was alone, but Lohman wanted it captured now. He wanted to immediately lead a charge into the other world to claim his treasure. Duquesne forms a plan in case the situation turns into a real Western, which the Nazis struggle to understand and pronounce, Westen. The elevator dings, and they approach the door to the room, the Nazis flanking Rochwang as they hope he can talk the HS-1 into surrender. This is just some real action business here, isn't it? This is like the heist movie, the tension, the thriller, getting ready for the big showdown. The two sides of this, the heroes and the villains, are coming together for the first time, but the chapter ends us on that tantalizing note of Rochwang approaching the door.
First of all, I love the throwback to a Faustus robot dressed as a bellhop. We knew that from earlier. And then we get more details about the room, which is fun. The room is 60 feet across by 40 feet deep.
Oh man. Okay, if we do that math, that's nowhere close to what the first scan. It might have been a typo, huh?
But maybe that's just like the salon room. Maybe that's not like where it flows into because it's like a suite or something.
Okay, good call. Yeah. Still works. Look, if someone out there wants to do the math, email it in, but I'm not. I think I'm willing to just go on faith on this one. It all works out.
I loved the comment about Rochwang's remembering that he had been a great actor in his youth.
It's also like, what?
Well, no, I think he means with the boy. That's how I took it with Henry, that he had been a great actor at convincing Henry that like he was doing the right thing for him and that he was saving his life when he really did not care about his life at all. It was just an experiment.
So we've got another little Tomorrowland / World's Fair reference. They invoke the name of Joan Crawford, Haston. What does that give us?
So Joan Crawford was married to the Pepsi-Cola president, Alfred Steele, and she inherited a seat on the company board of Pepsi-Cola. Now, of course, Pepsi-Cola was the sponsor for It's a Small World at the 64 World's Fair. So she had heard from a few other people that they were not interested in sponsoring this attraction. They felt maybe there were too many other Disney attractions at the fair already with General Electric and with Ford and the Magic Skyway. They were concerned about like, oh, this is just going to be like a amusement park, literally like a Mickey Mouse thing. You know, they were not concerned that they could take the brand Pepsi and the messaging seriously. And so she was the one who really fought for this and really fought for that pitch for Walt to come in and say, hey, here's what we're going to do, which she pushed the board into agreeing to the proposal, which gave them only 11 months to create the boat ride, the animatronics, the set, the theme song, everything else. So it was a bit of a late stage, like, what are we going to do thing. One of the big, pushes was she knew that would be good. That would be good for Pepsi. And she also knew, apparently, that they were already working with Coca-Cola to maybe do something as well. And she felt like this could be bigger and better than what Coca-Cola was getting, which as we learned at the time was literally just like a copy of the Enchanted Tiki Room. Like that literally would have been like Tiki Room, but at the World's Fair.
And that is why we encourage everyone, although Disneyland Resort is a Coca-Cola resort, sneak in a bottle of Pepsi to drink while you ride Small World and thank Joan Crawford as you sip it. It would be a nice thing for everyone to do. Send us a selfie of you doing that and we'll share it on all of our social media. Hashtag Joan Crawford Pepsi It's a Small World Disneyland Challenge. I like a nice short hashtag. These little details, Haston, sound a lot like you just gave us a fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
And that's what we call an end bumper. We put a bumper on the end instead of at the beginning. You thought you had escaped it. The listening audience said, I do not want to hear that bumper again. I do not want to hear David Nix with a funky beat. But guess what? I don't let fact versus fiction pass without the bumper. We have a few differences in the final book and in the advanced reader copy. It's as we know it. It's they sneak in and they do the whole business. We're a film crew. Now, in the preview, it's completely different. They just storm in, start shooting up the place, guns blazing, barricade the door with like this futuristic device that, I guess a stick was not enough. They needed to barricade the door with technology. And they basically wanted to scare the crowd off. And so they could do their Nazi business unencumbered. When they go in the final version, they've obviously got some whole plan set up. And Duquesne is like schmoozing. Like he's causing distractions so that the Nazis can go by, unnoticed. And he's schmoozing just some random people. Now, in the advanced reader copy, Rotwang specifically notices one of the people that Duquesne is smoozing as a Plus Ultra junior engineer that he remembers from when he used to be there. So this almost has me wondering, between this mention and the Joan Crawford mention, I'm almost like, is the New Yorker just like a Plus Ultra hotel? Like it's the hotel. Like they must have not just the showroom. They probably bought out a whole floor, a whole block, whatever. There do seem to be a large number of Plus Ultra people on the premises.
Well, it's where Tesla died, so it makes sense.
In real life, where he died. He didn't die there in the book. But anyway, the last thing was another little insight into Rotwang that we lost because, his character changed a little bit. But we got a little internal moment here that wasn't in the final versions. He was about to shut the book on 10 years of failure to control his greatest triumph, failure to find it, then failure to recreate it. Now, even if it meant wiping the HS-1's neural transfer clean, he would have its perfect body for his own use. Whether the Nazis secured Plus Ultra in their experiments, whether Hitler gave him a medal and kissed the soles of his feet, he would have his dream. He would survive his own mortal coil and realize the strength he had never possessed. Guten Tag. And that was the original end of the chapter. Guten Tag. A little more arch villain, a little less human, a little bit more classic evil guy internal monologue, but a fun little artifact of the history of this chapter, which leads us directly into the big showdown. Chapter 15, in which Lee tries to survive the weirdest Western ever. Now you know why I mentioned it in the previous summary. The salon. In the room, Rotwang attempts to appeal to Henry to turn himself in, with the promise of a new cloned human body. He argues that the Nazis are merely a means to the end of destroying Plus Ultra. Henry isn't buying any of it, so Rotwang puts on a gas mask, and the Nazis burst in with smoke grenades, their weapons aimed at Henry. Lee watches in disbelief, but Clara is enjoying herself as if it was a theatrical production. The Nazis fire on Henry, and Lee attempts to protect Clara and convince her this is real. They are pulled into a stairwell by a blonde woman they've never met, Amelia. She guides them to the roof, where a dangling rope ladder, seemingly suspended in thin air, awaits them. They look back to see a damaged Henry following them and make the climb up the ladder to escape. We have a real Terminator moment here with this damaged Henry and his exposed metal stomping after them. Very scary. Chapter 15, very exciting. What popped, Taste, and what jumped out at you?
I love the concept of Nazis. Lee was lost. Was this part of the experience?
A real left turn in the plot here if this was a play.
Yeah. I think that it's interesting that it's presented as this Rotwang, really the Nazis are his mean to an end. They are the means to a very righteous end. They will win the war that is soon to engulf the planet. They will choose the next steps for mankind. No, it's not the old school Plus Ultra people that are going to do it. It's the Nazis. How he had his own personal goals, but he was still bought in that they were going to create this future.
Right. And even if he doesn't personally believe that, this is the tactic he's taken to convincing Henry. Oh, remember when you were excited about Plus Ultra? Have you heard of the Nazis? You can be excited about them too. Doesn't matter what his tactic was. Henry wasn't buying it. His BS detector is pretty high at this point, and he's just Rotwang, I think, is the last person that he wanted to see here. It's an embarrassment of riches once again, because while we were previously excited that there was 2 sequential chapters with art from Jonathan Case, this chapter has 2 pieces of art by Jonathan Case. What? He's off the chain with this one. He's given us too much. The first one shows the Nazis bursting through the door and the smoke bombs going off with these great billowing clouds, their gas masks on their face and their weapons in their hands. And then the second one is Amelia in the foreground at the top of the stairwell and looking back to see Clara and Lee chasing behind. Wonderful action shot, a great perspective down. This is maybe one of my favorites of the ones that we've seen so far. I just love the view on this one and the smoke coming out of the door. We haven't really had an action beat to this point in the book, and this chapter was a pure action beat, and it's enjoyable. It felt like the pulp inspiration that these things are coming from. Is you want a little bit of that. You want a little bit of that action, a little bit of that heat.
I love the idea of just the floating ladder that's just out in the middle of nowhere as like the final thing that they would have been taken up to, assuming that, you know, the Nazis wouldn't have broken in. It was kind of a great, like, oh yeah, everything still continues to just go wrong for them in all capacities. It doesn't matter if it's thousands of people or hundreds of people or just the two of them.
Now, my interpretation was not that the ladder would have been part of the curated tour. I assumed the ladder was just there because that was how Amelia got in.
Oh, good point. I had assumed that it was like, okay, you've reached the end of this. Now we're going to take you up to the ladder to the thing that's going to be revealed in the next chapter.
I mean, that definitely could be because of what they say at the salon. They say, you're going to meet Nikola Tesla, and that is where they meet Nikola Tesla. I don't necessarily think that might have been what they had built out for other people, because it is this big rescue moment, but who knows? The original subtitle for this chapter was not the Western joke. It was In Which Lee Sees All Hell Break Loose. And I'm sure one of the editors said, maybe we don't say all hell breaks loose. But it's a young adult thing. The young adults can handle the phrase all hell breaks loose. Similar to the previous chapter, the Nazis just break in. There's no appeal. There's no debate. There's no trying to get him to surrender. They just come in guns blazing. And I just loved this early line from both the preview version and the arc, which was Henry in his Terminator mode saying, your EMP weapons and I are both electronic. I stole their hearts with some binary nothings before you even walked in. This guy's in full action movie mode. This guy's in full, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. That's the moment for this particular story. Even though in the preview there was no appeal to Henry, in the advanced reader copy, there is an appeal from Rotwang, but it's a completely different one. I know you think I'm just the same kind of fraud as any of these plus ultra devils. Just understand, I cannot live without compromise. It's one of the unfortunate qualities of being human. The Germans admire you. Your mistakes of late are grave and costly, but mistakes can be forgiven. You've always had a soft heart, Henry. It's more than just uranium and metal. I ask you to consider the German lives you've taken. The Nazis are interested in transference of your kind, to be sure, but that does not make them monsters any more than it makes you a monster. They are human and fallible like you. They don't know the costs of living in a synthetic body. They see only the benefits. That's the truth of it, Henry. When the Nazis rise to power, and that is coming, Plus Ultra will be theirs. They will choose the next steps for mankind. You might help direct those steps. If what you desire is the abolition of transference, come back to me and help me to convince the Germans. I swear on my life, I will not only let you build the future you want, I will help you build it. And I do think that ultimately they made the right decision in how they characterize this appeal, because even though we know Rotwang's a bad guy, there's still something gross about hearing him pitch the Nazis so hard. like the fact that every change made to these was in service of saying, couldn't we just focus on the fact that he and Henry had an intimate relationship? Like, yes, he lied to him, but focusing on the sentimentality rather than the political machinations, ultimately, to me, it makes it a bit more palatable, and I think it was a better decision. But it's still fun to see passages like that, because who doesn't love a good evil villain monologue?
In the ARC, of course, Amelia's absolutely great line, yes, I'm Amelia Earhart, was not in the advanced reader copy. And it's one of my favorite lines in that chapter, because it's just like, people know who she is.
It's also the perfect way to end it. Yes, I'm Amelia Earhart. Please keep climbing. Let's move along here. Like, she's done this like everyone she meets, she's like, yeah, you think I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm very famous. Here we go. That was so great. I love her whole characterization in this book. It's fantastic. Now, if we thought the last chapter was all action, chapter 16 is literally just a single isolated action sequence. Chapter 16, in which Amelia Earhart makes another hard landing, the New Yorker hotel. On the rope ladder, Henry grabs the bottom rung beneath Amelia. She sees Clara and Lee safely disappear into the invisible ship above them. Just as the ladder snaps off, leaving her and Henry tumbling back onto the roof. They do battle, but Henry destroys her weapon. Henry says that he saw her die, and noticing the damaged robotic body, she starts to put two and two together. Rotwang, synthetic man, saw her die, that silhouette she remembers the day her plane was shot down. She realizes this is Henry. He asks why she let them do this to him. He thought she was his friend, but she was just another corrupt little cog in the Plus Ultra machine. Henry's eyes flame blue, a beam cutting across a quarter of the building, peeling open like a dollhouse. With a flash, the Zeppelin above them decloaks, now low enough for her to jump onto the boarding hatch directly. Several pairs of hands help her inside, and she says, once again with another zinger, "Thanks for the lift." Yeah, I'm realizing she's just the ultra cool security guard macho character in this. She gets to say all the cool, or maybe like Lenny Briscoe in Law and Order. She gets the cool one-liner at the end of the scenes, you know. This is a great little action sequence, but I love that it's not just action for the sake of action. It's surrounding this revelation for her. We postponed it from the previous drafts where she had suspected it was Henry. I love that it's not until this moment that she had put that together, and we see the individual pieces that lead up to her putting this together and realizing who this is.
You see this connection that Henry has with Amelia, and he's like, "I saw you die," and that's referenced one more time in one of the next upcoming chapters. And it's just really like he was angry because he also saw, he was expecting to see a version of her save him, and she couldn't, and so he's also angry about that as well.
Great character moments all around for sure. Chapter 17, in which young Henry Stevens comes of age, the New Yorker Hotel. Although we will be throwing to memory, so not quite. Henry, exhausted from the laser blast, jumps off the roof and torpedoes himself through the street into the sewer main, ripping off most of his remaining organic exterior. He slumps into an alcove to recharge and dreams of an accident at Plus Ultra's rocket hangar during the 4th of July celebration in 1932. A thruster misfired while Henry was in its path. When he woke, he noticed the conspicuous absence of the sounds of his body. His hands were not his own, now metal. He saw his own charred body across the room. A masked man looks over him, having just installed his heart. Henry considers his reflection in a nearby vat of liquid. He sees a white substance extrude from the metal surface, building up layer by layer into a new face. Henry wakes in the alcove and tracks the beacon he placed on Clara's glasses to find where they are headed. If the last chapter was an action beat, this chapter is a horror beat. It's body horror, waking up in this new body, and then this skin goo coming out all over your metal skeleton. Creepy Terminator stuff. Love it. Scary. We need a little something to keep the kids up at night.
Also very Westworld, a year before Westworld was on, was the first season of Westworld came out.
It calls back to our primordial essence, and I will say no more to mythologize why so many sci-fi stories use white, creamy liquid to create their robots. We have said as much as needs to be said. For further reading, watch Westworld. All 4 seasons streaming nowhere.
Oh, that's right. To be fair, Tomorrowland was not streaming anywhere for the longest time either, so.
There's just something about sci-fi. Sci-fi with robots and creamy goo. At the very least, unlike the Alien films, where the robots literally, when you cut them in half, milk spills everywhere. At least in Tomorrowland, when they hit the automatons, it's just wires and sparks and stuff. Little details jumps out. Obviously, we are suckers for Plus Ultra lore. If I could think of a clever name, I would have a bumper for Plus Ultra lore. Write in, folks. You got a funny name for us to talk about Plus Ultra lore? We'll do a bumper. But Henry studied at the Underground, which is Plus Ultra's school for young recruits. I like to imagine this is the Underground, also what Frank Walker would have spent his time in before he was kicked out,
Yeah, with it, those shots when he's with Athena, in that like laboratory.
Those jackets that they have with the little atom symbol, not quite the Tomorrowland symbol, but the atoms. I've always loved those outfits.
I also love the detail about him being in the Underground and like not having to do all the stuff that all the other kids at school have to do. We also get a reference, another lore reference here to the Columbiad 2.
Yes. From the comic, we see it in its original formation, and they're working on the Columbiad 2. Again, not the cleverest names. Plus Ultra always struggling just a little bit with that. As they should. They've got better things to focus on. We're going crazy here, guys. Chapter after chapter of Jonathan Case art. We have Henry's body his child body laying in the laboratory bed with presumably Rotwang standing over him with this evil look. I'm going to say, this is the first time we've gotten an illustration of Rotwang. I think that's Rotwang. This is not what I pictured, because I think, honestly, I was just picturing Rotwang from Metropolis, who has like Doc Brown, Albert Einstein hair, but you can't give him Albert Einstein hair because Albert Einstein's in the book. Did not expect that that's what Rotwang looked like. Just kind of a dude. Like, honestly, he gives me the vibes of a Peter Lorre, from Casablanca. Rick, hide me, Rick. Yeah, maybe that's who they mentally cast as Rotwang here. I didn't look up the fact versus fiction here. Not going to do a bumper, folks. But if anyone out there wants to research this and see if they can come up with anything, there's not a lot of evidence to go on. When he lists off all the people that are working with Amelia, Tom the manager, John the engineer, Frank, Otis, and Glenn the mechanics, are these references to historical figures? Are these references to Imagineers? Who are these references to? Are these just names? I just feel like if they're going to name the names, and rather than just say engineer, whatever, it's probably a reference to something. I don't have the history degree to know these things. I'm going to say Fireworks Over Glendale, not enough to earn a location station. If you're not telling me the exact street address in Glendale where they're watching the fireworks from, sorry, Charlie, you don't get a bumper. No bumper, chapter 17, on to chapter 18, in which Lee and his mom have high tea somewhere above New York City. On board Plus Ultra Zeppelin, the Pulsar, Howard Hughes eats a plate of peas as Amelia tends to her wounds. He invites Lee and Clara to join him, served by robot butlers. He tells Clara that Tesla is very excited to meet her, and they can offer her to help kick off her artistic career. He gives her a welcome packet along with $30,000, a life-changing amount of money. Clara initially rejects the idea of an offer, questioning what she would not be allowed to disclose in their requested non-disclosure agreement. Amelia laughs and takes them back to Tesla. On the way, the hall is lined with real photographs of the sites that had been illustrated in the comic book. Tesla greets them and tells them everything about the reveal and about the threat of Henry. And he also apologizes for Howard's invasive form of market research that has all of their personal information displayed up on a console. Lee isn't sure what to make of all this or who to trust. They ask about the naming contest that had been advertised, which is revealed to be, sadly, nothing more than a publicity stunt. Tesla courts Clara's interest in their endeavors, saying that the world of tomorrow belongs to her. I loved here that when they're looking at the vegetables that they're eating, they say, there's a couple vegetables I don't recognize. Those are Tomorrowland vegetables. Those are strange, alien, other dimensional vegetables. What do they look like? They're in your imagination. We don't get to know what the Tomorrowland vegetables look like.
There's a lot in here to pull out. I love all the Betty Boop talk. You know what the Nazis want to do? All they want to do, they want to take my boop to oop away.
A surprisingly large amount of Betty Boop talk here, to the point where I'm thinking, is there like a historical record of Howard Hughes caring about Betty Boop that I'm not aware of? Possibly.
I love Howard Hughes saying, have you seen The Racket? His movie that he made in 1928?
If the historical record reflects anything, it's that Howard Hughes does in fact have a fragile ego. And that brings us into fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
This is a quick one, Haston. Fact versus fiction. Howard Hughes' weird pea fork. Fact.
What?
No fiction. That's fact. Yes, he wasn't in a secret society, probably. But the detail of him eating peas with this weird custom-made fork, truth. Absolute 100% truth. A literally delicious detail.
There's another couple of things in here, too, that are really interesting from a lore perspective. The multifunction device, which they're going to release, but they don't. And then we also get, I love this, I'm also staffing a department to design packaging for a whole line of Plus Ultra products we'll soon be releasing.
He would.
I love this dialogue between Hughes and Clara and how he's totally bought in on her and how she's not really bought in on just being swept into this and just, no, you're in. And, I love the we're just country mice,
You do get also a little extra Plus Ultra lore when, they're asking Amelia questions about clarifying, sir, is all this real? What's real? I don't know what to believe. And she's pretty, again, brash old Amelia Earhart, who I love. She's like, Plus Ultra's founders didn't keep the best records, and the old timers either don't like talking about the early days or they don't want to remember them. However, it works best for their personal interests. Even second and third generation members like myself don't know the whole story. I like that. I like adding in a little bit of doubt where it's like, yeah, we're giving you the story of Plus Ultra in this book, but even the Plus Ultra members don't know the full story of Plus Ultra. This is not some meticulously designed thing. This is a collection of humans who aren't necessarily going to keep the best records. And so your mileage may vary. Believe what you want to believe. Have your own headcanon about these things. Another interesting story detail that came out in regards to their discovery of the energy from the other dimension, that even at this point in the story, 39, Tesla doesn't actually know when or where that other dimension resides, only that they can access it and it has its own unique properties, physics, etc. It's fascinating because some of that confusion reflects onto the film as well. The audience often will talk about Tomorrowland as the future, or that the movie is about time travel, even though it's more about dimensional travel. And certainly Jeff Jensen has talked to us previously about his ideas for a potential movie sequel that would have twisted the idea of it being an alternate Earth, and perhaps it was in ancient times or what have you. But I like that in the movie, it's pretty much just, no. It's Earth just in another dimension. It's just an alternate Earth.
We actually get a little bit of reference of this in the comic book, kind of jumping back to our first episode, where they're like looking over a map of Tomorrowland, not called that in the book, and there's like the standard, like I think it's like the Seattle area in the picture that's like, implies that this is another Earth but different, which I thought was interesting.
And on a thematic note, I'm thinking back to what you said about the country mice. This is a perfect reflection of what I was talking about in the last chapters about the idea of Plus Ultra representing this class division, right? And the idea that Howard Hughes thinks he can just spend his way into bringing her into the society. Because, yeah, in 1939, $30,000, Lee says it explicitly, it would have changed their entire life. There's nothing they couldn't have wanted to do that they wouldn't have been able to do with that money. And so the temptation of that, of lifting people out of their poverty and bringing them into the fold, Clara is insistent that that's not the reason she would ever join something like this. And I think that's just a very interesting dynamic and represents perfectly that internal conflict that I was talking about earlier. The idea of that elitism, that classism at the heart of what eventually rots this whole thing. It's just beautifully reflected here in this pompous, ridiculous caricature of Howard Hughes, who's just a perfect inclusion here. I was just going to eat crow a little bit because I keep going back in previous episodes to this idea of there's something flirty going on between Tesla and Amelia, even though, look, he's almost twice her age. She's like 83. She's like 40 something. Again, I previously copped to the idea that my concept of that probably came from the earlier version. And to reinforce the fact that some of the ideas changed a little bit between the two versions, in the final version, there's this whole thing about when Amelia comes up to Tesla to introduce to Lee and Clara, she kind of has to help him up a little bit. And he's like, I don't need help. Don't touch me, whatever. And when Lee sees that, he says, I know that feeling exactly. I had that same feeling with my mom, almost giving a more paternal relationship between Tesla and Amelia. And that was not in the advanced reader copy. He's described differently. He's described as Tesla looks, so you know what he looks like. But the idea of him being described as frail or needing help and that whole interaction, that was not originally there. So I almost wonder if that was inserted to both create the parallel with Lee and Clara, but also to tamp down wild fan shippers like old Nick who want to just romance everyone together.
Personal reflection in that moment when Tesla invites them to watch the screens, these giant screens that are divided into panels like a comic book page. And you see that they have been following the two of them throughout their entire adventure, starting at Penn Station, going through Midtown Manhattan from the perspective of her glasses. And Lee's a little jealous that he's not seeing a lot of himself on here, that he's just seeing Clara. But man, did I have this throwback to the WDI video at the end that's covering all of the things that, we did over the Optimist. It felt very much sort of the same.
And there you were there. You popped up in a few very key moments. Absolutely.
And I love the discussion about how, you and your son were chosen to be one of the first civilians, and how we wanted to tell the world the full story, but in a unique, visceral, interactive fashion. We didn't think people would believe us if we simply took out an ad in a newspaper.
In fact, they've got people not necessarily believing them after they've done the interactive experience.
And that's called out here. It's like, even skeptics and cynics who might resist it, I must say, all things considered, the results you've proven have been the most encouraging. I also like how there's an elaborate reveal planned to be in every major city around the world.
And that's kind of the dress rehearsal concept, right? Like the World's Fair is the dress rehearsal.
And then there's also an interesting thing that Amelia says here where they're talking about Henry. Lee says, you mean except for the part where you were almost killed by Nazis and a killer robot disguised by a tour guide, right? And then Earhart goes, He's not a robot. And then she blushes and she goes, sorry, it's not your fault for not knowing that, but he's not technically speaking a robot. And then Lee goes, if he's not a robot, then what is he? And she goes, he's a boy, actually, not much older than you. And I think it's interesting to see that this chase, this struggle between Rotwang and Henry has been going on for 10 years. And in this moment, Amelia doesn't see him as grown up in any sort of capacity either. That he hates Plus Ultra. He's still this child trapped in a robotic body. But yet we see that in his reflections and in his memories and in his histories, his resentment has grown because he has grown into this resentful person. And she can't really see that at all. She just still sees a young, confused kid trapped in a robot body and, maybe doesn't understand why he feels the way that he does.
And as you won't be surprised, none of that was in the earlier versions. So that her little objection there was absolutely part of that humanization process of adding those little details and saying, how do these characters, feel about each other? And now chapter 19, in which Rotwang narrowly escapes the New Yorker hotel. Back at the New Yorker, Rotwang dusts himself off from the attack and mercifully kills the remaining Nazis writhing in agony. His overseer pulls a gun on him for his failure, just in time for Henry's blue I-beam to slice the stairwell in half, separating Rotwang from them. He and Duquesne escape with the rest of the evacuating hotel guests. In the escape car, Rotwang scrubs through the footage from Henry's eyes, seeing the events that led up to the fight. He sees the Orson Welles footage from the salon and smiles, realizing the implications of the presentation about the grid. He asks Duquesne, how much do you really love being a Nazi? And that is what we're left on. Machinations, something's going to happen. Only a few small differences in this one, in terms of the earlier ones, because, Rotwang is always being manipulated a little bit. He's puzzled in the original version by Henry's ability to drain power from his surrounding equipment. It wasn't something he installed, and he speculates it must have been a modification or something that he learned. The idea that maybe Henry is growing as he's been out there for however long he's been out there. In the earlier version, Rotwang is much more explicit about what he's learning when he looks at that footage from the salon. Confirmation of the thing Rotwang had always suspected. Plus Ultra did have access to another dimension. He had always wondered where Plus Ultra had sourced the impossibly strong materials he used to make the HS-1. Now he had his answer, and something more. A new plan. The propelled action of this chapter is so exciting, we're not going to waste any time. We're going straight into the final chapter of part 2, chapter 20, in which Henry plays God. We just have to see what happens. The World's Fair. Henry emerges in the World's Fairgrounds, finding the Plus Ultra Zeppelin hovering over the Trilon and Perisphere. Henry sneaks past security with a homemade bomb into the secret facility beneath the Perisphere by passing through the Futurama exhibit and Godzilla stomping all over the city diorama. In a lift disguised as a janitorial closet, he descends. It was time to face the future! This is exciting. World's Fair. We love the World's Fair. We love the World's Fair grounds. We love Plus Ultra. And I'm just going to say it straight out. The most exciting part for me, they say it. They said the words. They said alternate reality game. ARGs are canon. ARGs are canon. Also, I want a doorknob with the Plus Ultra logo.
I love how that is described. One of several secret entrances into the facility by looking for symbols or word coordinated doorknobs, plaques, or lampposts. All of them so subtle that normal passerby would miss them.
Without getting to see the intended sequence of events, regardless of whether or not they actually got on the Zeppelin, the idea of this is what they wanted the guests to see. I love all these details. I love tying it into the real history. And there's so much of it here, which is why we can't waste any time. Still, we must jump straight into fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
And really, just a lot of it's real. Obviously, there weren't secret closets and Plus Ultra's not real and all these other things. But everything they're describing, the trial on the Perisphere, the physical geography of where he's going. They describe the Plaza of Light and the transportation zone. Go look at the maps from the 39 Fair. This is exactly how it was laid out. Obviously, Haston, you've got a lot of love for the Futurama. Let's talk about the Futurama.
So Futurama, the General Motors attraction, which if you think about it, it's the 30s. Vehicles are still a relatively new concept, and the average family at that time either owns a really early version of one or doesn't own one at all. And so you have this like, no, this is how this level of transportation is going to change the future. I like that it's called out here as a 1,000 square foot exhibit, which is true. It was not a huge thing, but there is a little bit of historical fiction here.
It's 1/9 as big as the Plus Ultra Salon.
They're kind of combining the idea of the panorama that they built for the 64 World's Fair with the Futurama, which the original Futurama was just an exhibit that later became an Omnimover style ride at the 64 World's Fair.
Futurama 2, the sequel.
It's so great. And we finally also, too, this is the first chapter that we get the Plus U logo called out. On the other side of the exhibit, there was a janitorial closet with a Plus U embossed on the doorknob. We're kind of seeing the It's a Small World of the 64 World's Fair. So just a really fun blending of the real and the not real. And
coming soon to the Tomorrowland Times Etsy shop, Plus Ultra doorknobs. I mean, really, people are pounding down the door asking for us to make these doorknobs. It's what everybody wants after they read this book. Such a fun chapter, so much to pour over as fans of the World's Fair. There is no shortage of resources for anyone who wants to go out and research that 1939 World's Fair, along with some great footage of some of these exhibits. But now let's talk about the whole of part 2 as we end this episode. It's been so much fun talking about part 2. And when I look back on it as a whole, not necessarily chapter by chapter, this is definitely the middle bit that is setting the stage for all of the things that are going to need to happen in this final act, this third act of this story. But it's not just treading water. As we've discussed, so many character moments that frame how these people think about each other, what the stakes are in terms of their own interests, their internal and external desires, what they're trying to do versus what they actually need. This middle part is giving us a window to that and also gives us a lot of dramatic action, physical and internal. And yeah, it's just an absolutely worthy follow-up to part 1. Been so much fun talking about it and absolutely cannot wait to dive into the conclusion of all of these little plot threads, especially because, look, some of these characters have interfaced, but it's time for all of these characters to start ping-ponging off of each other as the final movements of the story come in.
Well, and just like the film, you have these sort of intense action sequences that are happening here in the middle that kind of lead up to that. You have this sort of, relatively quiet introduction. Oh, they're discovering, Plus Ultra. We're bringing, Lee and Clara into the city, and like they're amazed because they're kind of in a version of the future in its own way. And then now we see how much this whole thing's go south. And I just love the sci-fi, slicing off a quarter of the hotel behind me, and just, it's just so much fun. And so, what a great sort of world to explore in regards to started out a little quiet, things grew, and now we're just at this pinnacle of action, and now we're at this brink of okay, it's all coming together right at the end, right at the World's Fair, kind of like how it all came together, right at the end of in Tomorrowland in the film.
You're right. There are definitely some structural parallels there. These are companion pieces if ever we've seen them. And it's always fun to dig into the lore, learn more about these characters, and really get to connect with them internally because, man, they're so beautifully fleshed out. And as we've thankfully been able to compare to previous versions, absolutely in their best form through the natural evolution of the writing process that we are lucky to have a peek into. Guten Tag. Time to enter the home stretch and dive into the book's thrilling finale, Part 3, chapters 21 through 34. Now hasten part 3, July 4th, 1939.
America's birthday. Here we are.
The beginning of America, the end of Before Tomorrowland. Chapter 21, in which Amelia Earhart gives good news and bad news. Amelia arrives at the World's Fair wire transfer station and anxiously awaits the arrival of Plus Ultra leadership. Clara wanders in, pretending to be lost as she explores the base. Amelia explains the wire transfer to her and its role in transporting guests to a hangar on Long Island as part of the reveal. But that's all in question now. Clara asks Amelia if Plus Ultra has a cure for cancer already, and Amelia just shakes her head. To cut the tension, Clara asks Amelia if Plus Ultra will replace her damaged leather jacket, and Amelia responds that scientists don't care too much about new clothes, and that it was ultimately a good luck charm for her over the years. Clara learns that the reveal was also intended to be Amelia's big return to the world. No more secrets. Just as Lee finds them, they are joined by Einstein, Leo, and H.G. Wells, who lets out a massive burp.
Excuse me.
Tesla greets his fellows and invites the Brackets to join their meeting. Tesla begins by outlining the history of the debate between keeping their secrets and revealing them to the world. He's always wanted to help the world despite their restrictive charter, but votes to delay until the threat against them is neutralized. Leo agrees, invoking Hitler. Einstein pushes back, saying that they are no better if they continue to hoard their resources for themselves. Wells defends their New World Order, a phrase which tempts Einstein to have Amelia punch him in the gut. Hughes votes to continue, of course, for the financial opportunity. And Amelia originally votes with Tesla out of loyalty, but after an impassioned speech from Clara regarding her lesson in not waiting to do the things you dream of doing, Earhart changes her vote, and Tesla is proud of her for standing up for her own viewpoint. The remaining voices spiral off into a vicious debate in a babble of babble, invoking the old Tower of Babel there, getting a little biblical at the end of this chapter. Haston, what'd you think of the very consequential chapter 21?
There's an interesting debate that sort of goes on here where this is a bit of the same challenge that we saw in the film in regards to the reveal. It didn't happen. Things are going sideways. There's no real plan. I found it interesting that like leaders and second tier leaders in Plus Ultra consisted of 46 people that's referenced in the chapter. And you could just imagine that like from an overall like story perspective, like this is a huge mess trying to figure out the state that they're sort of in with the whole Henry problem.
Yeah, and you've got just the key members who are able to transport in, but then they yell at H.G. Wells because he overloads the circuits, and now all the secondary members have to virtually, basically Zoom conference in from their MFDs across the world. And so it's just an absolute chaos. But I like that you pointed out a little bit of the Plus Ultra lore we get here, because Amelia gives us another little one as well. When she was talking about being on the other side, she tells Clara some of what she was doing over there was checking on the old labs from back in the heyday of Plus Ultra. I just love thinking about Tomorrowland being speckled with these iterations of them trying to establish bases over there, building bigger and better stuff. And while she was there, she had really nothing better to do until Tesla rescued her than to check out all the old infrastructure from before she was a Plus Ultra member. I thought that was a fun little window. And you could just imagine, a whole comic book series existing within that one little period of time. It's so much fun. Now, we've also got some chapter art by Jonathan Case on this one. And it looks quite like the picture you have gracing us behind you today. You're recording live from the 1939 World's Fairgrounds, and it's just this great portrait of the Trialon and Perisphere and the surrounding environs. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to talk about some of the stylistic choices that Jonathan Case has made with all of these illustrations. I just love that none of them are quite boxed in. It's not like they're a picture drawn in a frame. He always uses this kind of billowy cloud shape to sort of isolate, so the pictures are just kind of floating there. It almost makes me feel like every single graphic in this book would make a great t-shirt because it's not boxed in. It's got its own sort of border that is generally justified within the contents of the image. Just really tastefully done, and has always been something that's felt great to me about these illustrations.
There's also an angle here too where you've got Clara wants it open because she wants to see it, and she's going to die. Let's be honest, right? And I think that there's this element of like convincing Amelia that you wants it open because she wants to enjoy whatever, it gives to her as well. And so reveal or not reveal or whatever else, it's very important to her. And I feel like there is this, again, not to create this sort of like connection to what we sort of experienced, but I feel that same sort of thing of like evangelicalizing the film when it came out, even at a time when like it came out, it didn't do super great. It didn't do, well in the box office. People struggled with its idea and its concept. And we were just kind of there like, no, this is more. There's an overall neat story here and trying to get people to interest it with and engage with it, because we were kind of pulled forward
And so that happened to the brackets too. They were pulled forward. And so it was like, no, we want everyone to see this and enjoy this and know what it is. And so again, it's one of those chapters where I kind of felt it on the other side of the book a little bit too.
Yeah. And also, you make a great point in terms of Clara representing not only the audience, but the normal person. She's the only, for better or worse, the only person who made it through the gauntlet that was supposed to happen with the reveal. And therefore, the only person in that meeting, along with her son, of course, that is not plus ultra. So when they're having this final vote, having someone there to say, you're all voting from a place of the inside. This is the only voice coming in from the outside and saying, are you at least curious what the people would think? Look, you were supposed to have a lot more people than just Clara, but she is the one here. And honestly, kind of the perfect example of the recruits that they were looking for. So having someone there to voice it, and then to dramatically, I'm talking in terms of authorship here, show her change a vote of one of the members, I just think is a great bit of drama and should be very valuable to the Plus Ultra members who ostensibly are arguing for people like Clara in whatever direction they think they're arguing them for. So yeah, just a great little turn of drama in this particular chapter. And it's not all serious though. And some of that not seriousness comes in through H.G. Wells, who I love is depicted here as just this absolute buffoon who's like he tries to make this impassioned statement and he belches a second time. Like he just keeps burping. And I love the line where someone's talking about like, what are you digesting at 1 o'clock in the morning? Like,
well, maybe now maybe he had to drink a sweet drink after going through the wire station, because remember,
sure,
I saw this burping as also a kind of a like in the movie, remember?
Oh, you mean like he preloaded it? Because now Casey drinks her Coke at the other side.
Right.
You're saying
right.
he preloaded, like maybe he just chugged a couple of Coca-Colas.
Yeah. This was before they invented the powder.
What is that?
Powder.
Your headcanon, I fully accept it now. That's the story. But some other details included about H.G. Wells here bring us into everyone's favorite fact versus fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
There's a couple comments here that are references to real world things. He uses the phrase, the shape of things to come, and that is the title of his 1933 novel, his sci-fi novel. So it's directly kind of referencing the real H.G. Wells. Also, I remember that one of the other members makes an offhanded comment once Clara and therefore Amelia make her vote. They offhandedly say, see, women should vote, which is a direct reference. They direct that towards H.G. Wells because in the real world, H.G. Wells was a vocal supporter of women's suffrage. And so getting a little bit of those dynamics, because you got to think, we probably don't have a historical record of what every fictional member of Plus Ultra here represented, thought about suffrage. But when we do have a little historical nugget like that, it's just great to throw that in here. I absolutely love that. We do have a few little changes here from the earlier versions. Amelia just gives a little bit more explanation when she's talking to Clara. The particle beam doesn't exist. It's something of a private, slightly painful joke between Tesla and I. Remind me to tell you about Operation Death Ray someday. Anyway, the technique we were testing was called the running start. I was using a new ship. You know our mutual friend Henry. His dad was one of the mechanics who helped build it. I named it the Madame Curie. She was one of them? She was. Great lady. Gave a lot to Plus Ultra. Suffered for it, too. So, interestingly, we had in an earlier episode speculated that one of the robots at the exhibit named Marie might have been after Marie Curie. And this little deleted bit about the ship maybe implies that it could have been. In the internal moment when Amelia is reconsidering her vote and thinking about Tesla and her sort of obligation to him, he stopped at nothing to save her life when it had been lost. The part of the story she didn't tell Clara was that Tesla didn't build the grid for Plus Ultra. He built it to find her. He even sold Hughes a portfolio of patents to priceless Plus Ultra inventions to finance its tremendous cost. Now, Haston, here I think we have the nugget origin of something we've been talking about over the last few episodes, which is why did Nick ship Tesla and Amelia so hard over the years? And the answer is absolutely, I read this earlier version of the book first, and each episode we've discussed, there are these little tiny sentences that paint a much bigger picture. And that's not to say that they're not talking about something more between them, because there actually is language either in this chapter or one of the next ones where Amelia says he was this to me and this to me and something more. It's much more subtle in the final book, but you just have a couple of character details in the original version that kind of de-emphasized the frailty of his age. I always originally assumed it was because Tesla was drinking his milkshake just like Nix would drink his milkshake in the movie, and he was just still pretty young looking.
Age becomes you.
Thanks. You should try it.
I don't know. I think I'll just keep drinking my shake every morning. Comes in chocolate now.
Yum.
But now in the final version, we do have a slightly more frail. And I do think dramatically with Lee and Clara, it is more valuable to have a parallel for Lee caring for Clara with Amelia caring for Tesla. And those will come out throughout these chapters as we go through. Now, chapter 22 and chapter 23 are very linked in terms of continuous action. So we're going to go ahead and summarize those together, and then we'll talk about them both. Chapter 22, in which Lee and Clara continue their tour with an old friend, the World's Fair. Lee and Clara argue after she had revealed personal information about not being able to afford her medication anymore, which she had kept from Lee but freely shared with Plus Ultra. Lee doesn't want to upset his mother, so he bottles his anger and they make up. He tells her she was good in there. Walking back to their sleeping quarters, they pass the Faustus charging bay. They enter their room but can't find the light switch. Clara screams. Henry flips the lights on, holding Clara. He forces them back to the wire transfer room and for Clara to put on her glasses. On their way, Lee sees Henry place his homemade bomb behind the charging Faustus units. As they are transported, they hear the explosion just outside the sealed pod. They materialize in a flat, rocky field. Wardenclyffe. Curiously, something about the smell and feel of the earth made Lee think of baseball. At the tower, they find a puzzle of numbered bricks. Henry threatens them and all the sleeping humans in his blast radius to use the glasses to solve it. Clara stands up to Henry, making it clear that there was to be no harm to her son or she'd snap the glasses in two. That leads directly into chapter 23, in which Henry sees the truth about Clara. Henry recognizes the numbers from the tiles as the same string spouted by the Faustus he destroyed at the World's Fair. But what was it? After a few failed attempts, Henry lets out a frustrated laser blast. He scans the two of them and spots Clara's cancer, realizing her situation at last. Lee has a moment of inspiration and tries the puzzle again. It works. The solution? The opening day batting order for the Yankees. Orson's voice greets them as the tiles form a stairwell underground, and they descend. Hasten. Chapter 22, Chapter 23. We've got an actual puzzle being solved here.
I love using the wire transfer as like they escaped before the bomb went off.
So cool.
With all the Faustus units.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have a couple of those throughout this. This idea of a portal or a transfer closing up right before a big explosion. It feels like a classic, dare I say, cinematic moment in the action here.
This puzzle sucks, though.
You're absolutely right. And we're going to bring that into not quite a historical based one, but a very brief fact versus fiction.
Facts.
And the fact versus fiction, the fiction of this puzzle is it's great. The fact is this puzzle sucks. Now, that being said, we're going to get a little more on the puzzle from a deleted scene in a later chapter, but we're going to wait to talk about that. But as someone who has occasionally designed puzzles professionally, I'm going to say this is one of my least favorite type of puzzles, which is, guess what I'm thinking? Because other than something vaguely makes him think of baseball and they're like surrounded by a chain link fence or whatever, it just doesn't feel like this puzzle is clued very well, right? It's like, here's a bunch of numbers. What numbers from other places could you pull to put these numbers in the right way? There was no clever bit of like correlation between the setup. It was just this vague sense of who he was and catering to him specifically, but we'll get into it.
I mean, they could have done a throwback to the baseball, the baseball machine that he was playing with and be like, oh, I'm number, blah, blah, blah on the Yankees, right? Like they could have added some sort of connective tissue to the other baseball stuff that has happened instead of just like, oh, Lee knows this and he knows what these numbers are. He figures it out.
I will say I am delighted, absolutely delighted, that it has taken us this far into our episode on the final chapter. I believe this is the first piece of criticism we have levied at this book, which is in itself a huge compliment, because I don't think most people expect authors to be very good at designing puzzles. Usually though, they just write their way around them. Like, they'll describe that the puzzle was solved rather than describing step by step, attempt after attempt after attempt, like we get here. So I absolutely love the ambition and the commitment. You know, in the same way I love that most recent Batman movie. Batman actually solves a puzzle live on screen, step by step. Huge props for the ambition, but the actual puzzle itself, and I guess in fiction, we can say it stinks because it was a last-minute adaptation, which we will get to.
Well, we got to talk about the amazing Jonathan Case art that's in this chapter.
Chapter 22, we've got Jonathan Case art that I almost missed. Hasten, talk us through this here.
I love this art. You've got Clara laying on the ground. You've got Henry in a chokehold with Lee holding the glasses, with the Wardenclyffe Tower, you know, extremely like over and behind them, with a big bright moon in the background. And again, that sort of, like you said, this cloud puffy design that gives it this very, like, you know, shape. And I really like the close in detail on the characters and what we get out of them and the facial expressions. This idea too of when I read the book, I don't see Henry as looking like an adult. I see him like, oh, he's like an 11-year-old in like a robot body or something.
Because we're here. We're in his mind. Yeah.
And so the artwork reminding me of like, no, he has matured. He does look older physically on the outside because of this robotic body. It's a good reminder, and I love this art for it. And this is a great, maybe my favorite piece in the whole book.
Yeah, no.
I really like this one.
Up to this point, I have to agree with you. This is an amazingly dynamic piece, and I'm so sad I almost skipped it, because what I'm realizing now, perhaps our first and only look at Henry.
Yeah.
You realize we get so few of these chapter illustrations. Not every character or object or location actually gets depicted. So being able to see Henry at this most important moment, I think, is a great choice. And one of those things I think would be great for us to discuss in one of our later episodes as we look back on the book as a whole, which things were not illustrated and which things are still yet to be imagined by the fans. I'll put an earmark in that for us to tackle that as we look back at the epilogue next episode. Okay, chapter 24, in which Rotwang takes advantage of his new friends, New York City. Rotwang, Duquesne, and his men arrive at his townhome where Loman is staying. He asks Rotwang for a report on the HS-1. Rotwang begins to spin a yarn that the HS-1 was here, today, in this penthouse. He describes how the HS-1 found this place and tells Loman that the HS-1 had killed him and his men. 5 gunshots then ring out, and Loman's men fall dead, killed by their female escorts. Duquesne raises his own gun to Loman, and Rotwang tells him how he gave his last orders and charge of the submarine. And then you died. Betrayal, end of chapter. I really like this chapter. Very short, very sweet, very spy movie thriller, double cross, and just the drama and imagination of, I'm going to come here and, oh, you want me to give you a report? I'm going to give you the report that everyone's going to believe because I'm taking control now. Just really fun villain on villain dynamics in this chapter.
And very clearly, like, I do not care about the Nazis, and I do not care about, what, the whole German angle is. And I do not care about that. I care about getting Henry back for myself.
Yeah. And he just so happens to have this rapscallion who he was, in Duquesne, he was able to convince him that, look, you weren't really in this. Because if you remember, in part 2, the chapter we kind of left them off on, he asks him, how much do you really enjoy being a Nazi? It's like, look, I think you're in this for yourself. Go with me instead of them. You'll still be in it for yourself. That kind of off-screen seduction would have been interesting to see, perhaps in some other media as well. But just leads up to a very fun sort of twisty-turny dynamic, and ultimately a great way to take Loman off the board. This really ushers us in, I feel like, oh yeah, we're in part 3 now. We're starting to take these villains that were here the whole time. Oh, That's the end of Loman. We're really narrowing it down to Rotwang and the people that are central to the drama. Great stuff. Great stuff.
Let's move on to the next chapter.
Chapter 25, in which Amelia Earhart finds herself in a tight spot, the World's Fair. Amelia awakens surrounded by rubble after the explosion. She hears the other founders arguing about the attack, but can't find the brackets or the Faustus units. Half of their New York stock had been obliterated. Heading to the sleeping quarters, the room collapses on her and she's rescued by a trio of surviving Faustuses. Amelia scrubs the security footage and sees Henry take Clara and Lee to the transfer station and escape before the blast. The Plus Ultra leaders board their Zeppelin and leave behind their crumbling base. Looking down, Tesla surveys the sinkholes across the fairgrounds and sees Faustus units scrambling to repair before the fair opens in mere hours. They check the video feed from Clara's glasses. They're already on the train. This leads us, hasten, right into the chapter art, because that last bit of Tesla looking over the grounds and the city behind him, that is the art. And it's just this great shot. Maybe one of the great illustrations of Tesla we have in here. He's on the deck of the Zeppelin. He's got some kind of radio in his hand.
I assume that's his MFD.
Do you think it is, though?
Maybe not.
The way it's described is not the way it appears in the picture. That's what made me think. Because remember, he tosses his MFD to Amelia. Do you remember? Does she give it back to him?
I don't think that's called out. But this is a great shot with, the Chrysler building and
yeah, he's holding some kind of a device that actually has an antenna and a little bit of a beacon of some kind on the top. So here's the description in the last part of that. The wind blew Tesla's hair around his high, gaunt cheekbones. He held the MFD out to her, and the video feed she saw wasn't from the fairground base. It was from beneath Wardenclyffe. So I think you're right. I think this is supposed to be the MFD. Maybe despite no description of an antenna, maybe the MFDs have an antenna. I just vividly remember them being described as a compact that opens up, but maybe like the modern day hinged phones, maybe you can flip it all the way around and it's just the screen on one side, We focus on this too much, but it's really because I would like an MFD.
Yes.
Make it look kind of like the pin cases in the movie where it has the Plus Ultra logo sort of inset engraved into the outer shell. That would just be so much fun. There were a few fun quotes I called out in this chapter, though. I love after Amelia slugs Hughes. Do you remember what she says?
Oh, say anything else and I'll find a special place for that fork you use to eat peas. I love that. Nice throwback.
As we previously discussed, real fork. This is a real threat from a real fork.
I also love this quote by Tesla at the very end of the chapter when it's an incredible thing to have spent your life building a dream for mankind than to have it snuffed out before men can even dream it.
Wonderful. It definitely, to me, it echoes to the lyrics of Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow.
Man has a dream, and that's the start. He follows his dream with mind and heart.
I feel like we're swimming in those same lyrical waters here with that. It's just nice. There's each chapter where we don't get a ton of time with the higher ups at Plus Ultra in this book, but whenever we do, they give us these little nuggets that are almost mythic and memorable to sort of characterize their perspective on the thing and where they are at in the story. And this moment from Tesla absolutely jumped out. Speaking of jumping, chapter 26, in which Lee meets Faustus again, Long Island. Lee, Clara, and Henry ride a train car filled with Plus Ultra propaganda. They arrive, entering a large empty hall with fanfare. Perched on a stage, a Faustus unit, this time gold instead of silver. He welcomes the Brackets and their unknown guest, asking if they have any questions for him. Henry asks for everything he knows about the grid. Faustus explains how the grid allows transport to the other world in a way less destructive than previous methods prohibited by their charter to do more harm than good. Henry asks how he fits into that idea, and the Faustus searches his name, Henry Stevens. Faustus explains that the young boy, Henry Stevens, was killed in an unfortunate accident, but that nobody was aware until now that Rotwang had transferred his consciousness. Faustus apologizes to Henry, explains that Amelia searched for Rotwang for 6 months in an attempt to bring him to justice, that if they had found Henry alive, they would have not captured him, but offered him a home. And then the Faustus unit says to Henry, "May I offer that to you now?" Henry rejects Faustus's offer with a punch. Lee and Clara attempt to escape back to the subway, but they find themselves in an isolated concrete room. Henry rips his way through the doors to them, and the ceiling begins to press down toward them, and they brace for the worst. But the ceiling slid away, and they were in an elevator going up, and they emerge in a giant hangar cavern. Henry tells Lee that Plus Ultra can't cure Clara's cancer, but Lee summons a surprising turn of optimism and replies, they will. Someday, they will. Clara decides to comfort Henry and tell him he can't destroy every machine in the world. Someone will always rebuild, whether it's men like Tesla or Henry's own father. That he can't go on like this. Henry says she's wrong about him and about Plus Ultra. Time to end this. Haston, this is a consequential chapter, and I'm not going to lie. Up to this point, I don't remember my first read load these 10 years ago, but this moment between the Faustus unit and Henry made me cry.
It's so emotional, and it's so raw, and it's so, it reminds me of the moment when Frank is holding Athena in a way.
Yes, very much.
The two mechanical devices coming together to know that there was an injustice and that what happened to Henry was wrong, and it being such a core to the fundamental beliefs of everyone involved with Plus Ultra, that like it's built into Faustus's programming that he knows it was wrong, and he knows what happened to him was wrong, and he feels bad. The robot feels bad that they could not give Henry a home.
You're so right. And that's part of the depth of this, especially when you take it in concert with the movie. You calling out Athena is absolutely right. In the same way we previously talked about sort of the surface level connection between Faustus and Athena, they're both recruiter robots. On a storytelling subtextual level, they represent the intentions of Plus Ultra at the moment, sort of isolated and free from human error. So the part of that emotion that we're talking about comes from just what you said. That Faustus unit is expressing the pure intent of Plus Ultra, and it is a good intent. We have this ongoing debate about Plus Ultra. Did they do right? Did they do wrong? It's full of very flawed, mostly men, let's be honest. But in this moment, you have the robots that can be allowed to inhabit their intentions purely outside of their frailties. And to have that expressed so beautifully in the film through Athena in multiple ways, and now through Faustus in a way that will transfer over to Henry in future chapters, it just made me very emotional. And this idea of, I see your pain, you're right, you were wronged, but we honestly didn't know. And I don't necessarily think that Henry pushing him and punching him to shut him up, I think it's sensory overload. I don't necessarily think that's him refuting it, because as we see, it just takes him a while to fully process the kindness of that in concert with the kindness that Clara has shown him. Between the Faustus and Clara sort of offering this nurturing cocoon for Henry towards the final movements of the story. I mean, we know we're in final movements of the story, not only when we see moments like that happen, but then when we see Lee kind of depicted as the jaded, even in the text of the story, she calls him a cynic at times, saying the most optimistic thing possible, which is he has been critical Plus Ultra, but he musters enough to say, I actually believe they could cure my mom one day. That Plus Ultra in this limited window of time has given him the hope to believe that there actually might be a cure. That's pretty consequential on a character level. And it's just, these are the satisfying things about existing in the third act of a story. We're seeing the conclusion of these character journeys. Because when it comes to a villain or someone who's on the jaded side of things, sometimes the story can give them an about face and they can turn that, and the drama is about their change. But sometimes it's not. I can almost imagine that other earlier versions of this story might not have necessarily had the Henry beat land this hard. So it's just really great to see these characters do that. And on a slightly more shallow level, you and I love the Plus Ultra lore. And I just love this little name drop from the Faustus, the Einstein-Tesla Impact Imbalance Act. The idea that this was sort of their quasi version of, the Prime Directive in the Federation. But the idea of, we have been ripping holes in the universe and in the fabric of reality. We need to have something built into our charter that says we should always aim to do more good than bad, that our harm should be absolutely outbalanced by the good that we're doing. And if not, we shouldn't be doing it. I just thought that was a really interesting mention.
Lee providing that sort of flicker of hope for Plus Ultra, which is something that sort of happens continuously in this last part of the book. You just sort of see this, like, you see Clara inspiring Amelia, you see Lee inspired by the message and what it means, and this, and how, the Faustus plays out with Henry. It's just, again, that kind of like not hitting you over the head with optimism, but understanding that optimism is seeing the long run as being a good thing, even if the moment really sucks right now. There's an element of that perspective that I think is very hard. It was hard 10 years ago. I think it's harder now to have that sort of like understanding that the positivity and the optimism are in the individual moments, not in the grand scheme of things. It's how we look out for each other. It's how we try to right our wrongs that we've done in the past. It's how we understand, what our sort of core programming and our sort of core beliefs are. And so I love that this last part just kind of has this constant repeating message of like, yeah, even if things are literally going south and everything else, it's like there's a little bit of that understanding that like, no, we should continue to press forward with this. It is still important.
And to see struggles that the characters are having with that internally. We have a few little deleted passages here that I think speak to that from this chapter. Was Lee ready for the future? He didn't know. Plus Ultra had an extraordinary vision for mankind, yet one that seemed capable and even likely to produce egregious abuses and living nightmares like the man-thing sitting next to him. He didn't know. He just didn't know. So that's right before the moment we've been talking about. They're really, in this early version, trying to tee that up. Also, when Lee asks Faustus, we get a little specific payoff on the puzzle here. In the earlier version, Lee just directly asks Faustus, why the Yankee numbers for the puzzle at Wardenclyffe? And he answers, the puzzle was supposed to be the same for all participants, but it was changed 2 days ago by one of the recruiting robots in the field after meeting you. You must have made quite an impression on him. Interesting, but also opens up this can of worms of like, wow, they've really given the Faustus units a lot of oversight of this process. Like the idea that a human Plus Ultra member wouldn't necessarily have to approve a change of that size. That being said, this is a tertiary canon in terms of it's not in the final version of the book. It's just a fun little detail. Going along with fun little details, there's another moment that was truncated in the final book, but we get a little extra in the middle here. And it's from Henry talking about Plus Ultra. Nothing good has come from their striving. It has only produced failure or discord or degradation or exploitation or greed or mistakes begetting more mistakes or worse. I'm proof of that. That's fun. I mean, the shorter version of that line that just has the beginning and end tells the story just as well. But it's fun to have these little deleted passages just for the text of voicing some of the criticisms that, might be natural to think about an organization that has had this many mess ups over the years. Which moves us even deeper into the story with chapter 27, in which Henry regrets his big mouth. Henry stands alongside a fleet of Plus Ultra planes his father had helped create. He overlooks the ocean under which lives the grid. He formulates a plan: steal a plane, fly to the end of the grid, bail into the water, and tear the thing apart with his robotic strength. But Clara's words haunted him. The memory of his father, who gave his life to Plus Ultra, haunted him. Before he can enact this plan, the Nazi death squad arrives, suited up in 7 of Rotwang's apocalypse jumpers from the beginning of the book. He tried to assume a combat stance, but Henry found that he couldn't move any part of himself. As a dozen experimental German Luftwaffe aircraft land at the hangar, Rotwang steps out of his metal shell to approach Henry. He places a trident on Henry's chest to extract the power source that was his heart. As his consciousness fades out, he sees one of the apocalypse jumpers approach him and activate It's flamethrower. He sees the flame engulf him and his flesh melt off of his metal body. The last thing he hears is a woman's voice crying. Ooh, a little bit of a cliffhanger, dramatic cliffhanger here from Henry's point of view, as this is presumably his death. Or is it? Before we move on to that, Haston, should we start off for this one with some fact versus fiction?
Facts. Good luck.
Absolutely.
What do we got? What's real? I don't know what's real, Haston. Tell me what's real.
The experimental Luftwaffe. Luftwaffe?
It is a real thing. Interestingly, though, we've got this theme with Before Tomorrowland where they take the real number and they just move it. Just one, like, 10th value. So it's the Dornier Du 335, but the book says it's the 325. Just like back at the hotel room, the real hotel room was 33 something, and the one in the book was 32. They're just twisting it a little bit to show this is an alternate world. This is our own story. But yeah, you look up these, I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong, but the Dornier Du 325, it looks like a Nazi plane that you would recognize, but obviously this book takes place in the early days of all that. And by saying experimental, I think that's generally the sci-fi author's way of saying, yeah, it's a little early, but it's here, okay?
I like the lore of the exact, 48 crisscrossing electrical lines out in the ocean. I think reading this, you're in Henry's brain dealing with the push and the pull of like what happened last chapter, understanding Plus Ultra, understanding where he's standing, understanding that he has ruined this reveal, this difficulty of, here's the guy who raised him, stealing his heart from him. That it's like, it's very clear in this chapter that like Rotwang was in it for himself. He did not greatly represent Plus Ultra and its goals, its overall goals at the time. It's a great counterbalance between how he grew up and what he faced and what he thought was Plus Ultra versus what at the core of it Plus Ultra really is.
And in that relationship between Henry and Rotwang, as we've discussed in previous chapters, really did evolve over the writing of the book. We do have a few alternate passages here from this chapter. Henry had assisted Rotwang in the construction of the Apocalypse jumpers. How was it possible he hadn't picked them up on his scan? The suit's magnesium armor gleamed under the hangar lights as they circled him like a pack of hungry wolves. And then once Rotwang emerges, he says to Henry, "Remember how I always told you how I wanted nothing more than to put your mind at ease? I must admit, it disappointed me slightly you never got the joke. I thought I made you smarter than that. No matter, I am here to finally fulfill that promise." Really amping up the villainy here, the mustache twirling like, I thought I made you smarter than that? Woof. Those are harsh words, especially when he's in such a compromised position. This guy's a bad guy. I think I'm starting to realize Rotwang's a bad guy.
Yeah, and instead, I think what we got in this chapter, it speaks to a different kind of bad guy when it's like, I granted you new life, Henry, gave you what every boy wants, to be a Superman, to be transcendent. This was always a loan, of course, but you should have cherished it. But no, you resented it, squandered it. I won't be making that same mistake. Even this late stage into it, Rotwang doesn't understand that he stole the soul and the consciousness and the mindset of a person who should have been dead, but wasn't. And instead was like, how are you not grateful for that in this body that I put you into and everything else? Because he's again only seeing this through the lens of, of what he wants.
And he does a little further jab even in that original version, which brings me to your first and last lesson in war. The doctor held the points of his device up close to Henry's face and traced the line of his cheekbone. Never brag about your best weapons, which is sort of an answer to the question, whoa, how am I not moving? Through the whole book, Henry's been able to drain all the devices around him, and suddenly he finds himself. And I love that that's being mythologized here, because this device is not necessarily showing up for the first time. It might be amped up, but this is the same thing, I believe, that Rotwang uses to install the heart at the beginning as well.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, just great stuff.
I caught that too.
Setups and payoffs. Beautiful. This is what we like to see.
I love the way it's written in the book with his history, like just kind of airing out, unable to recall.
Those great little file structures and the look from his perspective. That the last few calls of his mechanical mentality fading out with his consciousness. Sad stuff. It's a grim. I mean, that's the other thing to say here at the end. The description of his flesh burning off everything, it's grim. It's grueling. It's hard to read because they have fully humanized this character at this point. So to read that kind of pain, you absolutely believe, even though all the pieces are on the table for him to be rescued, perhaps, the thought of his demise is absolutely believable. That demise carries us into chapter 28, in which Rotwang considers his victory complete. Rotwang watches Henry burn. He remembers when he first conceived of the machine at a conference on Cartesian dualism. On a break at the gallery, he saw a French sculpture that represented a bird through movement rather than body. Like the birds he considered ugly, he preferred the HS1 this way and decided that he would not regrow the skin when he transferred his own consciousness into it. Now he need only to take the HS1 and his transfer equipment to the other side and shut off access to our miserable world. The visor of the jumper who torched Henry rises to reveal who else? Duquesne. Rotwang charges him with finding Clara and Lee, then heads to the control room to sabotage all but one plane for himself. Just as the Plus Ultra Zeppelin swoops into the hangar and decloaks, the Apocalypse jumpers attack, but they are taken out by the energy weapon of a Plus Ultra sniper. Rotwang makes one last dash to attempt to escape to the other world. Woo, okay. The heat is on, Hasten. We are starting, and to kick us off, we got some great art by Jonathan Case here. What do we got? What do we got on this one?
We've got a beautiful view of the hangar with a couple of those Plus Ultra planes and those really mechanical, what were they called?
The Apocalypse jumpers.
Yeah, the Apocalypse jumpers in view.
I love that we finally get to see one. That's the thing is, like, oh, it's such a unique sci-fi piece of tech. And up until the end here, they've been described, but we haven't seen them. So it was really cool to, even if it's small in the frame, have a little look at the Apocalypse jumper.
I'm relatively blown away that a Disney book got away with putting a swastika in it.
It does have precedent, particularly with, under the Disney banner now, Raiders of the Lost Ark. And more specifically to this, classically, they're all over Rocketeer. I think when they're so clearly, now that being said, Haston, this was 10 years ago. I think there might be different discussions about that today.
I also really liked I feel like this is a total call out to the history of audio animatronics with the bronze cast of the bird in its movement, but not its body. Because as we famously know, Walt Disney's first big audio animatronic thing was the Enchanted Tiki Room, which they did a whole thing on how hard it was to create that sort of mechanical, create that mechanical view. And so I thought that was kind of maybe a fun little callback to, and then I love the idea of right afterwards, he realizes that he liked it better that way. And he decided it was how he was going to live the rest of his endless days. No skin, no bones, just that raw metal, just kind of cementing that whole like evilness.
You're bringing us right into fact versus fiction.
Facts.
This sculpture that he's looking at, I'm going to pronounce the name quite accurately. Le Cieux dans l'espace. That can't be right. It's fine. It's by Constantine Brancusi, and it's from 1941. And if you go look at it, I hope you'll consult the book to get the actual spelling. I apologize for my pronunciation. It just looks like a golden quill. You can probably read the plaque and determine, oh, yes, this might be the wingspan of an arcing bird going through flight. But also, I'd like to take a moment to interpret this moment. Not that the sculpture isn't lovely, but his prognosticating about it, I would like to think represents that only the villain in this book is going to enjoy modern art on this level. It's a beautiful sculpture on its own. But I do think the lessons that Rotwang takes from it are bad enough that we can say, how good is the sculpture? But then again, bad people can interpret good art in bad ways. Maybe that's the ultimate lesson here. Bad people can always, doesn't matter how well-intentioned you are, you can't control that bad people, no matter how much you think about the possible interpretations, when a Nazi mad scientist walks in, it doesn't matter what you thought your sculpture was saying, he's going to take it however he's going to take it. Less grim, I should think, is chapter 29, in which Amelia Earhart confronts her second death. Amelia loads rounds into her energy weapon and picks off the Apocalypse jumpers from the Pulsar gondola. A dozen Faustus units swarm one of the mechs. Chaos in the hangar. She drops down, surrounded by a protection squad of Faustus units. She instructs them to show the firing enemies some love. So the Faustus units hug the Nazis to immobilize them. Taking cover behind a fallen jumper, Amelia is strangled by the pilot inside, Duquesne. She is rescued by a silver automaton she doesn't recognize as Henry until Clara calls out for him to put Duquesne down. Henry obliges by throwing the mole across the hangar. Oh man, there's like 10 satisfying things that happen in a row here. I love this little bit.
I love the visual in my brain of the extremely positive Faustus units, the recruitment Faustus units, like just happily helping along with like, it reminds me very much of like the Dave Clarks with all the big smiles, right?
Oh yeah, they're definitely the shadow, or I should say the Dave Clarks are the shadow version of the Faustus, right? And just imagining them swarming an Apocalypse jumper, it's hilarious. It's not only action-packed, it's really funny to imagine. And yeah, man, the Faustus units by this point, I mean, at the beginning of the book, you could not have imagined how endeared you would be to them. This is just really funny, great stuff. And then, of course, having the big moment where it's like, Henry didn't die, he's saving Amelia. It's just very satisfying. It's a very satisfying payoff for all this. At the end of the chapter, we end with a little joke because Clara says to put him down and he throws him. There's an alternate joke. In the final book, Henry says, you said to put him down, I put him down. Originally, he says, now that was a hard landing. So, they're workshopping the bits. They're workshopping the jokes. I do like that many of these chapters do seem to end with a little Law and Order style, punchline at the end of it, throwing us into the next one.
He remembered there was part of his dream that was not yet dead. He could still have that. He could still escape. He could be free. This is referring to Rotwang, of course. Classic villain thing, right? He got greedy. He didn't just go for Henry and try to get Henry's body and live forever. No, he also had to get to the other side. He had to get to Tomorrowland. He wanted that too.
Specifically so that he could deprive everyone else of it.
Right.
The idea of cutting it off from them, which, leads us to some real drama here, which we will find in chapter 30, in which Lee goes for an unexpected ride. Lee is distracted by Amelia's chokehold, then notices his mother has run off to grab Henry's power source and screw it back into his body. She points Henry to Amelia and he springs into action. The Plus Ultra leadership arrives and Hughes accuses Clara of being in cahoots with Henry as Tesla tends to Amelia. Einstein and Leo go to Henry as Lee finds a gun barrel pressed into his shoulder. Rotwang captures Lee and forces him onto one of the planes. Rotwang broadcasts Lee's screams to the hangar as a threat against anyone who would stop his escape.
There's a thing here where Lee is hurting, and he thought, I loved this, Lee thought of the doctor's mantra, good foot to heaven, bad foot to hell, right? And like how to move, because he destroyed his, and his mom did a version of this every day. He could do it too. All those little medical, those little medical things are so truthful in regards to, what doctors say. And I love that little bit. And it wouldn't surprise me if that was, at the time, advice that was, somebody had heard. I assume one of the writing staff had heard from a doctor. So that I thought that was fun.
You're right. It really takes what could be a kind of generic action beat and gives it a lot of character, makes it feel original. It imbues it with its own unique energy to have those kinds of details sprinkled throughout. And we're in the finale here. So this action is just propelling us from one chapter to another. Now we got chapter 31, in which Henry Stevens rides again, Long Island and the skies over the Atlantic. Hughes barks for Amelia to shoot down the plane. Clara pleads with him not to. Einstein comes to her defense. Henry watches the debate unfold and remembers what Clara had said to him when she replaced his core. A quote, "Never too late if Faust can repent," from Dr. Faustus by Christopher Marlowe. A robot can't change, but a human being can. Will you help me? Henry volunteers to go with Amelia in one of the Germans' faster planes to retrieve Lee. He gives them Rotwang's trident as insurance he won't try to betray them. Henry mounts himself to the top of a plane and they take off. Clara waves them away. Henry remembers his first flight with Amelia, realizing that her acknowledgement of his suggestion to name the other world Tomorrowland was her way of telling him the truth as much as she could at the time. He refiles the memory from a folder marked lies to a folder marked truth. Tesla radios them Rotwang's position. Henry hacks the radio system on the enemy plane and tells Lee to eject, but Lee was restrained, tied to his chair by Rotwang. Henry was going to have to board. As they approach the jump point over the grid, Henry leaps from one plane to the other. He punches through the cockpit glass and manually pulls the eject bar for Lee. His parachute deploys, and Amelia circles down to rescue him. Henry can see Tesla Tower on the other side of the portal, gazing at Tomorrowland for the first time, and likely he thinks his last. As they pass through the veil, he can hear Rotwang's laughter as they plunge. This is a very interesting moment as we get into this here because it quickly becomes Henry's moment of sacrifice. And we think about the quote, "Robots can't change, but people can," which automatically, in concert with his sacrifice here, brings me to the final movements of the film with Athena. Athena ultimately proves that she is more than just what Frank accuses her of being, just a bunch of ones and zeros, by making an action that goes against the prediction of the giant world predicting machine that they're underneath, and making an independent choice, an enactment of free will against determinism. And that is what Henry is doing here. I love the close sort of structural parallels that start to emerge between the movie and the film here with Athena and Henry. And it's such a thrilling, exciting moment.
So I 100% agree that you have this great parallelism at the tail end of the film here as well. And I 100% see Athena and Frank and also Henry and Amelia, because you get this, specific line of something flashed in Earhart's eyes, a recognition of someone she knew, someone that he still was or could be. Henry felt a flash, a drive, a feeling flickering inside. So again, you have a little bit of that, that flicker of understanding that they can't change. And I love the line, you said it, Tomorrowland really is a better name. In these last 3 chapters, you just had that turn on Henry to understand that he was part of something so special, and that at the core of it did care about him, and how this one really bad guy was really the only thing that made him hate these ideas and who these people were and, what they did. And I love the way that the view of Tomorrowland is described. The sky was tearing open ahead of them like curtains parting in the middle. An alien landscape revealed itself, vibrant with iridescent color. Rising above a rainforest with trees as tall as skyscrapers was a man-made structure, a lattice tower capped with a dome comprised of sparkling coils resembling a glowing ball of yarn. I love that description because, first of all, the curtains in the thing opening remind me of the end of the 64 or the World's Fair film, which, as we pointed out in a previous episode, we don't know is actually from the 64 World's Fair or not. It could have been from this fair.
I'm glad you brought this up because between episodes, I've had a realization that I was 100% wrong about that, and you were 100% right. I called out a specific quote from that animation as defense, but that was actually a quote from the beginning of the animation. It absolutely is the 64 one because what Wells said, I'm glad you're giving me a chance to correct this, by the way. The thing he says at the end is actually,
"And in just 20 short years, we will share this extraordinary place with the entire world."
That's from the position of 64 to 84 when the reveal was going to happen in 84. In 39, 20 years from then, 59? That means nothing. Like, that's not a date. So no. And obviously that was when we get a description of what the animation was at the exhibit in the salon. It's not the animation we see.
Yeah.
So no, I was wrong. Happy to cop to that. Glad to have an opportunity in this part 3 episode to clarify that. But yeah. All right. Back to the view of Tomorrowland, which I'm glad you commented on because it's complementary to what's in the film, but it very clearly is not describing the wheat field in the film. It's describing some other landscapes. The idea that the things that Henry and Rotwang and in this story might be dealing with are different parts of the alternate world than the one that we see in the film. The earlier drafts give us a little bit of a glimpse into just how well written it is because there's actually something that was excised that a lot of, I think, lesser writers would force themselves to include because it's a cheap trick. And that is, when they say you want to enhance your drama, you put a ticking clock on it. Often, literally, people would put a ticking clock. And in the earlier version, they had one. And I give them great credit for knowing that the drama of this particular chapter and all the things that happen are so potent that they actually didn't need a ticking clock. And so this was the original text when the Faustus units inform them that the Rotwang has locked them out of the grid. They originally said, I also regret to inform you that he has activated the grid, and worse, that this facility and the grid are scheduled to self-destruct in 24 minutes. And, you know, in a movie, you can see why it's compelling to have a ticking clock like that. But in a book, you're really more focused on the internal emotions. And the main thing about, you know, media like film, they're a fixed time thing, whereas books you can read at any pace you want. You know, the ticking clock isn't necessarily this, unless you decide to do a countdown. Like you can read in some books where they have a countdown in an attempt to replicate that. But I think this was a good edit, and it shows just how deftly they were considering the drama and how they understood, we've got enough here. We've got enough dramatic juice for the ending. The next two chapters are so intertwined, 32 and 33. We're going to take them right together, and then we'll talk about them both. Chapter 32, in which Rotwang transcends the other world. Rotwang glimpses the other side, knowing from the moment Henry jumped on his plane that it was all he'd ever see, deciding that would be all anyone would ever see. He pushed down on the yoke of the plane, driving the jet into the grid on the other side, his vision blurring as glass and fire flew against him. And then the other side of this particular moment, chapter 33, in which Amelia Earhart tries to say goodbye and fails. The skies over the Atlantic. A shockwave from the other side blasts Amelia's plane before the portal closes and the mushroom cloud on the other side disappears. The grid goes dark and sinks into the deep. Amelia locks the yoke of the plane and jumps, deploying her own parachute. Weighed down by her leather jacket once she's in the water, she bids it goodbye and inflates a portable life raft for Lee. She helps him inside, and he notices her jacket bobbing up on the water, coming back towards them. She sighs and says to it, I'll never have anything nice.
I love the duality of seeing the two sides of this big accident. I love how they've been to the other side, Tomorrowland, many times. They'll do it again. He's destroying the grid, but he's not destroying the dream or the idea or whatever else that will happen. But he's so caught up in this just, I have lost, I am going to destroy. In his last moment, he convinces himself that this last act is going to somehow do something, when the truth is that he has been 100% and fully, completely defeated by what, honestly, by an inspiring speech from a Faustus unit that kicked this whole thing off, you know, from a recruiter that told him that they were sorry for what happened to Plus Ultra, and that caused Henry to completely turn around and save himself and become important and become alive again and understand that these ideals are really important. It's a great ending to a evil villain character, you know, this just idea of like, no, I'm getting my last revenge. And it's like, are you really?
It is a folly of his villainy because, yes, Plus Ultra will be back. Plus Ultra has gone over there many times, but as we've seen through the course of the story, he was so focused on his particular branch of science. They were always talking about how Rotwang was not as interested in this stuff. Rotwang never was over there. He was curious why and where they got this unique material that he built the robot out of, but he had never gone over there. He didn't know about it. So I do think in his mind, even though this is his ultimate failure and he would not survive, I think he sees this as a major blow to Plus Ultra. And, you know, for about 20-ish years, it is. You know, as we'll find in the following chapters, the fallout of this is Plus Ultra not going to be as much on the main stage as it was. This is a big financial hit to them and a big resource hit because the ramifications of that broadcast equipment not being there are absolutely vast. But thankfully, we now know with the bad guy destroyed on the other side and the sad loss of one of our heroes that turned from villainy, all of our good guys pretty much made it out. And that's great with this little, the calm after the giant explosion. You know, the idea of seeing a mushroom cloud and then just suddenly the curtain closes and it's calm and she floats down and they're just on this raft together. And you got this funny little moment with, my old jacket, they're never going to give me a new one now. It's just a moment of levity after, honestly, a couple of really intense chapters. And I deeply appreciated that levity.
Were there any changes from the ARC in these 2 chapters?
No, the funny thing is, now that we can look back over the long arc of this book, and sometimes literally the arc, it's this wedge where there were a lot more changes at the beginning that tapered out towards the end. I think just by the nature of storytelling, once you've outlined where your story concludes, there is, in any good story, and I count this one among them, an inevitability to what's going to happen. So I imagine that their earlier passes at this were just like, yeah, that's what needs to happen. Obviously, and as we discussed in the previous chapters, these little character moments where it's like we can hone in on what's in their heads. But no major kind of changes, because this was just inevitably what they always wanted at the end. And I think that's always nice there's a comfort in knowing that. And that brings us to chapter 34, the last of part 3. Not the last of this limited series. We still have a couple more episodes to discuss the epilogue, and then a big anniversary celebration to close us out at the end. But here we are at chapter 34, in which Lee listens to a stirring speech. Long Island. A Faustus tends to Lee's ankle on the deck of Einstein's beach house, Clara's arm over his shoulder. Amelia had warned them that they might want to get rest outside because the place was about to become a war zone. They overhear heated debate among the Plus Ultra leaders. Hughes demands that they rebuild and get back on schedule. With the grid and tower destroyed, their communication network was down entirely. The others try to talk sense into him. They are vulnerable, and Hitler is watching. Hughes storms out, and it is decided that Plus Ultra will cease all activities and deactivate remaining technologies until further notice. Amelia agrees to head up the efforts to protect their remaining secrets, using their old base as an HQ. Einstein agrees to sign their fateful letter to the president. Filled with gratitude, Lee and Clara listen to Lou Gehrig's final speech on the radio.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for. Thank you.
Clara takes a deep breath of salty air and responds with a smile. Amen. And isn't there something lovely, not counting the epilogue, about a Tomorrowland science fiction book ending with the line, Amen from Clara? She represents both sides of the equation here. What a great ending. What a fantastic little thing.
A bit of defeat, I think, a bit of sadness that like you know deep down that Clara's grateful for what she got and what she got to see and the life that she got to live, but she never got to see Tomorrowland.
It was closed up. You're right.
She got to be part of this amazing thing for such a short period of time. You know, there's part of me that's like, at the end of the day, the founders played it safe again, as we saw them do time and time and time again, right? The common thread here. Let's open this other dimension to the world. Well, it didn't work out. Now we've got the Nazis, now we've got the Cold War. Now we've got rising pessimism and the inability, the world is going to be destroyed. So why open it? Why share it with the world? They're just going to destroy it like they did this one. It's just this struggle that Plus Ultra faced every single time.
And what you're saying actually makes me think, in a way, even though at the end of this journey, Rotwang does not reign supreme, in his own little way of destroying the grid, he kind of succeeds at something Nix was trying to do but didn't do, which is close off Tomorrowland. That was one of Nick's ultimate goals there. And in his own small way, in his death, Rotwang did that. It's an interesting dynamic because you're right. In the context of the story and having experienced it fictionally, what their machinations are and all this, it is a sadness at the end here that Plus Ultra has to go away. But like zooming out on the storytelling level and the meta level of like, okay, we're doing this alternate history of Plus Ultra. And if you think we're dealing with this era of time, I'm sure a big challenge to the storytellers, both when they were discussing the original story for the film and this is, okay, if they were founded in 1888, what did they do during World War II? And I think it's a really clever way to say, why didn't Plus Ultra save us during World War II? Well, they weren't really active during World War II because of all these things that happened. They had a depletion of resources because of these events. It gives us an in-fiction way of understanding why weren't they helping us if this is this alternate world? Well, we all have our logistics to deal with. And I think it was, sad in the universe, but also in a storytelling way, a really clever way to deal with a shaky thing, which is alternate history. Everyone has to deal with World War II because it was just this cataclysmic human moment. And I think ultimately, this is a really interesting way to do it, specifically by ending with Einstein signing the letter.
There's a lot to pull out of here. You get a little bit of that nod when Amelia says, besides, somebody has to take care of you, and it isn't going to be your pigeons. A really awesome call out to, the last years of Tesla's life in the New Yorker, and also just, like you said, that relationship and that bond between the two of them that was extremely obvious in the ARC, and then in this version is a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
Is pretty great. And, it's just, there's a lot of neat stuff. And I love the throwback to, I guess Dad was right, said Lee, about what? We weren't prepared for New York.
Not that rapscallion could have known just how unprepared they were. He was just thinking of a normal city. Boy, did they get swept up into something. Now, Haston, if you're talking about Tesla's pigeons, I'm afraid you have pulled us kicking and screaming into fact versus fiction.
Good luck.
Not just Tesla, we got to talk about Einstein's dog, because there is a mention of a dog here. They describe this black dog, and heck, let's just also talk about the chapter art here, because it shows Einstein sitting with his hand on his chin, chaos is erupting around him, his dog is looking up at him peacefully, and you get this tableau of the other members. You've got Tesla pointing sternly, Hughes throwing his hand up, and Amelia just grimacing at this whole situation. Great piece of art. But the dog is both described and illustrated as a black dog. And when you look it up, Einstein famously had a dog, Chico, but he was a wire fox terrier and definitely not black. If there was a summer dog that Einstein had only at his summer home, I have yet to find this research. If anyone knows about Einstein's black dog, or perhaps this is simply a symbol, the black dog of death, I don't know. What do y'all think is going on with this dog? Because it doesn't seem like it's Chico. If it was Chico, I just feel like Jeff Jensen and Jonathan Case would have said, Chico was smiling. They would have given him a name drop, right? The other name drop we get from history once he signs the letter is, go give it to Sachs. Make sure he gives it a look over in his suggestions. This is real history. Alexander Sachs, economist, Roosevelt advisor, was the person who delivered the letter. And there was obviously a back and forth here talking about its contents because it wouldn't be delivered till October. So we're in July here, and it's not delivered till October 1939. But just getting us that little bow on the end of, we're dragging in a piece of real history, which I think is an elegant way to sort of kind of sum up the things we were talking about with the state of where Plus Ultra is that we got this great story of a fictional society, but it's always going to be subservient to the real history. And so ending at a place that's kind of boosting up this real document as a key part of the drama, fantastic. And giving a fictional reason that played into his decision-making. Just a lot of great fun and real stuff. We do have one little change that speaks to what you were saying about Tesla and Amelia, and a great way to send us off here. When Tesla tells Amelia he'll understand if she still wants to go public and go live her life outside Plus Ultra and come back to the world. In the final version, she says, just when things are getting exciting, not a chance. Besides, someone's got to take care of you. Again, paralleling the Lee and Clara here. But in the arc, she says, Nikola Tesla, you better not be trying to break up with me. And then Tesla blushes. So there is something vindicating in that. I'm glad I didn't misremember this. It was sort of more blatant there. But hey, if we're dealing with a Tomorrowland narrative that deals with alternate universes, the advanced reader copy of Tomorrowland, before Tomorrowland, is just an alternate universe version of the book. So it's one of those things where I don't know how many of those advanced reader copies are still flowing around. So I'm really glad that throughout these three parts, we have been able to call out some of the more interesting changes. Obviously, there's a ton of little tiny changes here and there, but being able to quote and document some of those changes that really do change the story into what it is. And ultimately, I think a much stronger story. I will say, I love this book more now than I did when we started this whole journey with Tomorrowland. When we first read it, I almost feel like, at least for me, I can't speak for you, but I was so blinded by the excitement of the universe and the movie and the film and the Optimist. I think I was reading the book through the lens of what can I learn about Plus Ultra? I don't know that I was as open at the time to receiving the journey of the characters as the prime core of this book. But now time changes everything. And those were the things that really shone the brightest for me. And it spoke to just how even under personal stress and life circumstances, Jeff Jensen and Jonathan Case collaborated to create this really amazing sort of story that continues to resonate, just as we talk about with the movie. The movie has proven to be more prescient about our modern day than even they could have predicted when it came out 10 years ago. I didn't think that was going to be as true for the book, but man, oh man, is it. And not just in the ways that it connects to the film, in its own unique sort of ways. It's been a really satisfying thing.
And, I think that this is a case where I was in the same boat 10 years ago. It's like, reading it, it was like, I cared about the movie. I wanted to know about the movie and the movie characters and what Tomorrowland meant and whatever else. And, I got to admit, 10 years ago, it was like, I was a little disappointed at the end of the book because we didn't get to Tomorrowland. And it's funny because there's an element of that is a common aspect of this franchise and all the ways that we've experienced it. But I think what's really great is going back now and understanding, seeing just from the 10 years that this whole, Frank and Athena relationship and how that's portrayed on screen and how it's just kind of been in my mind, the number of times that I see it and the almost every time that, you kind of cry thinking about it. It's like, that's here in this book. And I did not pick up on that 10 years ago. And even after I did a cursory reread after the film came out, it still wasn't, in my mind. And it's like, we've also grown a lot over the last 10 years. And I think that our love of this has changed over the last 10 years. And I think that there's definitely a really much stronger appreciation that I have that we have it at all. And that it's so wonderful that there's this way to connect with these same ideas and themes and goals that the film does. And it just, for lack of a better thing, it's like it's sort of our personal, we never got a trilogy, but we kind of have our trilogy. We had The Optimist, we had the book, and we had the film. And it just, going back and rereading it reminds me like, no, this was an amazing fully fledged story with so much of the lore and so much of the Plus Ultra that I loved through The Optimist and through the film. And it's still in there. And it's still, I love that it's just such a great, easy, casual read. Like, I'm definitely going to revisit it, every couple of years now because of how much, just like I revisit the film, because of how much I really got more out of it this time around. And then obviously, discussing it with you on the podcast here and like, kind of mulling it over a little bit has just been really, it's been really special. And it feels way more special now, I think, than it did 10 years ago for me. And I think that that's just, it's a delight that we have it. And it's amazing it got made. And I'm just so glad.
The only thing I can say to that is I'm going to take a nice salty breath in. I'm going to smile and I'm going to say, amen. But now it's time to wind down this adventure by diving into the epilogue, and then we'll take a look back at the story as a whole and its overall connections with the film. But before we close this book for good, we've got some follow-up and a special announcement.
A special announcement?
That's right, but first let's start with some follow-up. Haston, by goodness, you made a wonderful discovery. One of those questions that we put out into the universe. We thought maybe a listener would answer it, but it was you. You answered the question, did our brick actually get installed at Wardenclyffe?
And the answer is yes. And
Woohoo!
To our visual listeners, we have a photo of it. I did not realize that all the bricks were installed, that they took photos. I think maybe the most ARG-like thing is that for some reason, our brick with the bricks around it is installed upside down.
Oh, yeah. It's
I love
even
this.
more mysterious. There's an extra layer of mystery around our brick, which now we should have the opportunity to compare and contrast. It does say a tribute to my fellows, which was a plaque that existed in the digital extension of the Optimist alternate reality game where they did Edison Square. And there was a great statue of Tesla. And at the base, maybe even one of the earlier looks at the Plus U logo with that dual color pattern, the black and the red. And it's this beautiful gold plaque. So we thought, hey, if we're going to put a brick with the Tesla center at the Wardenclyffe site, we've got to do that particular saying.
Well, and for those that remember, however long we've been doing this, our friend Charles, who originally was one of the hosts of this, not even this podcast, but the
Yes, the one that precipitated this, called Tomorrow Chat. They were live, only live, never pre-recorded.
That's right.
Yes.
They were live, and he was the one who made the effort to order the brick, given
That's
I think
right.
it was shared by the Oatmeal at the time, who also shared the whole thing about the Plus Ultra story and whatever else.
After all these years, it's so great to see it and to have proof. You know, I still want to go visit it and see it with my own two eyes, maybe take a thin sheet of paper and a crayon so I can do a little rubbing of it for myself, frame that up on the Tomorrowland wall here in the office. I say here in the office, but naturally I am broadcasting from the middle of the wheat field, from the other dimension, of course. But that brings us to our special announcement. Very exciting. I thought maybe I would save this for our next episode, which will be an anniversary celebration episode, but you know what? We've got to do it now. Everything has aligned. We are doing something that has been asked of us by popular demand in a couple of different ways, folks. And in order to do it, I'm going to have to reach back. I'm going to plunge into the wheat. I got to fumble into the wheat behind me. That's right, folks. It is the 10th anniversary Tomorrowland pin. That logo you've seen open us up on each episode here, the little one next to the Tomorrowland logo making a 10, it is now available as a pin, but it's not just a pin, folks.
It hides a secret, doesn't it?
Oh, it hides a secret, and a secret that I say makes it more than just a pin set in a way, because yes, folks have been asking if they could get a 10th anniversary commemorative logo pin. Now you will be able to do that. There was also another pin that was our most asked for replica that no one's ever done in an accurate scale, and that is the 1964 pin that appears in the film that Athena gives to young Frank. The one that Funko did back in the day, it was way too big. It was huge. We know that the originals were 1 inch across, and
we
that's
saw
it.
them with our own eyes.
And they've got this beautiful clear epoxy dome on top that goes on top of the enamel, colors underneath. Very cool, very retro. And folks, I'm happy to tell you, this is a 2-layer pass-through pin. You take off the 10, and here you have it. A beautiful 1/1 scale replica of the 1964 pin. You get 2 pins for the price of 1. An option that can't be beat. And I wanted to make sure that those who are listening to this podcast got the first crack at getting these. We have a very limited number. The link to the Etsy listing will be in the description of this episode. We're not really sure if we're going to be able to do a second run. So I would say if this is something that you would like to get your hands on, don't hesitate. I just wanted to mention it here. We're going to wait another day to post it wide on the rest of our social media accounts for the rest of the fans. But for those who have actually been listening and following along, we're so appreciative of you, and we want to make sure you had the first crack at that. I am so excited that they turned out so well.
Nick, you've outdone yourself as usual.
Thank you. It's really just you give the people what they ask for. When the people demand it, you must give it to them. Even if it's not that many people. That's enough preamble. Let's dig back into this wonderful book. We've got the Epilogue, 1952. It's called Graceland, in quotation marks, in which a better future is built. Outside of an aircraft marked Tesla in big letters, crashed in an alien landscape, Amelia Earhart has a wound stitched up by a young doctor. It's Lee, now over 30 years old. Amelia notices Clara's sketchbook next to his medical kit in his backpack. Her crew of a dozen marches through an alien jungle filled with strange wildlife. She remembers eating them all when she was stranded here with the Faustus, and that's when we learn that she lost the vote to keep the Faustus units active during the war. They were all incinerated, and she had cried her tears for them. Over the last year, Plus Ultra had built a new tower in the Himalayas to survey the other world, finding the last thing they would have expected, a faint pulse of uranium. Making their way out of the jungle and over the slope to a seaside cliff, Amelia and her crew spot him. Henry! His body now weathered, oxidized, and scratched. Lee approaches him and speaks his name. Henry's eyes pulse on dimly, responding in a voice Amelia thought sounded closer to his childhood self. He had saved a little power just for the occasion. He had hoped it would be Clara, but he learns that she didn't make it. He apologizes to Amelia for killing her all those years ago, and Lee laughs at his joke. Henry points their gaze across a neighboring valley with a mountain on the other side. At the bottom of the valley, a gleaming structure unlike anything Plus Ultra had ever built. Arched pathways and platforms swarming with unique robots, all building new towers, new ships, and more of themselves. Lee was shocked. He pulled out his mother's sketchbook and flipped to a page in the middle. On it, a watercolor rendering of the city that now stood before them. I was inspired. Build your future, boy. Make her proud. And then Henry was gone, a statue. Amelia says, "You heard the man. Let's get to work." And thus ends Before Tomorrowland, the final movements of the epilogue. And boy, do I get goosebumps just thinking about it. They're throwing in things from the earlier in the book. We saw Clara do her sketches, and now Henry, having merely just scanned those sketches, that one moment when they were in the elevator, locked in his memory banks, left with nothing to do on the other side, goes to her inspiration and takes what we now know was the first stand at the gleaming city of Tomorrowland. Not necessarily the city we see here, but the version 1.0, and probably the one that gave us this look, this beautiful, sloping, curving archways and pathways that we see now. It all came from someone who ultimately wasn't even Plus Ultra. It was Clara. And by gum, do I love that. I love where we end this. Hasten.
I was convinced 10 years ago that, like, okay, we're at the end of this story of the chapter. This is going to move us right into the film. I think the thing that I sort of relate to the most is that, you know, Lee was a young boy in the main story. And here he is, you know, kind of a 30-something, like on the brink of what the future of Tomorrowland is, the future of Plus Ultra, right? You know, we're 12 years out from what was supposed to be another reveal that didn't happen. Or no, we're 12 years out from the World's Fair, which kicked off another 20-year reveal. You know, it's one of those things where I can't help but feel, with the first time I read this, I've now read a book for this thing that I experienced and that I got to be a part of and that I loved. This is just this next part of it, and I can't wait for the future parts. And in a way, I kind of felt like, oh my God, in a few months, I get to be Lee. And like, I got to do this early experience and get, you know, pulled into this game that was it. And now I've read this story of the back end, and like, now I'm getting ready to get pulled into it. And oh man, everything just felt so exciting at that point. And I think 10 years later, I appreciate the story leading up to this a lot more than I did 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was hooked on the start and the end of this book, and the middle parts were just kind of lore to me. And, you know, Henry's story was interesting, but I didn't really super care about it as much as I thought I would. And now it's like 10 years later, and knowing the trajectory of sort of what we got, The Optimist, this book, the movie, it's like, I appreciate this story and this overall, you know, trajectory that happened, and the historical details, and, you know, the first science fiction convention, and, you know, all of these little fun aspects and how it played out, and the whole humanism and robots thing. And it felt so much more satisfying this time around, 10 years discovering it, not thinking about this bright and gleaming future that might be out there, but thinking about, oh, this is a really nice little package of things that we got. This sort of perfect, at least for us, this sort of perfect trilogy of The Optimist, this amazing book, and the movie that we love.
And all those little payoffs here that don't just tie into the film, but are self-contained references to the entirety of the rest of the book. And I love here seeing Lee and what he has become, even if it's just the smallest glimpse in the epilogue, because he did take inspiration from his mother, not in the same way Henry did. We've got two characters here who took inspiration from Clara. Henry in the more obvious optimistic way. But when you think about Lee becoming a doctor, he wasn't able to save his mother. No one could, not even Plus Ultra. And now he's a doctor, and he's walking that path, and he has that personal connection with what he's doing, and he's doing it for Plus Ultra. This is a fantastic journey for him. And I can't help but wonder, where he goes from here, what kind of adventures post 1952, where we are here, that him and Amelia would go on before the great cataclysm that Nix would bring onto Plus Ultra in the film. It's just so satisfying. And we've got a couple fun little details I want to call out here in this very short epilogue. I like that they call out that Amelia has a new MFD. And even though she's only like 55 years old here, she's got a little bit of that, I can't, and the specific description of a touchscreen that she struggles with the simulated button. I love this idea because that conversation between a tactile pressing button and a screen button, this is straight out of our world. And I love to see Amelia Earhart, of all people, also struggling with that.
And I also love when you think about when the book came out 10 years ago, a lot more of a recent transition for a lot of people than it is today. It was like in 2015, a touch screen in your pocket felt extremely nascent to most people and felt like a brand new thing and whatever else. Smartphones were still relatively new in 2014, 2015. It's kind of fun to think about, that was reflecting also a feeling at the time that now feels even more fun a decade later.
Yeah, Amelia just wants her BlackBerry back.
Exactly.
A few little emotional details that just really landed with me here. I love that Henry's final words, we always look to the final words of a character to sum up either what that character's perspective was, what sort of themes they represented. But there's a metatextual level on top of this one here. Because when Henry says, I was inspired, build your future, boy, make her proud, that's a direct quote of the dedication at the beginning of the book. That's what Jeff Jensen said to his children that he dedicated the book to, make her proud. So we've got, in addition to just this beautifully emotional moment within the context of the story, now here at the very, very end, reaching back out past the proscenium and wrapping you back into it, settling onto what the theme of this book is playing with. And we'll get to that in a little bit. But on that level, I love the journey of Amelia and the journey of the book's relationship to the idea of an artificial being and this whole franchise's perspective on artificial beings. And it's subtle, but just the wording of it. She says, you heard the man, let's get to work. Her calling him a man, especially a character who was dealing with some level of arrested development, and it had this drama of being a child trapped in an adult body, saying in his exile, in his work, in his ability to take inspiration from another human and enact their vision in their honor, doing exactly what he just said, he became a man at the end. And it's just so satisfying, even though ultimately he only had that last gasp of energy left. And now he's his own statue. He left as a monument. And I would just love to have had a moment where if this franchise had gone into the future, that we could have, in a future sequel or TV show or something, they could have waded out into the early frontiers of the land and someone stumbled upon the statue in the modern day. That would have just been fabulous. We also are so lucky we've been treated to one final piece of chapter art by Jonathan Case. What do we got here, Hasten? What am I looking at?
It's one of my favorites. You've got this crashed aircraft named the Tesla with two small figures right in front. We assume that that's Amelia and Lee coming out and exploring that other world. I love this otherworldly creature. I'm a little sad after reading the book and hearing the descriptions of these that none of that sort of wild nature of the other world made it into the movie. And I think that if there would have been an aspect of it that would have, maybe it would have connected more with people that it's like, oh, this isn't necessarily a place on Earth, or, this isn't or alternate dimension or whatever else. It's a really neat kind of final wrap up. And I love that there's this horizon out. There's this kind of billowing smoke, which is the common theme that we've seen in all this casework. There's this horizon out there with a few rocky spires, out in the background that are just like it pulls your eyes in, and it's like, this is where we're building the future. This is where Henry is building the future.
I like that you pointed out the sort of difference in the visuals of how the other dimension is described, because I think it is initially their way to differentiate what you're seeing here. We're not describing a wheat field necessarily. We're describing other topography, and it's a way of defining it. Like, this is an early iteration. What you saw in the movie is somewhere else. But emotionally, the difference is down to what the media we're reading is. This book calls back to the old pulp science fiction novels that you would have seen a wild landscape like that. And the film very directly, admitted by Brad Bird, he wanted to play more in the fabulistic world of the Wizard of Oz and fairy tales. And so the visuals they chose for the other world sort of corresponded to what media they were in at the time. And honestly, it just says this place is infinite. Remember, it's a whole globe. It's a whole globe of what you're seeing. And if there is some kind of one-to-one relationship, which they imply but maybe don't necessarily say outright that there's a one-to-one relationship, it's simply the difference of they're crossing over in New York. Casey crosses over in
Florida.
Well, when she touches the pin, she's in Florida. She sees the commercial, but they all see the commercial in different places. They're in Paris, right?
Right. But they also like fly out to the edge of the earth. We don't know how much they rotate the earth. Yeah.
This is a great question. We are now going to cut to a clip from the film where the rocket is piercing back through the veil and we see Earth. We're going to determine what it is, where it is.
Why are we going back?
We're not. We're going through to another dimension.
So we blasted into outer space just to get a running start?
This part may get a little weird.
I can't tell what it is. So I can't tell what city that's supposed to represent. So if any sharp-eyed listeners can determine which landscape of night lights shining out of the city it is when they're punching through to Tomorrowland finally in the film's final act, go ahead and write in and we'll feature you there. But to my eyes, I am completely unable to determine what that is. I can't believe we're also at our final installment of Fact versus Fiction.
And how would you convince them? Data? Facts? Good luck.
I'm left with many questions. This chapter itself called Graceland. Is this an Elvis reference? This was my question. From the minute she said it at the beginning, I said, Graceland, is that an Elvis reference? And then I thought, well, why did Elvis name it Graceland? Is this there's some meaning here? Took a very short amount of time to look it up. No, it could not have possibly been an Elvis reference because Graceland, not only not named by Elvis, but he didn't even buy it until 1957. So 5 years after the epilogue even. So when Clara earlier in the book says that she thinks a utopia should be called Graceland, it's distinctly possible that she is literally just talking about the combination of those two words, grace and land.
I mean, from a naming perspective, Tomorrowland feels about the same. We want a space to explore the future.
I took this as a challenge, though. I thought, okay, well, what's the oldest reference to the word Graceland that I can find? I did a little bit of research here, and if anyone has an earlier one than this, let me know. But the earliest I could find in the newspaper archive was to Graceland Cemetery in Chicago, which was a private cemetery that was established in 1860. So if anyone finds anything earlier than that, let me know. I really thought I had found something in like the 1500s, but when I pulled up the document, it was Grace/land. And the search engine thought that the slash was an L. This is minutia we're getting lost in. The earliest instance is interesting, but the really interesting thing is if anyone has an idea based on what we know of Clara and Lee's backstory, why she might have been inspired to call it Graceland. I mean, other than just Grace and land, they sound good next to each other. If there is some kind of historical precedent or literary precedent, please do write in. I'd be very curious about that because it was an offhanded comment earlier in the book, but when you name your epilogue after that offhanded comment, okay, now I'm really thinking I need to dig in here. This is very interesting.
Advanced reader copy. It had a different name, didn't it? It used Lee's name of what he felt the land should be called, Betterburg.
Betterburg. We all love Betterburg, but it's a little more flippant, a little more fun, a little more silly because he didn't really care to think about it. I kind of like to think this was an effort to shift the emphasis from Lee to Clara. I mean, obviously, everything in this epilogue is stacked towards making us think about her and learning her ultimate fate and everything else. But obviously, Graceland, the better choice. As much as we love a good laugh and throwing back to that, I'm sure Amelia got a chuckle out of it. Graceland is the sweeter ending, and I like ending on a nice, sweet little note because as fun and adventurous as this epilogue is, also very, very heartwarming, especially right at the very end.
Well, when you think about what Jeff was going through with his wife at the time and whatever else, like what an amazing and just awesome tribute to her and the children that they had, her trajectory and her story and everything else. And it's really sweet. It's really sweet knowing that there was a big, strong personal connection behind it as well. And no matter how it ended up working out for them, it's like he had an amazing trajectory of her in the book. I really can't help but think about him and the experience that he had with his wife at the end of this.
And it's really the perfect, even if it did come from a very personal place, it perfectly dovetailed into what ultimately becomes the theme of the book. And that's why I'd like to move us into our next segment here. Let's look back at the whole book as a whole. We've appreciated the epilogue so thoroughly. I start with the themes. I start with the takeaways. Like, what am I going to walk away with? And especially, if we can put it in context of how everything in the book built up, if it is this stack of dominoes that leads up to the epilogue, what is the period at the end of the sentence that I just say, I'm going to take this in with me? And the thing that comes out, particularly with regard to Clara and her story, is this idea of when we imagine the future, what lens are we going to imagine the future through? Is it through the lens of the economy? Is it through the lens of necessity? Is it through survival? Any number of lenses. And the book, and I think by extension, of course, the film later, it's postulating the idea that we must see it through the lens of people, or maybe even just a particularly inspirational person that's personal to us, in the same way that Clara ended up being personal to Henry. That idea of human connection as the basis of futurism, that's the thing I think I'll walk away with. And not just as like, oh, wow, what a great timeless theme for this book, but something to apply to your real life now, something you actually can carry with you. And even in the macro and the micro ways, how do you allow human connection to be the emphasis of your envisioning of the future and therefore the steps you're going to take to get there? Are we allowing it to be that?
Remember, there was the robot uprising, which was an absolute disaster for Plus Ultra in the past, to the point where they lost everything and they had to escape and whatever else. But thanks to Henry understanding that human machine connection, he was able to take the next generation of robots and actually build Clara's vision and build a vision and not just deal with this, with this fighting and this strife. And I've just been going through this sort of feeling of what we are seeing in our sort of human society currently with the rise of AI and everything else, and how there's this distinctly unhuman factor to it. We keep talking about how there are aspects of it that are going to benefit humanity, and I think there will be. But there's also this broken aspect of it. Kind of feels like that there's this like rise of the robot sort of war thing, and I wish we really had a Henry that was like understood how we can use this to truly build the human psyche instead of trying to replace it or augment it or cancel it or whatever else, which feels like the sort of current trend in the tech world that we exist in today. So I found that sort of duality between, oh, this wasn't the robot uprising, he did it, and then also how that related to kind of the themes of today.
Yeah, absolutely. And what did it take to get to the positive outcome? Because ultimately, it is a robot uprising to the degree that when they look out, they see robots making robots and doing these things, but they're guided by this principle. And we don't get a great deal of insight into what caused the robot uprising of the past. We get some throwaway lines about it.
Right.
But that's why that would be such a fascinating story, because if you told that story, then you could make a contrast to this, which is it was him reconnecting with his humanity that allowed him to do the positive version of a robot uprising, which is constructive rather than destructive. I think we can take from context clues that the robot uprising in the past was a destructive uprising.
Right. And I think that it's a big part of futurism that doesn't exist today. That we are at this weird precipice of like maybe for the first time in human history, we're not necessarily thinking about the future, about how it actually benefits humans. We're in this like capitalism kind of mindset. We're in this. And so it was a real just refreshing take to kind of remember what this is supposed to be about.
If Plus Ultra still existed, Howard Hughes is running it in our world.
When you think about the book and the type of futurism that it's selling us and sort of where we are today and what futurism is selling us today, for lack of a better term, it's like that last scene in the Carousel of Progress. What would it be today? Through its past, even through the current version that exists that was created in the 90s as kind of a parody, there's a humanism aspect to it. We don't really see today's AI models and today's like advanced tech and whatever really, giving us that ability to create this sort of human connection and this like, no, let the robots do the work so that I can have more enjoyment and leisure time, right? That was the sort of promise of the future that we were sold, is the humanism was more time for you, more time to connect with family, more time to create these relationships, to have this humanism connection. And so coming back to the book and like seeing that, human connection being a strong part of what the overall story is, and then how that connects to the film kind of stating the same message. It's like, oh man, compared to 10 years ago, that really feels missing now.
No, and there are some explicit quotes I remember from the promotional period around the film where Damon Lindelof was speaking to these things and sort of a new way of looking at AI. Like, the film doesn't say AI, but on the promotional tour, they absolutely referred to Athena and the Dave Clarks as an AI. And the idea of those two ways of looking at it contrasting each other. And Brad Bird even threw in his concept of whoever made Athena made her as an act of love. They don't go into who made her in the film, but she was made as an act of love. And so clearly she was one of those projects where budget was no problem. And in his mind, even if it never made it into the film, the Dave Clarks, in their need for dozens and dozens and dozens of them, were done on the cheap. The idea that they there was no love being put into the Dave Clarks in the same way that there was love being put into Athena's. So the other thing I kind of walk away with when I sort of sit and think back on the whole book and sort of its place as a certain type of historical fiction, a genre of historical fiction that I've grown to enjoy. I also think of something like Inglourious Bastards by Quentin Tarantino, where the big spoiler alert, skip ahead 10 seconds if you don't want to hear this, they kill Hitler at the end in a spectacular fashion that is this sort of release, this sort of the idea of literary justice for things in history that were never truly corrected. It's a corrective type of historical fiction. And there's a little taste of this here. The main thrust of the history is compatible with real history in this book, but there's just these little aspects of the science fiction element that to me have this really wonderful bit of literary justice for historical wrongs. Like, it's really sad when you read about how Tesla ended his life, how Tesla spent the end of his life. And so to have this alternate history offer a little bit of justice for someone like Tesla, and then maybe on the other side of that, having Howard Hughes finally get told off by someone in a piece of historical fiction. These are just nice things to have, and they're comforting. Our historical fiction doesn't just have to live in the margins. It can also offer us this alternate view as a way of saying, we acknowledge that this wasn't right, and that if we have control over these pocket universes that aren't literal pocket universes, but they are books in our pockets, why not have these opportunities to give Tesla this fantastic, meaningful, connected last chapter of his life.
And as we've talked about before, weirdly, in our overall like forms of entertainment, this keeps happening. And I don't know, there's just part of me that kind of loves that too, of like, yeah, you get this sort of alternate vision of him that he may not have got what he wanted, but he had more impact than he had in the real life. And I sort of love that.
I feel like we've almost completely talked about this book without invoking the heaviness that comes now with using the word Tesla. But this book is talking about the real man. And so we've had this opportunity to just explore the purity of that exists 10 years ago when this book came out, and we don't have to deal with all of the hectic revelations that we wake up to every morning in the newspaper.
The big thing that I give the book as a whole is, and I give the movie this too, but really the book, you think about what this Tomorrowland IP should have been, what it could have been. And it could have been extremely just, oh, there's this city of the future and you're invited, like the theme park land, right? And I think to have this backstory and to have this, the place is not really the purpose of these stories.
the place exists to motivate us to be better human beings and to be a better person and to look at things differently and whatever else is ultimately, I think, the ultimate sort of goal of what futurism should be, and not just come and see the latest robot vacuum, come and see it's not a Best Buy showroom. It's who we are as human beings, how we interact and how we connect with people and robots and algorithms and whatever else, and what humanism exists there or not. The book, from a very unique perspective, could have easily just been, hey, these 4 cool guys are building the city of the future and like you're invited. But instead it becomes this complex, story about humanism and how we connect as people. A son who's not into it connects with his mother, and, it's just, it could have been so easy, and it wasn't. It was this deep, complex look. And honestly, looking back 10 years later, not sure if a concept like this, relating to a theme park thing could exist. You're not going to get, I don't think in today's era, you're going to get a Haunted Mansion book that would look at, well, why do we process horror and death and whatever else the way that we do? And this film does process what we think about futurism, how we interpret it, how we digest it, what it means. And it feels so unique for what its origins are.
Like many of the greatest pieces of pure, true science fiction, not science fantasy, not space fantasy, not space opera, true science fiction often gets levied this criticism that it is too cerebral, even though that is at the core of what science fiction is. And I think, to what you're speaking to, these are cerebral concepts of not let's literally adapt a land, which I would also like to see what a literal adaptation of a land looks like. Like, rides have stories, but most lands don't have stories. Some lands do have stories, but Tomorrowland doesn't have a literal plot. And so you kind of had to go cerebral. If you were going to say, let's do something about Tomorrowland, a literal kind of like, oh, well, maybe it's a Space Mountain movie or this, that, or the other. It's never really going to live up to the promise of those 2 words smashed together. Just Tomorrow and Land. And Brad Bird loved to talk about that again on the press tour. He was always talking about, tomorrow, it's not here, it's out there, you're reaching for it. And then land, terra firma, it's firm. So it's this way out there idea and this really hard idea smashed right up next to each other. And yeah, it's naturally, if you're doing the idea justice, it is going to be a cerebral experience. And for the people who didn't want Tomorrowland to be that, I just kindly invite you to go watch Meet the Robinsons, and please stop talking about this movie, because this movie is trying to do something more ambitious than that. And indeed, as you pointed out, the book is trying to do something more ambitious than that. It is not a prequel to the degree that you have these literal plot threads that go from A to B, like, oh, let's explain this one thing. It's more of a cerebral exploration of the same themes at a different point in the timeline of the universe of the story. And you've provided the perfect transition into what I thought should be our next segment here. Let's just compare this book to the film. We did it on a chapter by chapter basis through the previous episodes when something would call out to us. I just thought it would be fun now to kind of look back and sort of think about how the book relates to the film. You've gone into it a little bit there spiritually, but I was thinking, even the first thing that came to mind for me on this topic was sort of the shape of it. I mean, you already spoke about the idea that people wanted to see Tomorrowland. And I love that both in the movie and in the book, you're only seeing it to the degree that this story requires. And I love that both the book and the film are structurally these searches, something we're looking for. It's this road trip in the film. The book is not a road trip, but it is this sort of globe trotting.
City trotting is more like it.
Yeah, it is this city trotting adventure in which it's about the yearning for the idea of it. And so it allows, the inability to get there is the story. Like the inability to fully grasp it. Like, why is the future that we think should be so easy to imagine in this positive way, why is it out of our reach? And it's in watching the characters struggle with it that we have an example to follow in our own lives, because look, it's not going to be given to us either. Yes, it's fun. I honestly don't think there's a ton of purely utopian fiction that people successfully point to when they ask for a counterexample to this kind of storytelling, because usually there is a worm at the core of the apple. There always is some kind of trade-off. And so having the characters debate that, interpret that, have a bunch of different opinions on it. Like, honestly, the book ends up having a lot more characters than the movie did. So you get more angles on that. Again, the movie was much more of a fable and the book was much more of a pulp sci-fi novel. And so by that very difference, you're able to get, if the idea of Tomorrowland at the core is this gem, you're getting a look at the different facets of it through these different fictional lenses, and indeed just the difference between prose and cinema. You're going to have a different perspective on that as well. So yeah, it's just fascinating to consider these together when you divorce yourself from the idea of the traditional way you engage with a prequel. It's a much more, I don't want to say spirit, it's a much more thematic exercise than it is a literal exercise. And that's always so fun.
This robot human consciousness concept, which is clearly coming, right? And I think 10 years later, it feels way closer than it did 10 years ago. Programming versus humanism, and how we love and how we relate and what we do. And, obviously other films like Her and others have explored this in other fashions. AI and things like character.ai, and like how, young people are chatting with it more than humans, and like, what's the human connection there? And like, how do we make sure that there's a human connection? Because ultimately it's like, you think about how, Athena was the whole film and how Frank loved her. And then you think about Henry and how even in this epilogue, it's like Henry still felt bad about the jokes about him killing her or whatever all those years later, right? It's that complex viewpoint of what is a human, what is a machine. It feels like if there's any time to discuss that idea, it's more now than it's ever been before.
You've just pulled out a very specific connection to the film that I didn't even notice till you said it. Both of them end with an artificial intelligence character dying after making a joke.
Yeah.
Athena makes her joke at the end, and Henry makes his last little to Amelia. There's all these little things, and I almost feel like the way that we went through this sort of chapter by chapter, there are probably other things that we didn't even pick up on this second time through that we can rediscover in future years. And hopefully people listening to this, thinking about it on that level of comparing the two, can write into us with, and we can just learn more from everyone else's perspective.
I'm sure there's absolute parallels to the film that we didn't capture. And I would love to open up the inbox and, and read about those. So absolutely send them in.
Some of the things we already sort of talked about as we went through the individual chapters, but I thought would be good to pull back here. Some of those characters that we've already discussed and how they relate, but more importantly, their character relationships, as I keep going back to how novel and interesting and compelling it is when you think about the core two human characters in each of these. So you've got Clara and Lee, and you've got Frank and Casey. And I just love the inversion of that. I love that the dreamer is the elder in the book and the dreamer is the youth in the film. It gives you both sides of that dynamic. And the book, I think the movie is giving you the prototypical version of that. You expect the elder to be jaded because he's lived through the horrors of life, the suffering that encompasses all of our lives. But to have the counterexample of that, it's complementary, but it's giving you the other side of it here with Clara, and having her be the one that has to rein in the kid who is now tasked with sort of being the adult. I just feel like it's such a beautiful way to have a prequel story be told that enriches your appreciation of the film.
And that she could go through so much and still be the dreamer,
Yep. The dreamer who isn't just the dreamer. She's the dreamer that inspires others to be dreamers. And ultimately, that's where the film ends up as well. So it's harmonizing on all frequencies there. Hasten, I don't usually like to talk about, my favorite this, my favorite that. But look, we've done the epilogue. We've made it through the whole book. And I don't want to bog down our big celebration with this. So let's make it a little lighter. We've been getting deep with the themes. Let's just talk about some of our favorites here in the book. Dedicated favorites, and this is where we talk about them. Off the top of your head, do you feel like you have a favorite character at this point?
I mean, I think Amelia is my favorite character in the book. She's not dead, ragtag kind of like, I can just envision her the whole book. Like the fact that she's like head of security and head of like trying to wrangle all these men all these crazy men that are just like, don't really know what they want, but also, know what they want. And it's just, she's just trying to make it all happen and deliver on it and whatever else in a world where society thinks she's dead. She's one of the most important people in society thinks she's dead. And I think that from a character perspective, maybe hers is the most fun from a just like, alternate history perspective.
You're so right. And we should clarify, favorite does not mean best. Because if we had to go like best written, best this, best that, we might answer something else. But honestly, Amelia is the one who came to me as well. And I was thinking about why. I agree with everything you said. The other thing that came to mind for me was when you dig into that idea of everyone thinks she's dead, I like this idea of carrying into my own life the concept of you can do the good work even if no one knows you're doing it. We can sometimes get distracted by sort of broadcasting all of our good deeds and wanting to make sure everyone knows that we're on the right side of this, the right side of that.
Especially in a main character era where like it feels necessary to broadcast your main characterness to the world.
Yeah. So to have this historical figure, everyone knows her name, everyone knows what happened to her, to have her now have this whole second life where that probably ends up, I mean, we don't know, but it probably ends up being longer than even the public life. And that she has an opportunity. Tesla says, you can go tell the world you're here. We'll deal with the fallout. And the fact that she chooses to stay with Plus Ultra and to do the good work, even if the world will never know. That is inspirational. And yes, she's a light, fun character, but I love that it's also got this core there of a very, very interesting way to exploit the kind of science fictional, like you said, alternate history of her character in a very interesting way. So yeah. Now, if I can't answer the same as you, I think we're speaking with one voice here, but if I can't answer the same as you, I'm just going to answer Faustus. No explanation. The Faustus units as one consciousness. Absolutely. And speaking of Faustuses, we've been talking a lot about AI. We've been talking a lot about the modern moment and then, sort of how science fiction has addressed AI. I would like to just give a moment of recognition that the thing that science fiction is generally talking about when we're talking about AI, the great AI characters throughout history, you mentioned her, Data from Star Trek, we think of Athena in Tomorrowland. That AI is not what we are now calling AI. The thing that we are calling AI in the public sphere, the idea of large language models, the idea of image generators, the idea of machine learning.
Right. Any sort of transformer model that we have now sort of labeled as the AI really is just, it's combinations of words with thinking that is combinations of words to produce more outputs of words that feel human to us as the way they are written.
And I'm not convinced that that is even going to be the lucrative or productive path towards creating an actual artificial intelligence. But I love that science fiction has leapfrogged over the logistics of that and allowed us to think about the sort of ethical questions, stories like Tomorrowland, surrounding AI, should it ever actually get here. But I just thought we should put a little pin in it that like the thing most people are telling you is AI. They're calling it AI so that they can raise capital, not because it's actually AI.
And I also think too that, if you look at, not to get too technical about it, but it's like if you look at these transformer models and what it is, right? They will get bigger. Neural networks will get bigger. Like there is the potential to have some sort of breakthrough that is these neural networks get so big that they start to actually create connections that aren't just words that seem right after words. And so I do believe that maybe on some angle, we are on sort of like not, probably not anytime soon, but that we are on this sort of like weird precipice where a lot of this feels a lot more, and when you think about, we already have humans interacting with these things as if they are humans. And so even if they're not what they become and science fiction has leapfrogged the technological details, maybe some people are treating it this way already, and they need to think about what they're doing and how these things aren't that.
It's going to be a fascinating thing to follow as these things emerged, but thankfully we have had 100 years of wonderful science fiction to prime us for when the questions that need to be asked are going to get asked. Look at us. We can't even handle one question We can't even handle one favorites without diving into one of these things.
Favorite quote?
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and I didn't have one that emerged independently on its own. And so I thought, well, if I have a favorite quote, it probably would be in these last 3 episodes of breaking down and summarizing the book. It would probably be one that jumped out enough at me at that time that I wrote it down in our notes. And so when I look back through the last 3 parts of the book, the one that jumped out at me, I'm just going to say, this is my favorite quote. It must be. The evidence is right before me. This must be my favorite quote from the book. It was from chapter 25 at the World's Fair. And it's Tesla. We talked about it in the episode, but I'll reread it here. It's an incredible thing to have spent your life building a dream for mankind, then to have it snuffed out before man can even dream it. Was that yours too?
I am literally looking at that page right now, and I highlighted it in yellow when I was reading the book as one of my favorite quotes from this whole thing, because I feel like this quote for me summed up my entire experience with this film, interactive media that it created, the film itself, like how society interpreted it and whatever else. And I just felt like this particular quote to me felt like so much more than just what Tesla was saying. And this was written at a time when we didn't know the trajectory of this, and we didn't know the trajectory of where we were moving to.
That was written even before the pre-Star Cruiser closure disappointment chapter of our lives existed, and yet it feels so applicable to that.
I guess I have to pick another one.
If you've got one. If not, I'm just going to say, man, this is why we don't do favorites, because it's just us saying the same thing over and over again.
I really like this quote, Amelia. Here's from Clara. A better future is something that we make, if not fight to make, every day. I'm prepared to fight for this. And it's so true. And I think I feel this, in our modern society, in a bit of this doomerism that exists today, and how there is a better future out there. And I think that individually, maybe we're tired and maybe whatever, but individually, I still think that, on a day-to-day basis, we do fight for it. And I think that it's easy to forget that we are fighting for, a future. Just making this and reminding people the humanism of the future and where we are and whatever else is fighting for it in a way. The individual actions that we take on a day-to-day basis, like we are fighting for that future that we have to make day after day after day after day. And
I love that you pulled that quote, because you're right. That's the theme. That's the book. That's what we need to remember. And listening to you talk about it, the thing I'd add is simply, it can be intimidating to talk about this and to think about this, to apply it to yourself and say, well, the city of the future is beyond, I'm not going to build the city of the future. That's not really where the metaphor is useful. It's like you said, in the big and the small ways. Like, even like you said, just in the media you want to see in the world, in the stories that you want told. Like, look, it's a lot of work for us to sit down and do this podcast and to put it out and to edit it and to curate all of our notes and to re-examine things. But worse was the idea that this anniversary would go unnoticed and that this story would be forgotten. And so it's, even if it's the smallest thing, you're right. I never thought about it that way till you said it, but it is my way of saying, I want more of this kind of story in the future. And that might be the least significant thing you can do, is to say, no one's doing this kind of thing anymore. This kind of transmedia storytelling, this kind of interconnected thing, this kind of, really a distributed universe of narrative that's speaking with one voice on this level, where the author of one gets to be the author of the other. And it's not just hacked up for these different divisions to have their tie-in to release on the day the movie comes out. That can be entertaining as well. But I feel like you're right. Us sitting down to do this is us casting our vote and saying, we want this thing remembered because we want more of this type of thing. Even if we never get any more Tomorrowland media officially, the idea of other stories in other genres talking about other ideas, allowing themselves the ambition, the type of ambition that was on display of an original universe like this, of fighting to tell original stories in a world where people just don't support original stories. They talk about wanting original stories, but they don't support them. Tomorrowland was an example of that. And every weekend at the box office, we see examples of that, because somehow people are still dragging themselves out and making original movies that people aren't going to see. So, every little thing that you do, every recommendation you give to a friend, person to person, that also makes an effect in the grand scheme of things. Now, do you have your favorite piece of Plus Ultra lore that we learned from this book?
I think my favorite piece of Plus Ultra lore is the Einstein-Tesla Impact Imbalance Act, established in 1928, the bylaw that prevents Plus Ultra development of any technology with the potential for producing equal or greater amounts of negative effect than positive effect, weapons and so forth. We used to use atomic bombs for interdimensional travel, but those are quite rough. I don't know. There's just part of me that, sums up the like general sort of optimism and whatever of Plus Ultra by like throwing this down and creating it. And I think adds a lot more impact into the movie that the modern day Plus Ultra that we see in the movie, what the horror that Nix has turned it into and has become, just straight up has weapons that liquidate, that just completely dissolve people and things.
Great point. I didn't even think of that detail when we talked about that in the previous episode. Fantastic. I'll do mine real quick because we did talk about it when it came up, but I don't remember the exact wording of it, but it was the idea when we learned that Henry was part of sort of the junior Plus Ultra recruit school.
Yeah.
Like the idea of there being that school for young recruits. And it wasn't just a thing, well, if you're not this old, you can't be a part of it. I love what that does for the movie. I love thinking about that. Athena and Frank being a part of that when they were growing up. I just, that small sentence had such great ramifications. And again, it could be a whole animated series. You could do that on Disney Plus, Disney Junior, the Athena and Frank at the Plus Ultra school, getting into shenanigans, flying jetpacks when they're not supposed to, and getting into really fun adventures would be absolutely fabulous.
With a healthy layer of STEAM learning right on top.
Oh, it would be so great. It would be edutainment is what it would be.
So favorite scene, did you have a dedicated scene that you loved from the book? Because I have mine, of course.
I didn't have a premeditated favorite scene. When I wrote down, let's talk about our favorite scenes, I didn't have one that jumped out. But when I sit and think about it as like my standout favorite, again, this is not the best scene. It's emotional, but it's not, just an emotional thing. I just keep going back to the absolute insanity of that final battle in the hangar, where all the Faustus units swarm and they're going up against the Apocalypse jumpers. And you do have character moments happening in the middle of this chaotic maelstrom of things going on, but the action is so inventive and so visually described against the internality of all these character moments.
Yeah, the Faustus units just hugging them because they have no other programming, so they just want to stop them by putting their giant arms around them. Oh, I love that so much.
So great. What about you? Did you have one that popped in?
It's that train ride as part of the sort of Plus Ultra experience, that hidden subway that they're riding that's completely empty. And I love this. My favorite way that was written was this duality of here they are absolutely panicking and are concerned and whatever else in this environment that was supposed to be extremely full, extremely comforting, ready to show them the future, ready to show them everything else. And here they are panicked to no end, just dealing with the noise around them. And like, and I don't know, there was just this duality of like what the experience was supposed to be and what they were experiencing in that moment and what had led up to it. It was just, that was my favorite scene.
And kind of, I'm sure to a certain degree, unintentionally. I mean, I think it's intentional that the description of it kind of mirrors the transport hub that young Frank takes in the film, step onto the platform and all that. But also I think back to the finale of The Optimist when we're on the Lilybell train, and it's like, you have got the distance that this train is going on the track to solve the puzzle that's in the Lilybell, and the kind of relative chaos of that with the Plus Ultra narration. There was Plus Ultra narration playing on the loudspeaker. I didn't even think about that while I was reading it, but when you're describing it, I'm like, yeah, we kind of lived that too.
Yeah.
So finally here, our last favorite. Do you have a favorite station location?
The hover rail will be arriving in 1 minute. The hover rail
it's biased for me. It's really biased for me because I just experienced it, but I have to say it's the Empire State Building. I mean, I was just there, a few weeks before reading the book and got to go to the very tippy top, that 108th floor observation tower, and ride up that center column, which only existed and I think the coolest thing to me was,
hearing there, oh yeah, no, they were thinking about maybe this tall spire was going to be like a blimp station or whatever else. And then it was right in the book. Oh man, that was so much fun. And so I think that's favorite location station out of the book.
The scope of this story takes place pretty much within New York. We can't send people off to Tomorrowland, so a lot of these are going to be in New York. The one that stuck with me when I was like, what one did I like talking about the most? I feel like it was not even necessarily a location in the book, but adjacent to it, that Argosy bookstore that still exists. At the time Worldcon was going on, it still stood next to the venue, which is now no longer there. So we couldn't give you a location station for Worldcon, but the fact that there was this bookstore and, it was a literary science fiction convention more than anything else, that to me is just like, wow. Of the ones where we listed them out, next time I go to New York, that's the one I think I'm actually going to try and go to. Now, I was also thinking it might be fun for us to talk about the lingering questions that we have with the book. I'm sure there are dozens of little itty bitty ones, whatever, but when I was just saying, okay, what are the top ones? What are the ones that come immediately to mind? We were talking about The Optimist a little bit ago. Let's go back to The Optimist. Sorry for everyone who wasn't there, but hopefully we've talked about it enough that you have some idea of the story. There was a recruiter named Wallace. The game didn't explicitly say that he was a robot, but the fans, after seeing the movie, thought that guy was a robot, right? Do you think, Haston, that Wallace was an escaped Faustus unit that was not incinerated?
Or whatever the version of the Faustus unit looked like during the fair? Absolutely.
You mean the 64 fair?
Yeah. I mean, maybe later than Athena time, but it definitely felt like there was this vintage mid-century charm to him. I know it's Disneyland, and Disneyland is very centered around mid-century, and so they were kind of playing into that, but I also think that given that came from him, it felt like he could have been one of those, whatever Faustus was at that sort of time period, it's like that was him.
It's an interesting question because Athena isn't the only recruiter at the 64 fair that we see in that scene, and it makes you wonder, are they all audio animatronics other than Nyx, or are these other Plus Ultra members? Are these people who have been assigned to work at the fair? We don't really get to know that level of detail. This is the type of stuff we would know if they had made a visual dictionary for Tomorrowland, which, to be fair, is on my pet list of fan things we should do at some point, is to print out a visual dictionary for Tomorrowland. And, as a fan fiction, we could just guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which ones were robots and which ones weren't. The other one that came to mind, and again, we're going way in the weeds here. The relationship of the book to the film, what we learn about the founding, when the founding occurred, this idea of a meeting of the four minds at the World's Fair in 1889. And then you have Frank giving a very abbreviated backstory in the film when they reach the office where they met, top of the Eiffel Tower. Frank says,
French hated this thing when Eiffel first unveiled it at the Paris World's Fair. They thought it was an eyesore. Eiffel didn't care, though. It wasn't meant to be a monument. It was meant to find another world. The Quatre Premiere. Plus Ultra's first four.
They were a part of all this?
Eiffel, Jules Verne, Tesla, and Mr. Edison. They designed this antenna that we're inside.
Wait, what? The Eiffel Tower's an antenna.
Now, I finally answer your question. You're going to interrupt me? Yes. Tesla designed the antenna to observe every kind of frequency out there, subspace, transdimensional, you name it. And they found exactly what they were looking for.
But they were meeting at the World's Fair in the Eiffel Tower, that is the antenna, and Plus Ultra had not been founded yet. So the question I ask you is, do you think there was a collaboration between Tesla and Eiffel that predated the founding? Or do you think there was an Eiffel Tower and it was retrofitted into an antenna once Plus Ultra was brought together?
I mean, if I had to take a stab at the concept, I think it's that Tesla, kind of like Frank in the movie, was able to sort of pirate this signal or something from the other world. And he knew it was already a thing. And he knew that Eiffel was building this massive tower as part of the World's Fair and said, hey, I want to collaborate with you and stick something on it to see if I can get more of that signal and find out more about it. So I think, was there a collaboration? Potentially, let me do this thing. And then I also love thinking about the timeline of well, when did the rocket get put underneath it and it slid open and whatever else? Was that original? Was that fabricated later on? It's fun to think about.
You're right, because those two functions that they give two completely fictional functions to the Eiffel Tower that are not related to each other. The antenna that is receiving signals from another world and an escape rocket as a backup.
Right.
I love your solution is great though, because it actually gives you both, where it's like Eiffel designed the tower like he did in real life. The word of it got out. Tesla heard about it and said, hey, let's do something. So between announcement and build, they collaborated in the middle, and then it affected the final build of the Eiffel Tower. I like that idea. I like it. Hey, there we go. Headcanon acquired. It's been 10 years. We can make up whatever answer we want. Did you have any other lingering questions that you thought, when we consider what we know of Plus Ultra, any other last sort of, I'd love to know about that.
The grid was obviously destroyed as part of this, thing. It's like, did they recreate the grid? Was it built again? Like, was the technology, what changed in 30 years that allowed them to take the technology that was the grid and shrink it down to that little, transport bay that looked like a subway car? Like, what sort of changed there? And I think my lingering questions are like, what happened to the grid? And, I love this idea of thinking about the grid and how there's just this giant abandoned, electrical thing somewhere underneath the ocean, out in the middle of the ocean, just off of, New York. And like, cause it reminds me of like the decrepit things like at the fair site that are still there, like the old, fountains and whatever else with all the mechanicals and wires and things when the water level gets low that you can see that like haven't been touched for 60 years.
It's an interesting question, because I think ultimately the question at the core of that is, was the grid going to be used in the 84 reveal? Because remember, they built the grid for this reveal, and 64 was not a reveal. In the film, Orson says, in 20 short years, we will share it with everyone. Was part of that sharing with everyone going to be grid 2.0? Because, shuttling 5-10 people, whatever, through the little subway thing you described, that's one thing. But getting the world access to it, it would have required some other concept of the grid. So it's an interesting question.
And yeah, and like, when was the portal technology that, we see, the don't call it a portal that we call in the film, like when was that developed and invented?
It is a bridgeway.
Is that like a portal to Earth?
No, it is a bridgeway to Earth.
This has been so much fun to look back and to think about the epilogue in terms of what it means as a period at the end of a beautiful sentence that we have enjoyed so much. This is not the end, though, folks. Don't think that just because we've discussed all of the contents of the book that this series is over. Welcome, one and all, to the spectacular Before Tomorrowland Book Club
Anniversary special celebration.
Released 10 years ago on this very day, Haston, April 7th, 2015. And what a decade it has been. To honor this milestone, we're going to take a look behind the scenes of its creation. But first, Haston, I would like to take the opportunity to explore some of the topics that didn't fit within the shackles of our previous chapter breakdowns in the series. So let's dive into the Plus Ultra archive and imagine what might have been and what might still be. And what might still be for a lot of folks is they're ordering the 10th anniversary pin. We showed it off. We announced it in the last episode. Sales are going well. We got about half of our stock left. So if you want one, you better get it fast. So this week I'll show you. I didn't show this in any of the other materials. So this is a anniversary special exclusive. This is the box that it comes in, emblazoned with the Plus Ultra logo. And you just take that right off and you see the beautiful 10th anniversary pin beneath. So don't miss your chance to celebrate a decade of optimism with the Tomorrowland Times 10th anniversary pin. Available now for a limited time in limited quantity.
And I said it last week, but Nick really outdid himself on this one. Like, it is just so great to finally have that 1964 size, colored pin, and then the bonus 10th anniversary layered pin design. Oh, it's just genius. It is just genius.
Thank you very much, sir. And it's a great way for optimists to identify themselves when they're walking around town. You see this puppy on them and oh, this person's in the know. This person knows all about the future. And it can strike up some good conversations. Don't underestimate the ability of this pin to be a good conversation starter. Much like the ripping conversation that we're going to have today, Haston, I thought we'd start with a fun one. Let's think about fandom futures before Tomorrowland, not just the movie, the book. Let's think about, what do we want to see from the fans? Because yes, there's two of us sitting here. We talk to each other like this at least once a year. And the other fans can also contribute in ways that will delight the two of us. I'd like to see some fan fiction. So the question I'll place to you is, what sort of opportunities for fan fiction would you like to see expanded or explored in the future?
I would love to see what happened during the war. What happened during World War II, actually. Like, what does a lockdown, non-functioning, non-wanting to explore version of Plus Ultra look like? What is maintenance mode Plus Ultra?
Right. And I mean, the beauty of that, obviously, the two of us are biased because most of the members are doing nothing. They're holed down doing whatever history says they were actually doing at the time until Walt Disney shows up and kind of reinvigorates the mid-century Plus Ultra. That means if you told a fan fiction story during the war, during this period, Amelia Earhart would be front and center. Because she has been given a very specific job, right? She is responsible for plugging up all the holes, shutting down all of the different hubs all over, and you bet some of those might be a little resistant to being shut down. She's going to have to tell them the news, convince them. I'd say an Amelia Earhart focused fan fiction is just a great opportunity to inject some fun. So if anyone wants to write that, if you have a real calling for the voice of Amelia Earhart, give it a write. Upload it up to AO3, an archive of our own with all the other great fan fiction. And that's a great example because there's a couple different types of fan fiction that are the broad categories. And that's a good example of one. Gaps you want to see filled.
Absolutely.
There are these holes in the story that you can fill because we only have so much knowledge of the timeline of Plus Ultra. There are just infinite possibilities to fill in those gaps. Decades and decades worth of storytelling that we might never get in an official way, but the fans can absolutely take on. And you never know, if a piece of fan fiction is popular enough, it might just be accepted as headcanon by the whole fandom. So I definitely encourage people to do that. Now, other than Amelia, because obviously we love Amelia, are there any other characters that we would like to see get their own spin-off? And I mean, I guess this is going to go for fan fiction or official stuff, but let's take Amelia off the table because we just gave her this one. If we're studio heads or we're, entertainment executives at a book company, what other, I'm going to say specifically before Tomorrowland characters, do we think could sustain their own spin-off story? Any media.
A Faustus animated series.
Absolutely. I mean, and the good thing is you could do each episode from the perspective of a different Faustus.
Yeah, exactly.
This fits directly into the mold. In the Star Wars universe, this show is called Bad Batch, which is all about the clones, and all the clones are voiced by the same guy. So you just got to hire one actor to play all the Faustus units. You get him in a booth, and he records all the episodes in one day. It's fantastic and a great cost savings. I would love that. My answer for this one, I think I know it would probably dovetail a lot with Amelia, but getting a glimpse into post before Tomorrowland Lee Brackett on the medical side of things, the idea of Lee as a doctor. I'm going to say you could even fill in that gap between the actual end of Before Tomorrowland and the epilogue, because there's a huge gap of time. How did what does it mean to train as a Plus Ultra doctor for those years? And then also during those fallow years, I assume he follows Amelia. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's off doing his own thing. But specifically, futurism as seen through the medical lens is a very interesting one. You've got your Dr. McCoys, you've got your Star Trek versions of that. But what is the Tomorrowland version of a sci-fi doctor? That would be a very interesting story. And I remember when we were able to talk to Jeff Jensen, he was always thinking about, on his own, outside of the context of the collaboration with the rest of the filmmakers, when we asked him what Tomorrowland 2 might look like for him, he always talked about this idea of the reverse robot revolution, where the Plus Ultra robots just drop, rather than attacking humanity, are helping humanity. The humanity expects the robots to attack, but they actually help. And one of the examples he gave was to like just go into an urban center and drop like a hospital, like a futuristic hospital type thing. And it's like, that feels like something that could have been spearheaded by Lee Brackett, if you ask me. So that would be amazing. Let's hone down in on this, though. Let's talk time periods. You were talking about that war time period. Are there any other specific eras that strike us around or complementary to before Tomorrowland that might be fun to explore in fan fiction? Assuming some of these characters survive into the resurgence of Plus Ultra, you've already mentioned the idea of going into those war eras, but in the mid-century era, in the time surrounding the World's Fair in 64, where they're planning for the big reveal in 84, it would kind of be interesting to get a boots on the ground or fly on the wall look at what those discussions were. So if it was perhaps through a character like Lee, who would at that point be middle-aged,
maybe you've got this whole story with Lee where he's become disillusioned with like how Nix wants to lead. Is Nix even a leader? When we see him at the World's Fair, we assume that he's maybe not, and then he becomes a leader by the time 2014 hits, but like maybe he's actually a higher up person, or maybe he's a massive micromanager, and that's what leads Tomorrowland to failing. And
I mean, if we know Frank gets kicked out in 84, I think it's very safe to assume that Nix has taken power by 84, and he is the reason the reveal doesn't happen that time. So it would be very interesting to see how, if Lee is sort of, let's say 84, he'll be an older guy. He'll be in his elder years. What would Lee's view on what Nix is doing? And, he could make these parallels to thinking about, we could have flashbacks to more interesting anecdotes about his mom and Amelia and all these other relationships he's had, but through the lens of him watching Plus Ultra fall again, this thing that he's kind of invested his whole life into. That's a great idea. Yeah, obviously we've spitballed just a few ideas. There are infinite ideas for fan fiction. I want to talk about fan art now, because one of the things that we kind of earmarked in our previous episodes is something that would be fun to talk about here in the anniversary celebration. We got all these fantastic pieces of chapter art by Jonathan Case. But what were the things specifically from before Tomorrowland that never got illustrated by Jonathan Case? What are the things that still live in the imagination that might just be great to see fan art trying to take a stab? What are the characters, objects, and locations that were never illustrated that we would love to see? What comes to mind?
I think for me, it's the Hall of the Future at the New Yorker Hotel.
Yeah, especially just to get a sense of the square footage.
Right. We know how big it is.
Theoretic, is it?
No, it's probably not that big. Combination steampunk / Art Deco kind of era, I think, combined with those sort of New York values that I think would be really, really a lot of fun. I mean, obviously, the full airship and a full tour of the airship would be amazing. We get that single, drawing that Jonathan did on the side with with Tesla, but like, wouldn't it be great to see what this giant invisible airship actually looked like?
I mean, just a cross section, like a Wes Anderson cross section of the airship would be amazing. We could see all the little levels and all the little offices, because you do get, you get a description of sort of the main area and what it looks like. But let's take a look at it on that level. I'd also, as much as we see the one, we and I debated if it was or wasn't, the one shot of Tesla holding, same picture you're describing, him holding the MFD. I'd love to have some fan illustrations of looking at an MFD device as described in the book, folding and kind of, it could be a very interesting piece of retro future technology. Hey, if anyone out there wants to practice being a prop designer, give it a stab. Let us see it. Let us know what you think the MFD should look like. Now, Haston, one character that comes up a lot for us that I realized as I was going through all the illustrations, we never get a picture of. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Jonathan ever drew a Faustus.
No, we never got a Faustus unit. No.
We get a description, but we don't get a picture. And it's like, I'm imagining we're all kind of casting a different person, but there's that question of how human did they actually look? Because the robots in Tomorrowland all generally look very human. But like when they describe the skin as being sort of metallic, do they mean literally? Like, because then everyone would just think they're wearing makeup. I'm imagining it was more like a subtle sheen. Like there was just like they were glowing a little bit or something like that, right? Like I would be very curious to see what people think a
And
Faustus
how
suit looks
human
like
did they act? And did they walk? And did they?
as an early unit. I mean, because obviously, just based on the action that we see depicted, even Henry is mistaken as a human by normal people who know it, until he gets damaged. So we're still very much dealing in the waters of like the Gernsbachs in the movie and Athena, where it's like, yeah, they're people. They just look like people. They're played by actors. So who would we cast as Faustus?
Ooh, who would
throwing
we?
it out
Who
to-
would we cast as Faustus?
It's a tough one, man. It could go a lot of different ways. I mean, and I'm not, hey, I know we talked about this last time. I'm not ruling out that it just looks like Wallace. I'm telling you, I think Wallace could be a leftover Faustus that got out of the incinerator.
What a great story for somebody to write.
Yeah, anyone that wants to write things that bridge the Optimist and Before Tomorrowland. Look, you and I carried the torch of doing fan fiction that bridged the Optimist and the movie, but go in the other direction. I'd love someone else to tie the little loops. Now, that being said, obviously, as we discussed throughout our episodes, a lot of our assumptions about Before Tomorrowland were based on the advanced reader copy, and indeed, we did seed a few of the documents, because one of the big things about Stop Plus Ultra is we made this Plus Ultra archive website where you could pull up member files with a bunch of things, and we filled those with very interesting things. Some of those were inspired by what we read in the early copy, and one of them was this telegram in the style of the telegrams from the Optimist, but an earlier version between Tesla and Amelia. And that was always one of my favorite little things that we came up with, because it was sort of making explicit the sort of heartfelt connection that they had. So I consider that a piece of fan fiction, but that was like 2 sentences. I think someone could write a whole full thing, not just an artifact like we did, but a whole fleshed out story.
I would love to see somebody tackle that whole arrival experience and the whole puzzle and everything else at Wardenclyffe. Like, I just imagine this, like the light up tiles and like what did that look like? How did that open? I just imagine the like giant thing lighting up or something.
Imagine the version in the book, and then imagine the version that the Faustus had originally planned before they identified Lee, because there was going to be the version of the puzzle that was for everybody,
right?
And then they changed it. What was that going to be? Hey, you don't have to just be a writer or an artist to engage in fan fiction. Fan fiction can take many forms. If you're a puzzle designer, you can design a new puzzle for what would have been there. I'm always encouraging people. This was actually the thrust of the last year at HalseyCon. I did a panel, and the thrust of this was kind of trying to help people broaden their expectations of what fan fiction can look like. We live in a digital age. We live in an interactive age. Let yourself think about what type of things can be fan fiction. Cosplay can be fan fiction. The idea of you're not just replicating something, but you're actually putting two things together in the fictions that have never been put together before. You can be a walking piece of fan fiction. You can make a sculpture. You can make an interactive thing. You can make a website. You can make a fictional social media account. You got to be very careful with those, but it can be done. Broaden your horizons, and just like the fine ambitions of this book, allow yourself to take inspiration from how ambitious they were with this prequel, with your own fandom explorations of this prequel. And speaking of that ambition, Hasten, I thought it would be great for us to peel back the curtain a little bit and look behind the scenes of the making of this book, because way back in 2016,
9 years ago, I can't believe it.
What was originally planned to be the first anniversary audio commentary, where we were going to, you and I both talk over the film and then cut to interviews we had done with Brad Bird, Damon Lindelof, Jeff Jensen, and all the people who worked on the movie. Even Athena and young Frank were in that commentary with us. That was delayed till the second anniversary, but we did all of the interviews in 2016. And obviously, when you're cutting interviews up against a 2-hour film, there's only so much that can make it. And quite frankly, a lot of the Before Tomorrowland stuff really just didn't have a place to go in that commentary. So I thought, how great would it be for us to go back and remember some of the things that we had asked Jeff Jensen when the book was quite fresh on our minds, only a year out from the book's release. We sat down. I'll paint the picture for the audience. Haston and I gathered at a little cafe in an undisclosed location in Southern California, where we met Jeff Jensen and asked him a few questions. The first one we asked him was about those initial ideas about building Plus Ultra's history and how those ideas predated even the book itself. Let's hear from Jeff Jensen.
One of my jobs on the movie, once we had the story in place, was, okay, this is our movie, this is our story. Now, let's lock down the history of Plus Ultra that led up to the creation of Tomorrowland. I think that one of the things I'm really interested in, and I feel like I can be pretty good at, is creating, like looking to history, seeing moments of history, and then trying to create fiction that brings to life that part of the history. And so when I was asked to create sort of like the mythology of Tomorrowland leading up to the creation of Tomorrowland, I didn't just think in terms of milestones, like who was in Plus Ultra at this time and what did they develop. I thought about story. So whenever there was like a big flashpoint of history, I would always include like a paragraph or a whole page of, here's the story of what happened in Plus Ultra at that time. And there were two stories in particular in our early history of Plus Ultra that I developed and pitched to Brad, and he loved. One was this idea that there was a decision made around 1939 to shut down Plus Ultra for a time because of the threat represented by Nazi Germany. And that the people that were part of Plus Ultra at the time would naturally be really interested in A, protecting their secrets from the Germans, but B, would be pretty like activated to fight Nazi Germany and help their countries defeat the Axis powers. And so there would be an idea of a suspending operation of Plus Ultra and people going their separate ways. And then this would lead to a fallow period, a dormant period in Plus Ultra's history throughout the 40s, in which Plus Ultra would go dormant before being reactivated in the early 50s with people like Walt. And so I pitched a story in that was essentially kind of that the idea that like Adolf Hitler would catch wind of Plus Ultra, would send agents to America to want to find secrets, to like gain access to it. And that story would ultimately be the catalyst for shutting down Plus Ultra, would be the catalyst for other things too, like say, like building the atomic bomb and that kind of thing. Another story that I developed during that time, for that time period, would actually take place either right before the end of the war, or right out. It was right around, it would be the mystery of Nikola Tesla's death, and the idea that Nikola Tesla's death was the result of people coming after him for his Plus Ultra secrets. And then that was a story that would involve like people like Amelia Earhart and sort of like trying to like get back from Nazis, but also the Soviets and even the early American intelligence apparatus, secrets that were stolen from Tesla. And so this was part of the history.
You can even hear it in his voice, like just having so much fun with it and how it turned into the stories that we read. Another thing too, that just clicked with me, and I don't know why it just clicked with me. Maybe it was Jeff just describing it, but also this duality between Plus Ultra shutting down and everybody leaving and whatever else, and the film, and how that's basically happening in the film. It's like, oh, the monitor said there's this there's this destruction and there's this point of no return. Gather the humanity that we can, and we're just going to shut it down for a while and figure out what happens. I had never caught quite that duality before between the sort of end of the book and shutting down before the war, and then also the kind of shutdown that happens in the film.
Less optimistic shutdown in terms of who's leading Plus Ultra at the time, but definitely a parallel.
Right.
The thing that gets me about that, I love imagining this period where a lot of the main thrust of what would end up in the book were simply being built by Damon and Jeff as the necessary backstory of what was Plus Ultra doing at these pinch points in history, and the idea that the main threads of this book were originally quite separate things. These were separate ideas. There's this and this. Having read the book now, obviously, it all seems so naturally entwined. This is simply what happened. But the idea that they could have existed as completely separate stories, I think, speaks to how well the authors wove them into this single
Absolutely.
sort of inevitable story. And so let's hear Jeff talk about how the process of simply pitching to Brad and figuring out what Plus Ultra's in-universe history was, how did that become weaving them together into the form of something like a book?
In, I would say, like fall of 2013, Disney Publishing approached us, wanting to partner with us and get us involved in creating some like publishing projects that would sort of like get outside the box of the usual movie publishing program of an adaptation and kids books and kids learning books. Could we do something special and unique for this movie? They brought me in and I talked to them about various things. I talked to them about the backstory that we had. We talked to them about these stories, and they loved the idea of maybe like bringing one of these stories to life as either a graphic novel or a novel. And I pitched them these two stories in particular. And the editors there said, well, we actually like both of them. And they love the idea of Amelia Earhart as like a heroine in this story. And so it was like, is there any way you can blend the two together? And I was like, yeah, I think so. And so that led to the book. And considerations like very, very early on, as I started thinking about the book and how to tell the story, I was kind of borrowing a little bit from like what we learned from the movie, but my own natural instincts, which is to say that a story into sort of like learning about the history of Plus Ultra should be told through people that didn't have any knowledge of Plus Ultra. And so they should, heroes then like Lee and his mom, Clara, kind of bumbling into a story in which they kind of like learn about the history of Plus Ultra, and they encounter Plus Ultra, and they encounter threats to Plus Ultra. That just seemed like a natural. And then kind of picking very specifically a date or a series of events that would be just perfect for bringing the themes and ideas of Plus Ultra to life. Well, this 4th of July weekend in 1939, where you have both the World's Fair taking place and that you have the first national Worldcon event. There had been kind of like smaller regional science fiction conventions leading up to that point, but this kind of represented a major national meeting of nascent sci-fi fandom at that time, taking place that weekend at a time when Albert Einstein is actually in real life vacationing on an island and weighing and wrestling with matters of whether or not to like write a letter to Roosevelt, to like commence the Manhattan Project, and all these other things that are happening in the world. Like once I found out about that weekend and I found out about the Einstein component, I was like, this story is taking place on this weekend and we'll just weave this whole story. And that was also the weekend of Lou Gehrig giving his famous like sign off, retiring from baseball. That weekend was just perfect.
It seems almost inevitable that it would have taken place on that weekend, but it's fascinating to hear him talk about the process of, look, we have this broad period of time we want to tell the story in. Can we cast a weekend? And it just so happened that there was this perfect little jewel.
How fun must have that exploring history been, and just finding all these things lining up that one weekend? I mean, I've definitely, since then have had that experience in my life of like, oh, you're doing some research and discover that all these things are interconnected, and like, it's kind of the perfect story. And like, yeah, it's awesome that, that it worked out that way. And that, again, we had the advantage of being able to play off this real weekend that happened, this real history, and be able to play with it in this world in such a fun and interesting way because of the effort that was made. And honestly, like, I think it's interesting because if you would have told 2016 Haston, and I think I was thinking this at the time when he had mentioned like, oh, would have been, Disney came to us and said, we want to do something more with this. Well, first of all, 10 years later or 9 years later, that feels a little bit outside of the scope of what the company would do today. And second of all, I think that there was this idea of like, I was yearning for a graphic novel. When you say graphic novel, I'm like, oh, it should have been a graphic novel. But now that 9 years has elapsed and I'm able to like come back and kind of accept it for what it is, and also like really enjoy it and really just consume it and go, oh, this is no longer this thing that I'm kind of like sad about because it happened and it wasn't a success. And like, I'm still dealing with kind of the reeling feeling from that. It's like, no, getting to sit down, enjoy this really meaty, very fun, very historical book made it so much more rewarding. And I'm so glad that we got this kind of like historical fiction mashed up 2 stories version of what happened. It just, I mean, it also feels like such a fluke that this happened and that they had the research and that it, it was just, it's great.
Yeah, and thinking to the sort of inevitability of it all, in a chaotic world, it's nice when you can look at something and say, man, it was really sort of meant to be in a way. All the little pieces coming together, because it was a chaotic thing. It was from the mere marginalia of the brainstorming of the film that they said, we have enough material that you could do something like this. So when the opportunity comes up and, oh, it should be this period. And then they ask if you can combine these 2 stories together. And we say, okay, well, when would it take place? And there's just these perfect answers. There's an inevitable feeling about it that's very satisfying to look back on. And, every creative project has behind the scenes drama and developmental shenanigans that ultimately result in it being whatever the thing it is. But from the outside, just looking at it as a finished piece, you can appreciate this was what the world wanted this to be, even if it isn't always necessarily what the creators thought it would be. Calling back to our conversation with Brad Bird at the time, which we've written about extensively, he talks about you can go in with a plan for what was going to work on the screen 3 years after you get the green light, but the movie is going to tell you what it wants to be. And you can either fight the movie or you can work with it and say, okay, if that's what it's telling me, what can I do? And so while Tomorrowland itself might not even be the movie that Brad Bird set out to do, it is the movie that it told him it wanted to be. And I'd like to think it was probably the same thing through this book, through multiple iterations. And as we talked about in the previous episodes, all the different little adjustments and changes that went into it, we just now have this thing that feels like it was always what it was meant to be. And it's nice to look back at something that feels that way. Now, of course, back in 2016, Haston, there was one thing in our minds. So what did we ask Jeff Jensen about? We wanted to know about the connections with the movie. And I was so bold as to just come out the gate and ask him about the ending and the idea of Tomorrowland, the city, having been first dreamed by Clara. So we asked Jeff about the process.
There's no process. That was just me and Jonathan. Jonathan Case, my co-writer on the book, who came aboard, and he drew a graphic novel that I wrote about my dad, and we have a good creative collaboration. And I brought him aboard at a time where it looked like that I was going to have some problems finishing the book. That was just a call that I made unilaterally. All of my considerations for the book regarding mythology were all in service of the movie. Like, I didn't want to do anything that contradicted the movie, but I also wanted to put stuff in the book that might be able to help explain some of the movie. So, for example, the wire transfer technology that you see in the movie, this sort of like wire-based teleportation system that Plus Ultra had. I wanted the book to explain where that technology came from and kind of like capture your imagination for what its utility was in the world of Plus Ultra. The book ends with this implication that the dream of Tomorrowland, this sort of city of the future built in this parallel dimension, the seeds of it resided with a dreamer, a woman, Clara, who had sketched and imagined what the city could possibly look like. Maybe a first stab at it was undertaken by this robot, this cyborg that got stranded and castawayed, marooned in Tomorrowland. That was how I rationalized that, how I was going to sell that to Damon and Brad if they were ever going to be like, you did what? In my view, that if you explored the parallel dimension of Tomorrowland, you might find actually vestiges of earlier attempts to build Tomorrowland, rough drafts of Tomorrowland, if you will. Site A, Site B, Site C, And I think, and maybe even kind of like functioning metropolises that are part of a larger Tomorrowland complex of interconnected cities. And so that was kind of like my rationalization for the end of the book is that kind of represented like some early rough draft stabs at the project that would become the Tomorrowland that you see in the movie.
There is no process. It's just doing the work. And isn't that a lesson for us all? It's just what the job was and not wanting to step on anyone's toes and wanting to let the movie be its own thing, but also to inject a level of sort of thematic importance of the book and the characters in the book and their contributions and their place as normal on the ground people in the world of Plus Ultra's history.
You know, it's interesting to hear him describe the like concern about, I'm concerned that I want to give this backstory, but I want to make it as open as possible in case they listen to it or they read it and they go, this doesn't match up with what we wanted to do. This doesn't match up with it at all. Then he can go, oh yeah, it was some early version that like didn't work or whatever. Like, I just sort of love that like inspired mindset around how big this could have been and how like, there's just this element to me of it's easy to look back on 10 years ago and go, okay, you've got this pretty, defined sort of fixed thing that happened. But when you talk about how there's not a process, it's also, you don't know how big or small it is when you're in the middle of it. You're like, is this going to be the biggest thing? Is this going to be the tiniest thing? Is this going to be, and I think that what I love about hearing that is that it's like, oh man, they were all dreaming so big. And isn't that great? And I think that, thinking about the sort of parallelisms with how projects and things, I'm not saying there's a ton of pessimism in the work that people do today, especially in the entertainment industry. I don't think so. But I also think that there's not necessarily this scope and vision of, this could be the biggest thing. There was that time period too with entertainment and its thriving nature and the ambition. I mean, I remember how everybody laughed when Cameron and Landau said, well, we've got one, Avatar movie and we've got 4 sequels that like we're ready to go with. We know the story. We know what we're going to do with it. And like, I love that element of hearing like it, in sort of the same vein of like, no, he was also kind of dreaming big by saying, I don't want to step on the toes of what they did. I just want to provide a backstory.
Well, yeah, and it's clear that ambition was not just reflected by the creative team, but going back to clips, hearing him talk about Disney Publishing saying they want to do something a little different for this. Is there something other than just, the junior novelization and the reading books and all that? Can we do something a little bit different? And at that time, so this would, if that conversation had happened around 2013, 2014, to me, the most recent example that was sort of evidence to that publishing department's ambition was Tron Legacy. And
100%.
This might have ended up being a book, but that one was actually a graphic novel that I call an interquel. It took place between Tron and Tron Legacy, and it told a really essential part of the backstory of that film, and it was not an adaptation. And the truth is, you can always go and do the adaptation, but to also do the ambitious thing, to also do the thing that gives context. And I like to think that is sort of a companion project. The Tron Betrayal was the title of that one. Still worth a read if you haven't dug into that one. And you will notice things in the film that you would not notice if you had not read the graphic novel. In the same way, I think you notice things about Tomorrowland after you've read Before Tomorrowland. And continuing that train of the connection to the film, Hasten, you had a specific question that I'll remind you asked Jeff a question, didn't you?
I did. So at that time, I was really, I was thinking about the parallelisms between the book and the animated short and just how you had this sort of trifecta of, you had Clara's sketch, you had the female draftsman in the animated short, drawing it up. And then you had Casey in the Greyhound bus doing her own drawing of what she had seen from the pin preview. And so I had asked Jeff about that.
Reverse engineering.
Right.
Yeah, that's all. Again, the whole business of making the Tomorrowland mythology is this weird dance of creating mythology for us, because as Damon and I, and then Brad and I were brainstorming the movie, we would ultimately need to know stuff about our world to solve storytelling problems. So yeah, we were actively building this mythology throughout the process, but without trying to be beholden or enslaved to it too. So when we finally got our movie, then there needed to be another version where we kind of go back to our mythology and say, okay, well, this is our movie now. Let's fine tune the mythology to support like the finished version of the movie that we have. And then when it came time to write the book, I had to make sure that whatever I did was beholden to the mythology that we ultimately decided upon that supported the movie and the movie itself. So yeah, some sort of like great little synchronicities like that wasn't an expression of like original intention moving forward, but rather were just opportunities looking back after the fact of like, okay, in this, because like the book of Tomorrowland, even though while the seed of the story, the general idea of the story was brainstormed while writing the movie, ultimately details like that we came up with those while writing the book, which happened after writing the movie.
It's all getting in the weeds now of the process of you start with an idea, it's happening in parallel, and then you vault it. Because look, the movie was changing as well. As the reshoots were occurring, as edits were, what would be mentioned in the film, what wouldn't be mentioned in the film, I would imagine that was coinciding to a certain degree with the last minute little edits. And yeah, you can have the broad strokes of the story, but then those little grace notes where you say, we have an opportunity for a visual echo. As George Lucas always says, it's like poetry, it rhymes.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Like, I think what is so fun about that storytelling process, right, is that as a consumer of this thing, I don't get to see behind the scenes, and I could 100% see, pessimistic haste in being like, well, okay, that makes sense. They shot a film, they came up with some ideas for a scene. Jeff said, well, we probably should like put some of these callbacks in the book or whatever else. But what's so fun is that when you get to consume it in the moment, none of that matters. And so you're sitting there in that theater and you've read that book with that like Clara sketching, and then you look up and you see, oh, Casey sketching, oh, just like Clara in the book. And it's so fun in the moment. And it's like that to me is just the magic of storytelling. Is it's like these formats and these medias and the way they're released, it's like we have drifted towards this idea of, oh, well, there has to be this master plan for something, right? We saw this with the Star Wars sequels. People like, oh, there needed to be this master plan in order for it to work. But I think that what I loved about hearing that anecdote and hearing it today is just this idea of, oh, but see, even though that's the way the behind the scenes works, it's not disappointing because I got to enjoy it in its 3 layers when it happened and still get to enjoy it in its 3 layers when it happened, no matter how it was made, those great echoes, those great callbacks. And so that's what's great about this. That's what's great about storytelling and about the process.
A very strange reality to be living in where the audience has become savvy enough that they think that they have a window into the process to the level that their enjoyment, they think, is contingent upon a certain process being the impetus for what they're seeing on the screen, when really all artists have all different kinds of processes. And you as an audience member are either going to connect with the results of that process or you're not. And so from the audience end of this, yes, it's educationally very interesting as a piece of historical ephemera to learn how something was made, but your relationship with the work of art is sacred. I'm a Roland Barthes guy. The audience is the prime interpreter and the author is dead. And ultimately, your experience is the only thing that matters. Art is about a relationship between you and this thing. Ultimately, all that matters is the creative decision that was made. Are you able to have a relationship with that creative decision as an audience member or not? How that creative decision was arrived at is completely immaterial to your relationship with it. And yeah, I'm glad you brought this up because it is a very modern frustration, and it is refreshing to hear artists talk candidly about their process, because nowadays, the way people talk about how they consume art like this, I can only see the inevitable result being artists be less willing to talk about their process. And we have lost an educational resource in that sense because we need to know the truth of what leads up to the creation of these things for the sake of future artists, for the sake of future audiences, for the sake of everybody. But at the end of the day, you can't peek into an alternate universe like in Tomorrowland. You can't see, oh, well, if they had a master plan, I would have liked it better. What if I told you you would have liked it worse? What if I told you the chaos of iterative creation was the only reason you got anything that you liked at all? And that ultimately an artist in the moment they're creating something has to make the best decision they can within the context that they're in. And if that means letting go of a previous plan, doesn't matter when that decision was made. It matters what's the right decision for the piece of creativity. And I really wish people could wrap their minds around this, because having a plan and sticking to it is just stubbornness, and it's not inherently a virtue. If it is a good plan that proves useful in the moment the piece of art is being made, fantastic. If it's not, go with the better idea. The better idea must always win, no matter who comes up with it and no matter when they come up with it.
And this goes back to the point that you just made about our conversation with Brad Bird and how the movie will tell the story that it wants to tell. This is the same thing, the iterative process. We're at this time period where people also don't pretend like they are iterative in their own daily lives. And a lot, and it's like we are. And we are human, and we are, we are faulty, and we have challenges, and but the ability for for the storyteller to go, I can adapt, I can make it feel connected, I can make it, that to me is half the fun.
And what's more Tomorrowland than that? Tomorrowland is this ultimate celebration of the scientific process itself. And what is that in thematic terms, if not the acceptance and transcendence of failure? We must let ourselves fail. We must allow ourselves to have a hypothesis, to test that hypothesis, and then to adapt based on what we learn from those observations.
I mean, I don't want to turn this into a rant.
Please.
I think that this brain rot came from this idea that Feige and the first couple phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe were these expertly planned out, interconnected series of stories where nothing could go wrong and everything else, right? And I find it so funny that we are now on the back half of this and the stories aren't really landing. They're modifying things as they go along and trying to make it work and whatever else. And the audience can tell that. And it's sort of well, the audience in a way, I think, needs an element of making it up as you go along. And I think that what we're seeing is that, yeah, there was a period of time in which drafting up a plan and doing everything you can to make sure it worked and whatever else that worked. But now we're kind of back into that. You just kind of have to do it ad hoc and grow with it and see how it shakes out.
There's a dark and a light side to that, because the truth is Marvel was never like that. They were making it up as they went along the whole time.
But the audience thought it was like that. And so now that it's clearly kind of not like that, and it's well, we're just trying to make whatever work, there's kind of you get this double betrayal by pretending like it was that for the first 10 years of this. You've now given yourself an audience who doesn't think that it's like that anymore.
To be generous to the audience that we've spent some time criticizing here, I like to try and translate people's aggression into something that I can understand. And if there is an unmet need here, perhaps it is a desire for structure. That there is a warm blanket that comes with feeling like the entertainment or the art or the mythology has a shape that is harmonious with both your life and the world around you and what you want to learn from it. And so there are many ways that we can express the idea of a story having a comforting shape, of having a structure that you can wrap yourself around in. But that a plan does not necessarily guarantee that. You'd like to think it would. So I just try and translate. When people say that, I try and translate it into my head as they have a desire for structure that they're not detecting. Whatever structure they put into it is being obscured from them somehow. Sometimes I do think that might be on the part of the filmmakers. A lot of the time, I think, not to toot this horn too loudly, it is a media literacy problem where people's ability to engage, it does seem like it takes as little as it has ever taken for an audience member, an individual audience member, to give themselves the excuse to not engage with a piece of art. It seems like because there's so much entertainment, the bar is very low. If it doesn't do this or it doesn't do that, or I have a particular pet peeve or I have a particular desire, they're just going to write off the whole thing and choose not to engage with it. I can't blame them. There's this whole other buffet. But that, when we were talking about the dark side and the light side, I think the dark side of this is art will never be a buffet. And I think that sometimes when I see people talk about Marvel, it does seem like they're not particularly interested in artists and storytellers getting to tell the stories they want to tell. They are looking to be serviced. They are looking to be reacted to, but every audience is this amorphous blob of many different desires and perspectives. Perhaps some people were really keen on those first Avengers movies. I personally didn't enjoy them. And then we come to this phase of Marvel where in the individual movies we're sort of trying to stand alone, and people complained about that. While on the other hand, I was in the audience and thought, finally, we have some interesting cerebral superhero movies being made, and you just never can predict. But you're right, this story starts to emerge. And I almost think that this is an expression of social media and the press more than it is of any kind of organic fandom response. There's just this opinion that starts to linger over everything like a cloud. And people just say, yeah, I guess that is how I'm feeling about it.
I mean, it happened with Tomorrowland. Like, let's be perfectly honest.
Yes. Yes, it did.
It happened with Tomorrowland. You know, we saw the reviews, and the first People reviews were just very like, they didn't spend enough time there. And
well, and Brad Bird specifically throughout his career has gotten this very strange relationship with a few key members of the reviewing press where they've developed this narrative about him that he has outright denied. And so people interpret every one of his movies through that lens, including Tomorrowland, even when the movie is kind of, in my mind, let's just say it, they call him an objectivist in the Ayn Rand mold. He denies this in interviews, but then I look at Tomorrowland and I think, this feels like, to me, if you really interpret what's happening in the movie, an anti-objectivist movie. It almost feels like subconsciously he was using Tomorrowland to refute that. And of course, once people have this idea in their head, they just look at this movie as evidence of it further, even though I think it's saying a very different message indeed by the end of the film. But it's hard to know how to get away from a YouTube grift where an easy, quick, isn't this a clever little soundbite to say becomes the truth, even if no one's doing the homework to find, no, actually, is the thing underneath it actually reflecting what's being said about it?
And let's be honest, 10 years later, this was bad 10 years ago. And now 10 years later, it's even harder. We are at this period of time where the sound bites and the grift and the clickbait and the desire for attention and the desire to dismiss as fast as possible. We are at this peak fervor right now. And so I've gotten to the point now where I just say, I'm just going to throw out other people's opinions, pretend like the internet doesn't exist, pretend like I never read a review section of an article, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to see things and I'm going to consume things to figure out, do I actually like this or not? And I understand wanting to be part of a general sort of conversation, a general sort of collective. But the truth is that even compared to 10 years ago, the internet is fractured now. The internet is not what it was. The internet is filled with people who care more about you engaging with their content so that they make more money than they do about bringing legitimate discussions about what they enjoy to the surface. And this is true across all media. 10 years ago, Twitter was just a bunch of people talking about stuff. Today, under its current ownership and its current financial scheme, it's like people post angry stuff or against stuff or whatever to make you angry, to make you want to engage with it because they literally get paid for it. The discourse is bad. Ignore the discourse. Ignore what people say. Go out, consume media as you want to consume it. Don't let that opinion, eat at you, because I think that one of the frustrations that I've had enjoying this film for 10 years and this series for 10 years and everything else is that obviously, yes, I've got a strong personal connection to it because of The Optimist and the fact that it brought us together and the fact that this did so much for us. And I get it. I'm going to have a little objective bias there, but that's okay. I get to have that bias. I get to have deeper reasons for why I enjoy something and get to share that with the world. And I think that we've gotten to this weird point where suddenly it's like liking things on a merit because, you like them is not right. You have to come up with this objective reason why it's good. And it's like, no, like what you like, consume what you like, do what you like.
Like that's what it's all about.
And that kind of objectivity that people think they're fighting for doesn't exist.
No.
It's an illusion. It actually is subjective. It's just people have grown addicted to the idea of describing their individual connection with something in language that sounds objective, but underneath it, the actual ideas are completely subjective. And so I would hope that people will take the inspiration from this to free themselves from the shackles of the illusion of objectivity. You are a subjective being. Your opinion is completely valid as it is rooted in the text. Obviously, there are more opinions that are more valid than others, hopefully ones that are taking the most amount of these texts into their consideration. You can have an opinion on something that's based on like 1/110th of it, and it's like, yeah, that's a valid opinion for that 1/110th, but for the whole thing, it's not as valid as an opinion that takes all of this in. And in that light of optimism, I would like to ask us one final question here on this anniversary spectacular special celebration. Let's imagine that Tomorrowland was a successful franchise, and there were all these other things that we had seen, the animated series, the sequel films, additional books. Haston, do we think that Before Tomorrowland was the first example that would be followed by those other expansions? Would this be the inspiration in terms of format and how you tell a story and how you relate to the film? Was this going to be the high water mark for other installments in the Tomorrowland saga?
I mean, I would hope so. I mean, obviously my bias in the future of this being massively successful is story connections to the park and a strong desire of how do we take all these little things in our history and like weave them through this fun. And the great thing is that I can do that. That can be my headcanon. I can do that. I still do that. It's like you can take, I think for me, it's like the future of this and how it would have been expanded in success would have been, how do you get these concepts through these stories? And then, what do you do with that? It's like, is there somewhere out there that theoretical trapped in hell, Space Mountain movie that's actually about Plus Ultra launching rockets and like finding new worlds and like what that feels like, right? Like, I think that there's just the potential for what, this franchise could have been is as strong as the potential for what the land could be, not locked into this general idea of like, well, you have to have corporate companies sponsor things and like, have it all rooted in truth and whatever else. And I think that there's room for the fantasy here because it's in the books and whatever else. And I think that this is the core concept that Tomorrowland has struggled with from its start, is that it was actually kind of based off of fantasy from the beginning, but people weirdly didn't pretend like it was. It's like a flight to the moon didn't seem possible. We knew we could maybe do it, but it didn't seem possible. Yes, it was always the possible future, but it also always did have a bit of fantasy in it. And I love that the book did. And I just totally see this like, yeah, a future Tomorrowland would have had hardcore sci-fi. It would have had fantasy. It could have had all of these different angles that were just rooted in this, idea of what we got from this book.
And that's directly in line with what Brad Bird was trying to do with the film, as he talks about the fabulistic sort of fairy tale version of science fiction and looking at the future. That would be a brilliant inspiration for those who are working on what the next version of Tomorrowland in the parks are. I suspect there is a team at all times at Imagineering thinking up what a possible new version of Tomorrowland could be. Pessimistically, I worry that that is generally nested within the context of an intellectual property of the moment. But I would hope that we eventually reach a future where the creative minds behind whatever Tomorrowland in the parks becomes feel free to incorporate the mythology of Plus Ultra, and that we as artists do not have to feel like we can abandon mythologies that don't necessarily find their audience initially. If the idea is complementary, use it. There is a general stigma against, well, that movie sort of underperformed, we're not going to use the mythology. Don't abandon the mythology. The mythology isn't the reason that that movie underperformed. There's a lot of very interesting things you could do if you took the inspiration of both Tomorrowland the movie and Before Tomorrowland the book in how you would reimagine the parks as not necessarily the Meet the Robinsons were already there. what would a Tomorrowland in the parks look like if it was thematically rooted in the idea of yearning for the future and the fight for the future? What if the fight for imagining what the future looks like and the inherent conflicts that come with it was the idea? And what if you allowed yourself that as the base canvas for a future Tomorrowland in the parks? We asked a similar question with less of a parks emphasis, but just generally about Before Tomorrowland and the idea of future potential expansions to Damon Lindelof. We've been hearing from Jeff Jensen, but we also talked to Damon Lindelof back in 2016. So as the final word in this wonderful anniversary celebration, let's hand it over to Mr. Lindelof.
Sure. I mean, I think that we have to accept the pragmatic realities of the marketplace, as it were. We spent a tremendous amount of time and energy building this world, and it would certainly be exciting to play in again. And I really think that there is there. Maybe years from now, we'll effectively sort of unpack the mistakes that were made or the things that we did right and find a way to kind of revisit it in an interesting way. My desire to go back into that realm again, it definitely exists, particularly in the area of, Jeff constructed these great elaborate backstories, some of which appeared in Before Tomorrowland, the book that he co-authored, just relating to, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart or things that alluding to things that happened in World War II that Plus Ultra may have been involved in. And I kind of feel like that's really fertile, innovative ground for storytelling. I haven't really let myself go there because I think the likelihood of getting to tell those stories anytime soon is relatively slim.
As ever, though, Haston, we remain eternal optimists, and where there is interest, perhaps there will be an opportunity for a return, if not for the 10th anniversary, for a future anniversary. We are patient fans, and whether it be from fan fiction, if there are any fan fiction authors listening, we would love to hear your stories, or if it comes in some kind of official way. I promise you, listeners, Haston and I will always be on the lookout for any even slightest mention or allusion to the mythology of Tomorrowland, and we hope that if you find any, you'll send us those as well.
But before we dive in, shouldn't we check that mailbag first?
Great idea, Haston. I'll just whip out my MFD here. Beep, boop, beep, 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 boop. Oh, look at that. It's a message from our old buddy, Max Fagan. Max writes, in the last episode, you asked to identify the landmass that the rocket was diving towards right before punching through the portal to Tomorrowland. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I can confirm it is Western Europe, exactly as expected if they were going right back to Paris, where they launched from. Here's a side-by-side comparison of a screenshot with a rendering from Space Engine. Thanks for continuing the podcast. Wow.
Thank you so much, Max. I mean, you think about it, that makes perfect sense. They want to build this highlight of the city right at Paris, where it all started on the face of our reality and our Earth, right there where the Eiffel Tower is. So it makes perfect sense.
Brilliant. Thank you, Max. I really appreciate it. I knew we could count on Max. Thank you, Max. And now, without any further ado, please welcome to the show co-author and illustrator of Before Tomorrowland, Jonathan Case, alongside his co-author, the screenwriter and executive producer of the Tomorrowland movie, Jeff Jensen. Yay! Jeff, Jonathan, welcome to the Before Tomorrowland book club, and most importantly, please allow us to be the first to wish you a happy 10th Tomorrowversary. It's the Tomorrowversary, a decade of Tomorrowland this year.
Wow. Oh, thank you. I had no idea, actually. I wasn't tracking it that closely. That's amazing.
You're telling me Disney doesn't send you an email every year about this?
The only reminder that Disney sends me of Tomorrowland's existence is a quarterly royalty check for about 25 cents.
That's incredible. And I am very curious to hear what happens to that now that, I mean, look, the big thing about the Tomorrowland fandom is we had like a generation come up that didn't have it available to them on Disney Plus because for almost a decade it wasn't on Disney Plus, but now it is. So I'm curious to see how we'll check back when it's the 20th anniversary. We're going to ask you about that royalty check again.
There we go.
See how Disney Plus has affected that. Jeff, last time we talked about this book, you very kindly talked to us about the very early days of the world building for the movie that would lead into what became this book. But I want to use this anniversary conversation as an opportunity to really get into the weeds and the nitty gritty as far as you guys are able to recall. Can you paint us a picture of those early days, outlining the story, and at what point in that early development did your co-author enter the picture?
Well, this is quite the story, and I'll start, and then there might be a place for me to leave off, and then Jonathan to come in and pick it up and even correct. As we probably talked about before, and might be established with the 7 people that are probably part of your Before Tomorrowland book club, um, uh, that when Damon and I were working on the movie and we working on the story, and we settled on the idea that this Tomorrowland place was built by a secret society that we were calling Plus Ultra, and had been engaged in various projects and sub projects leading up to the grand project of Tomorrowland for quite some time. And that the membership of Plus Ultra included some of the most famous people and not so famous people in all of the world, and science and engineering and arts, etc. We just started building a timeline. We started building a timeline and a backstory mythology for Plus Ultra. And as we built out this backstory of Plus Ultra, there were specific moments in the history where we just very immediately saw, oh, this would be, we could easily see what the story was or what the issues were at this point in Plus Ultra history. And one area in particular that we thought was really fertile ground was circa late 30s, around the World's Fair, which, like in New York, that had as its big theme as futurism, and kind of the leading lights of Plus Ultra, most notably Nikola Tesla, would be very much involved, and that we imagined that 1930s, early 40s New York City would be a hotbed of like espionage activity involving Nazis and Soviets kind of wanting to know what's going on with this secret society, and even the Americans kind of wanting to know like what's going on with this secret society. And very immediately, like a story started kind of like forming, you know. And I remember vividly having a meeting with Brad after he came aboard on the movie, and we were talking about some of this backstory, and we talked about this part of Plus Ultra history in particular. And he was like, oh, like, well, that would be a good movie. And so I kind of took that as like, okay, like there's there in terms of that story. And then I was asked, part of my duties on Tomorrowland was to liaise with different parts of the Disney organization and talk about how we can merchandise or cooperate with them and do story through various other parts of Disney. And I took a meeting over at Disney Publishing, and we talked about the backstory that we had developed. I talked about this story in particular. The editors there said, oh, that sounds like a really great idea for some storytelling. I ran this past Damon and Brad. They gave their blessing and had some ideas on what that story can be. And then I was off and running. And maybe I want to stop there for a second and now bring in Jonathan and ask, because I'm actually a little fuzzy now, Jonathan. What were the circumstances by which I reached out to you and asked you, like, was Amy already a factor in this, or did that come a little bit later?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember if Amy was a factor. So as I recall, Jeff, you and I were sitting in a park in Portland, and we were chatting about the different projects that we had going on. And at the time, I had this weird synchronicity where I was working on a project, a comics project of my own that I was writing and drawing called The New Deal, and it was set in like early 30s New York City. It was at that point, I don't know if that came first or if you had already kind of had me in mind to pitch the project to me just to do illustrations, because that was the beginning of it. You needed an illustrator, and we had worked together on a graphic novel previously. And so yeah, that's what I remember about it, but I don't remember if Amy's situation was in full force yet.
That is correct. Yes, I'm a big fan of Jonathan's work in general, and not just because like our collaboration and his work on the graphic novel Green River Killer was just so amazing and valuable and important to me and dear to me. But like, I love the New Deal as well. One of the very first things that Damon and I ever talked about in terms of fun little like ancillary media to do with Tomorrowland was creating some kind of comic book. And we kind of imagined that like Plus Ultra in the 60s would have like actually partnered with some comic book artists to kind of like create a comic that teased at the secrets of Plus Ultra and what they were working on for the purpose of getting comics out there to find dreamers and to find people who might be kind of like fellow travelers in this work. And we fell in love with the idea of like creating a comic book that kind of told the backstory of Plus Ultra, and then like printing like 100 of them, and then like sneaking them into comic book stores all across the country in the back issues section, and just seeing if someone would find them and make it look like it was a comic that was made like in the 60s, and like, you know, either polybag it or bag it or not, and then like put it in like, some version, and then somehow get word out there in the fan base, that there was treasure out there to be found. Like that was an initial catalyst. But I would just say that from the get-go, the idea of comic books was part of our conversation. And then when I was talking to Jonathan about this, and we were looking for, not only illustrations, Jonathan, but you actually drew a little mini comic that is part of Before Tomorrowland. And I just thought that, like, not just because I just love working with you, but I just thought aesthetically would be perfect for it. And luckily enough, Jonathan was very game. That's sort of the beginning of our collaboration on the book. Like, I was going to write a book. Like, I'd asked Jonathan to help in these specific ways. I wanted to tell him more about it too. While we were working on this, my wife, Amy, at the time, she had brain cancer and she was really struggling in a bad way. And she ultimately, she passed away in the summer of 2014. We were still like very early days in actually writing. And to be honest with you, I was very behind on the writing because of the health crisis in the home. And I couldn't focus, and I wanted my attention elsewhere. And so there came a point for Jonathan and I where we had to have a conversation. And the conversation was whether we let the project go or we try to find a way to keep it alive. Disney had basically signaled to us whatever we decided to do, they were okay with. They understood. I'm pretty sure it was you, Jonathan, who pitched the idea of, well, I took the reins of writing it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was the sort of idea that there was some youthful enthusiasm there. There was also a desire to work on a property with my heroes. Brad Bird, I'd always loved his stuff, and I enjoyed very much working with you on Green River Killer. And I just thought it was a cool project. But the main thing was, at the time, we were aware of Amy's diagnosis and the prognosis, and you had kind of shifted some conceptual ideas around with the book, and it was going to be very much a book for your kids. So you were at least far enough along that you had this sort of in mind that you wanted to make sort of a monument or something, a way of remembering your wife and sort of bringing that story into this work. And I thought that was compelling, and it was one reason to not just let go of it. And so through that combination of ideas, I reached out to Jeff and said, well, I do write. I've written these other books. I haven't written prose, but if you were to be able to provide detailed outline to me, I could draft the copy and then you could come back and edit it and make it what it needs to be. The main barrier for us was, or potential barrier was, that we only had just months left before we had to deliver it.
Yes.
You know, it was like I
Yeah.
needed to like get started and write an entire first draft in like a month and a half or 2 months. And so we did that, and then the real fun began.
So in that period where, Jonathan, you had brought in to get that first draft together, we've been able to have little peaks of that, which is to say, if your first draft was around August 2014, and then that very different second draft was later in October, well, something that happened right around then was New York Comic Con. And this was handed out, this little pamphlet that has an excerpt of a few chapters. Now, I believe because the text in here does not necessarily match that second draft, I think we've got either an in-between draft or little glimpses of that first draft. So I would love to hear, to your recollection, how did that first draft differ and develop into what we finally got?
Well, Jeff might be able to speak to how it differed more accurately than I could, but I think it was basically just a very streamlined, pared down version of what it later became, because time limitations and just writing in a very kind of choppy, efficient, Hemingway-esque kind of voice, probably using, and he looked at way too many times. I remember that being something that Jeff was like, they don't need to look at everything. And then he looked, and then so yeah, just it was short. Disney was very affirming, I remember, of the draft when it was delivered. The art was already pretty much all done. I think that was another factor in, hey, why don't we try to make this work, because we had already completed all the artwork elements, or I had illustrated everything. Maybe even the backup comic book issue at that point. Maybe you can speak a little bit to that process of like what it was initially like to get a few bits and pieces and to feel like we're on a roll. And then that was probably the point at which, like, once I turned in something that Disney could see, like, okay, you at that point were probably looking at it and thinking like, okay, this is nice to have, but now the real work begins. And as well you should have. And I think that was that might have been July, actually, when we've submitted that very first draft.
I've been giggling here, kind of shaking my head a little bit here, because I think Jonathan knows what's coming here, which is like my memory of that summer, spring leading into summer. And let me just back up in one second. Like, when Jonathan agreed to take on the work of writing this thing under duress. I mean, we had a deadline, and I was behind. And yeah, like I did like want to see it reach fruition. So when Jonathan offered, hey, like I can do this, I'm willing to take this on. It'll be hard, given the time crunch and all of that, and the unconventional way that we're essentially now collaborating. I want to do this. I want to do this for you. I want to do it for the project. I want to see this story made. I mean, that just moved me tremendously. And I'm so grateful that he would want to take on that kind of labor, which was really hard. So I think I remember having a conversation with you about this and working it out while I was parked in my car, pulled off to the side of the road on the way to a meeting with my pastor to talk about issues related to Amy's decline, and just being very moved by our conversation. And then I just don't have any memory of what happens before Tomorrowland, from handing it off to some point in the fall where I have recollection now of engaging the text.
that Jonathan had heroically and artfully written. That little New York Comic Con like excerpt, like you're blowing my mind here. I completely forgot that existed, and I can't even account for its contents. Like I just don't. I don't like what like we did that really. Oh, that sounds like a smart piece of marketing. Like good on us. Like
Yeah.
So okay. So I completely forgot about that.
Me too, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I had just had my wife had just had our second baby. We had a son, Otis, who incidentally, I don't want to derail this further with another story of grief, but we lost him 2 years later. And so that was one of the strange ways of connecting with Jeff and having this kind of like circling around creativity and loss and family. And but at that point he was a happy, healthy baby, very demanding. I remember like writing script, like drafting script on my desk while I simultaneously held him with one hand against my desk, like just trying to juggle baby and script. And we had just moved into a new house, and it was like everything was crazy and chaotic, and to say nothing about like how crazy and chaotic it was for Jeff. So it was very much a wild time. My recollection of like getting started on drafting copy was like Jeff in maybe May, like late May, was sending me, just a few hundred words, via a couple thousand words of chapter outlines.
Yes.
And I would just take that and build a full chapter out of it. I might make some of my own additions, but more or less I was sticking to what he set down as a guideline. And so that was the first draft, getting that complete. Turned it into Disney. Disney was like, looks great. What do you guys want to do? We have a deadline coming up. The next deadline, I want to say, for second draft was another month and a half or something. So yeah, that August draft, the second draft. So if I'm turning it in late July or like early July, it was end of August for the second draft. So at that point, he and I were working back and forth on copy. So he would come in and make edits and additions, and then I would go back through and say like, okay, that looks great, this broke over here, let's fix this. But it was all still sort of taking shape. But it was also kind of the beginning of the challenge of working together as co-authors when, yes, I've got new baby, Jeff has declining wife. And forgive me that I don't remember, Jeff, what point did Amy pass?
The middle of June. So June 19. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Gosh.
Wow. So June 19. And then and then basically by the middle of July, I ended up me and the kids ended up, Jonathan, this is what I kind of remember in terms of that summer for me, is that I'm sure that we were in contact, but from basically the third or fourth week of July through almost the entirety of August, I was up in Seattle, up at home with my parents and stuff like that. And then when we came back at the end of August, the kids went to school. And then like that's when I said, okay, I'm ready to work again. And one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to really engage before Tomorrowland. And then, yes. So from my recollection, thus begins at this point, so probably in a different and better world, this is kind of what should have happened, I think. And Jonathan may have a different opinion on this, but I think that given what we all know, what we know now in retrospect, what really needed to happen was I needed to honor honor the agreement and the work that we had set in motion, which is that Jonathan had authored this work, and not that I couldn't give notes or comment, but really the best way I could have served the project best is working in a kind of consulting editor position with Disney and giving Jonathan notes on on just best ways to fine tune it in the time that we had available so that we can leave even more time for things like copy editing and proofing and stuff like that. I did not do that. I did not do that. Instead, coming hot out of that summer, that very hard and summer, I really kind of wanted to re-engage life. I wanted to re-engage work, and so I was like, I I talked myself into believing that I really needed to re-engage before Tomorrowland and honor my commitments to Brad and Damon and all of that. And this is all to say that what ended up happening with Jonathan and I, without going into the blow by blow about it, not because I don't want to share that, but just because it's all so fuzzy in my brain. But I didn't edit Jonathan's work. I kind of like over engaged and rewrote things that really didn't need to be rewritten and stuff like that, and creating this dynamic between Jonathan and I where I'm taking his work and rewriting it and sending it back to Jonathan. And he's like, wait, what? And also, I'm not sure that this is what's best for the project. Like in my sort of world building mythology mode of like, I want to get as much of my Tomorrowland stuff in here. Like I wanted to put just more and more and more in, but I think it was coming at a cost of the artfulness of the prose and the read, and it was putting us behind too. Like that deadline that we kept on getting pushed as I kind of wanted to engage more and more. So I wanted to. Well, the irony is that I wanted to, you know, I wanted to contribute to a good thing, but the way that I was engaging in the time frame that we had, I don't think was serving the project well. And so our collaboration like was fraught that way. And Jonathan, I just really appreciated Jonathan, like just being very candid with me of saying, I'm, I, I'm not sure this is the best way to go, buddy. And, and I'm like, "La, la, la, I can't hear you, Jonathan." You know, Jonathan and I had a really good conversation recently in which we processed about this. And for me, like, coming out of that summer, and I don't mind confessing this, is just coming out of that summer, having dealt with loss and grief and still very much in that process, I was desperate for something to control and get some kind of control back and exert myself. Unfortunately for Jonathan and for the beautiful thing that is Tomorrowland, I chose this project to be the battlefield and proxy war by which I was going to regain my agency over over my life and all of that. And I just don't think it served the project very well.
To be fair to, I think, something that you alluded to, you also had insight into the tone of Tomorrowland the movie and the content of Tomorrowland the movie in a way that I simply did not as a pure
Sure.
outsider. And so there, I think,
Yes.
very justifiable aspect of what you were intending, which was you wanted to make sure that the things coalesced, and so that the tone would be sort of a piece, maybe more than it was because I was an outsider, you know?
Sure.
And so introducing some aspects of that, you could have done that on an editorial basis, but I think, just to speak about your process and the hell that must have been to go through with Amy, it wasn't entirely just escapism. I think it was also you're trying to serve the project in the way that seemed best to you. And
Sure.
as the person who was initiating all of the gears, that made sense. It just became stressful when we ran up to deadline, and simply we just didn't have enough time to sort of bring things back into shape in the way that ideally they should have been.
I'm suddenly remembering now that by the fall of now 2014, I don't know what I had started seeing cuts of the movie, and I started catching wind
as I'm sort of re-engaging Tomorrowland after that summer, I am catching wind of some other proposed editing changes that are happening to the movie that is causing me to be a little concerned that there were now things going to be cut out of the movie that might, yes. Okay, I'll tell you guys a funny story. One of the things that happened that summer before I disappeared up to Seattle is that there was this very important screening of the film up at Lucasfilm. Um, I went up there, Damon went up there, Disney execs went up there. At the time, Brad was experimenting with a new cut of the movie, very radically different version of the movie that was out there that we ultimately released. The first half of the movie was a cross-cut narrative between Casey in the present and Frank in the past. It was going back and forth between the two of them until the point where Casey meets grown-up Frank on his farm, and then those two narratives suddenly converge. And we were testing that version of the film at this screening, and it was a really cool experience. Um, I was overwhelmed by the sense of like, oh, this is a really creative way to tell the story, but it was hampered and subverted by the fact that it just wasn't written that way or shot that way. And moreover, Francis Ford Coppola was there.
No
And
kidding.
Francis,
Wow.
yeah. And so Francis Ford Coppola was there, and the note that he gave Brad and Damon that got back to me was that he loved the tone, he loved the scene work, and this is the note he gave. It stuck with me, and I think it went right into the book, which is ultimately, though, I just felt like I didn't have enough contextual understanding of the world to really appreciate the very cool scenes in the movie or know what was at stake. And moreover, aftermath of that screening, it became very clear that one, we were never going to go out with that cut. And two is it needed to be streamlined into a more linear narrative, and it had to be way shorter, which would mean that even more things were going to get cut, including the thing that like I love to pieces, a sequence in which young Frank at the World's Fair goes underneath the It's a Small World ride and watches a film about the origins of Plus Ultra, this beautiful piece of animation that Brad had the guys at Pixar work on and aired as a cartoon before some theatrical versions of the movie. But ultimately, that was going to get cut. So, with Francis Ford Coppola's voice in my head, and
Amazing, yeah.
and knowing that, not that I heard Francis Ford Coppola's voice, but what I was told he had said. And who am I to quibble with the director of Megalopolis? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I assume this is the screening at which Francis asked Brad if he had any unused concept art he could literally just put into his movie, because Megalopolis, I don't know why Brad is thanked in the credits of Megalopolis, but my first thought was some of those shots of the city,
they feel like Tomorrowland. Yeah.
They look like Tomorrowland.
And I will interject that the boom, like the mic boom, like dropping in that one shot in Megalopolis is sort of on brand with Before Tomorrowland as well.
There we go. Yeah. So, but yeah, just to go back to Jonathan's point, I think I was rolling into that fall knowing what wasn't going to be in the film anymore and worried, and then suddenly saw Before Tomorrowland as a fix. In my mind, it's like, oh yes, like everyone in the world will read the prequel book before seeing the movie. That is a thing that will happen. But like if we could get a lot of context for the mythology and the world there, the book ends up becoming a way to explain things that maybe people might not be connecting with or getting
from the movie. So yes, like that was like an animating concern on my part entering into the fall and writing and adding as much as I did.
Just kind of a perfect storm of contributing factors and influences and people to please, and I mean it's an octopus for sure.
Yeah.
Throughout that process, before we move into the nitty gritty, because I do want to call out some specific things to see if they jog any memories for you guys. But after you've shared this very personal story, I just want to let you guys know from the outside, as people who are hearing this story for the first time and had no perception of any of the process that went into the writing of this book, Haston and I have been revisiting it over the last 7 episodes, really digging in deep into the weeds of this story. And we have appreciated it more now than we even did back when it came out, because all the things you're describing, the movie is in our sights. We're trying to figure out how the book connects with the movie, and we were kind of blinded by the lore of it all. And being able to revisit it now, none of this back and forth is evident at all in the book. And we've the two of us have really been able to connect with the story that you've done on a much more personal level. And quite frankly, I do think it's more prescient now than it was even at the time, and it kind of was exactly the story Haston and I needed to be diving into in 2025.
Oh, cool. Well, I mean, that's wonderful to hear. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, just and I know we're all artistic folks in this in this conversation, but we're so close to our work. I mean, like all Jonathan and I probably want to talk about is like the boom mics dropping into frame. Like that's all I think about, I also have a weird relationship to my work, and I don't know if you guys can relate to this. I I I, I love having conversations with people like this, with you guys, and answering all curiosities about it without trying to defend the work or anything like that. I just like what questions you have so that you can inform your own judgments. But in terms of actually going back and rereading my own work, I don't know about you, Jonathan, but I hate doing that. It's like it inevitably quickly leads to, oh, I could have written that better, or oh, how did that typo get in there, or that kind of thing.
The way in which your personal lives and the circumstances of that were informing, obviously, Clara's journey, informed by what you were already dealing with, Jeff, in your life. Jonathan, I want to hear from you a little, because as we were really digging into the text, I started, because we sort of knew the headlines of how what Jeff was going through was influencing the story. I want to hear, I feel like there are some details in here where I said to myself, this must be from Jonathan's life as an artist at conventions specifically. Like, I want to ask you about the details of that portfolio review that Clara has. I don't know if that's bringing back anything, but am I completely wrong? Did Jeff write all that stuff and he was just figuring it out? Or what did you see of yourself that you were being able to inject into the different corners of the story?
Man, there's only a few things that I can really conjure from my memory where I know that I wrote like a whole chapter or a whole section of something, and I could tell you like what I was thinking about as I was doing it, and it's probably still there in the book in some form. I don't actually remember the details of that scene, but now that you're mentioning it, I certainly had experience with editors and portfolio reviews and that sort of thing. So yes, that would have very much been probably a me moment. But Jeff was also adding in a lot of the convention specific details, because he's like me, a big nerd, and he's been to those things and seen the fandom and the way that fandom can run amok, and that. So that end of things was very much still Jeff. Stuff that I remember writing, the scene where Henry's dad gets blasted in the accident on the airfield. I remember writing pretty much that whole chapter, and just conjuring like memories of being in Southern California, interacting with like my grandfather could work on anything at a farm, and he had relatives, older folks who just seemed to come like out of the earth there, just like they were just such a part of that world, and they had names like Doob, and they, just machine shop guys,
Yeah.
So I remember that one being one that I kind of put a lot of maybe my own thoughts into. And then there was a scene, I don't actually know if this made it into the book in the form I wrote it or not, but baddie number 1 and number 2 have their kind of final confrontation, and Duquesne, the spy, is in that place with his like contingent of ladies, spy ladies. And so I wrote that chapter and had a lot of fun with that one as well, I remember.
Yeah, let's let that be our transition into getting into the weeds a little bit. We spent 7 episodes comparing the various drafts. We have the advanced reader copy, we have the preview pamphlet, we have the final version of the book. And so we've really enjoyed, I would basically just do little excerpt readings of the sections where there was something different. So I just want to go through some of those changes. We saw some residual mentions to Worldcon not being called Worldcon, and Worldcon being called NYCon or Nikon. And I don't know if there was a version where you guys were floating, maybe we need to fictionalize this. What went into that, if you have any memory of that?
I don't have a vivid recall, but that sounds like a category of flaw that got into the book based on 2 things, like just the constant rewriting combined with competing sources of research, combined with me just making sloppy errors. But what I want to say is that that convention in particular, that you're talking about in the book, that sequence, I mean, part of my world building for the movie and Plus Ultra was sort of charting both the history of World's Fairs, but also like science fiction conventions. And this convention in particular that coincided in New York and coincided with the World's Fair was actually a rather monumental one, in the nascent history of science fiction culture. And there was like all of these like really juicy philosophical debates about like that was happening within the sci-fi community of what science fiction should be and what its goals should be as a genre, and what is good sci-fi and bad sci-fi. And I love trying to like get all of that stuff into the book. But yeah, I believe that like in the lore of that convention, it has gone alternately by a couple different names. I am sure that if our preference would have been to be consistent in one single word to describe the convention, but in my rewriting, I probably lost track of that and just got the words confused.
And let me alleviate your fears, though. The final version of the book does not have that mention in it. This was between drafts. The final edit has no evidence of that. I was just saying, as part of the evolution, I was curious if it was like the remnant of some kind of fictionalized thing. But competing research makes perfect sense as well.
Yeah.
And there are some great, Clara's little speech to try and bring the 2 sides of the fanboys together. There are some longer versions of that have what I must imagine are one of the 2 of you's version of how when we talked to Damon about Nix's final speech in the movie, he said, "I transcribed what Brad has clearly done at dinner parties for the for most of his life," and I just assume that sometimes, okay, a character can kind of voice some of my frustrations with a real world thing, and it was a real treat to be able to dig in and see some of those just little moments of, well, if we keep fighting like this, there'll be no fans left to have a convention for, and I'm like, yeah, I've had that thought too. I know exactly what that feeling is. The other, okay. So we have much bigger, more interesting questions, but since we're in the weeds, so in this little preview pamphlet, which is our only glimpse we have into the first draft, there's also a character mentioned who is in no other draft. And so I'd like to see if this name calls up anything. In the final version of the book, Amelia gets a call from one of the Faustus units informing her of something that's happening. In the preview text, she gets a call from a Plus Ultra agent named Scolari, who I assume is not Peter Scolari, because Peter Scolari wasn't born at this time. So I'm wondering if the name Agent Scolari brings back any memories of that very, very, very first draft of the book.
goodness.
Jonathan.
Not a 1. Not a 1. Sorry.
And as Conan O'Brien says, pause for edit. And there, the question doesn't exist anymore.
But just real quick, when does she get the call from Scolari? Is that kind of like in one of the early chapters where she's investigating a break-in at something?
It's the news of Henry having found the explosion at the wasteland, where they have all the old stuff, and she's
Yes.
finally getting informed of all that. I mean, honestly, it could have just been a one-off, like there's a bunch of agents and we need a bunch of fun names for them.
That sounds reasonable.
Or was there a version of the book where there were no Faustus units? Maybe this is
I
a
think
great
there
opportunity.
was, maybe. I think, honestly, that as the book gained complexity, it does feel to me like the Faustus units were not in the first draft.
Interesting.
Jonathan's probably like reading these editions going like, what the hell is like what? Like what is this about?
This is a great opportunity for us to just straight up ask you if you have any memories or thoughts on the development of those characters, the Faustus units, because in our revisit of this, we got so much joy out of that group of characters, and not just their interactions, but the physical comedy of it, the visual descriptions of them as this en masse sort of single hive mind consciousness. Do you have any memories of the development of the Faustus concept in general?
No. No. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
No, this is good.
Sorry.
Oh no, we got to feel for the edges of the map here. That's the
Yeah.
whole. I mean, it's been
That's
10
great.
years. It's the fact that you've told us 42 minutes of anything at this point, 10 years later, is pretty remarkable.
So I want to say something. Just Jeff's brain for all of these like cool additions and the nuances of things, and his mind for like going back to all the historical aspects of nerddom and fanboy stuff and science and the arts. Like his mind is amazing, and they're as difficult as it could be at points to try to make the work come together and not sort of be broken or whatever. We were doing that work and it was coming together pretty solidly at a point, and it did feel much better to me in the second draft than it did in my first draft from that collaborative work that we were doing. And so I just want to put that out there, like, to honor Jeff and his contributions, because if I think we had had a hand on the editorial tiller that was a little more firm and it set boundaries, I think we could have probably made a book that we could both have read with affection at this point. Like, we would be able to answer some of these questions maybe more accurately, because we wouldn't have just sort of like set it aside and been like, oh, it's got repeated paragraphs because the editorial didn't catch that and this and that and the other. Also, nobody wanted to be the person to say to the grieving husband, like, I think you need to stop at a certain point. I think you need to, like,
Yeah.
And so they just editorial just didn't leave themselves enough time to do the proper work, really. So
that is very fair. Yeah. I mean, like, and I think that, like, I mean, when we talk about these things now, I mean, like a huge regret that we had is that at a certain point, we just needed to stop so that we can allow time to, like, really proof the thing. Because that's the kind of stuff that, like, I know that drives Jonathan and I crazy. But because of how the process, the form that it took, we just ran out of time for a really good copy edit and to make it as clean, as artful as we would love it to be.
To wrap up our editorial conversation here, there is one big change that came pretty late in the game that I must assume you're going to have some twinkling memory of, which is there is the villain who is above Rotwang, who changed foundationally between basically the advanced reader copy and the final version. So this is draft 3 into final draft, essentially, there was a character named Bowfinger who was another scientist like Rocktwang. And so basically it went from scientist ruling over a scientist, perverse ideas, I want to live forever, still perverse ideas, I want to live forever, but in giving them kind of a differentiator, this new character Loman, this reimagination, is now a warrior, is now a military mind rather than a scientist. Do you have any memory of the decision to finesse that particular character?
This is probably a me question, right, Jonathan? Like,
It is. That was the point at which I was off the deck, because I at a certain point we had passed deadline, and I was like, I need to stop the back and forth and just let Jeff do what he's gonna do. And yeah, I think that character change and whatever came of that.
yeah. And so if I'm not, this is another example of something that I'm not super connected to, but I do have a vague sense of it where I think that what my thinking was at the time, and I'm sorry that I can't be authoritative about this, was that I think that I was ultimately, I didn't like essentially the duplication of similar kinds of characters, like two scientists, right? I think I wanted ultimately that Bowfinger character to be like qualitatively and thematically different, and and that suddenly is probably something that I went to bed one night, had an epiphany about, and then woke up the next morning hyper caffeinated on coffee and like, yeah, let's do it. Let's completely eliminate a character and rewrite him as someone completely different. This will work out great. I want to say about that change, isn't it possible that there might be some errors in the book where some vestiges of Bowfinger remain, but were not caught and not deleted? But I forget.
I wouldn't say there really is, to be perfectly honest.
If they were unnoticeable to two dudes who did 7 episodes on it just now. Now that being said, we were flipping between drafts throughout this and had some of our own revelations about the fact that we read the advanced reader copy first back in 2015 and then went and read the final. And some of my own little headcanons about the characters, coming back to it 10 years later, I'm realizing, oh crap, that was in the advanced reader copy. I've been like parroting my thoughts on this for 10 years, realizing they weren't in the final version of the book. Chief among them is my embarrassing level of shipping Tesla and Earhart as a couple, which is very much a thing. It is very clearly a thing in the advanced reader copy. And then I think there was just a small edit where it's like, perhaps we make it more paternal to make it mirror the Lee and Claire relationship rather than be this sort of quasi-romantic thing, which is honestly the good call. We are toggling between drafts and look, it's all Tomorrowland. It's just in another pocket universe. We can have every version of these characters that we want. Unless you guys have any other memories of that sort of period of receiving feedback and finalizing the book, I would kind of like to hear if you have any memories about the release and like some of the signings you guys did or the book coming out into the world. Did anything stick with you these 10 years later?
Donuts.
What?
Eating the Top Pot donuts and staying at your parents' house.
There we go.
I had been drawing Jeff's parents' home into graphic novel form and drawing his parents and not really knowing them. I don't think I ever met your parents before finishing the book, Green River Killer. And so I went up to stay with the family, with Jeff, and to do a signing in Seattle. And we went and got donuts at this place that's kind of local legend in Seattle. And I just remember positive connection after what felt like a very hard season. It was really good to reconnect up there.
That's my memory of it too. Like that, just it was a really sweet time hanging out with Jonathan. We had some readings in the Portland area at a school, and these little kids kind of like were really like a really great enthusiastic audience and very curious about like the whole thing. And then Jonathan and I went up to Seattle and we did a little presentation at the university bookstore. and some old high school friends of mine showed up, and that
Oh,
was
wow.
kind of
Oh, that's great.
sweet. And then we did a signing at Disneyland.
Oh, that's right.
Woo!
That'd be a good thing.
And you guys came, right?
Nick was there. I was out of town on a work trip, but Nick was there.
Yes.
The two of you were very kind to not just sign the book and do a little doodle for me, but you did write "Stop Plus Ultra" on there in very kind observation of the dumb shenanigans that Haston and I were getting into around the release of the film. So a treasured object for us for sure, to kind of cap off that whole period. And yeah, I mean, how fun! I mean, signing at Disneyland, that's bucket list stuff right there.
That was a fun moment. I like how Jonathan put it. I mean, it had been a tough season of life, tough thing to work on. Being able to connect with him and in the little venues that we had to stand for the work out there. That was sweet, and it was really. It's always been like it touches me greatly that you guys like care so much about this project, whether it's this podcast or the shenanigans that you were doing back in the day. It meant a lot that it to us that your level of care about it, and it continues to be so. Yeah.
Well, thank you. And I hope that this book club stands as kind of a testament to specifically guiding people towards this book, because I can easily say, getting out of the weeds of all the copy edits, and maybe it's not the final version of this book you guys put out is absolutely,
It's wonderful.
having read the draft, there was this absolute incremental. Every edit that we observed you guys make, we're like, we see exactly why they made it. It is a better decision here, and just there is an absolute harmony to all of the different elements, the characters and the way they mirror themselves, the deepening of each relationship. You really, by that final draft, you really got into the characters' heads, and even a villain like Henry, being able to see the world through his perspective, and really just kind of the tragedy of it hit a lot harder now than I think we even realized, as someone, basically mining for lore nuggets about Plus Ultra, finally being able to look at the characters and what they represent. It's a really solid group of characters that represent this theme. And in that sense, the double act of this book and this movie, they really are speaking the same language in ways that we didn't even realize back then, in thematic ways, not just the details, the themes of these two things and the groups of characters. Having the two leads of this, Lee and Clara, be the opposite of Frank Walker and Casey, where you have the elder gruff, but in the book, the elder one is the optimist. The Clara is the dreamer. You've got these in, and we found these throughout the entire thing, some of which I'm sure were not intentional, some of which were absolutely intentional, but it's been a real joy. And I'm glad to say I'm not making this up. I've had two people come up to me at events that were not Tomorrowland related and say, I saw you're doing the book club. You just sold a copy. And so we're like unrelated people. We're still having people come up and say, I'm so glad that you've reminded us that this book is out there and it's something that's rich to be interpreted. And in that sense, because today, when this goes out into the world, today is the 10th anniversary of the film coming out. I was wondering if you guys have any thoughts on the legacy of both the film and the book. Now that you have 10 years of looking back on it, what is the feeling that stays with you after a decade of Tomorrowland, both in book form and in film form?
Like Tomorrowland is just a very special and complicated thing that for me, that ultimately I just only have gratitude for. It is what it is. I'm proud of the themes that it stood for and everything it was trying to do. And I also have a relationship with both of the things of both the book and the Tomorrowland of like, if only, and that kind of thing. So it's a complicated question. Tomorrowland is ultimately just a very, very personal thing for me. And it's a good thing for me to reflect on because of what it stands for. And which is that there's a hardness to life, and dreams are going to get dashed, and tough things are going to come our way. But how do we learn from it? How do we grow from it? How do we grieve it? How do we move forward? Live out the principles and ideals that we believe in a world where that's kind of very difficult to do. And in many ways, Tomorrowland is a very is a living monument to that. That things are not always going to turn out the way that you want, but it offers some kind of message for hope and how to move forward. So anyway, it's so complicated to me that I actually don't even know how to talk about it.
Amen.
You know, for me, it's like I suffered that whole period of time in which this book came out, in which the movie came out, which the arc happened. What you just said 100% rings true to me. You know, I lost both my parents during that summer period, and then right around when the book came out and whatever else. And so it is just phenomenal how much, you know, weirdly amongst these people that are together recording this little podcast, you know, like how much interesting, you know, loss and life and lessons are here as part of this, you know, and bringing, you know, me and Nick together was
That's
amazing.
true. We did not know each other.
I mean,
that's cool.
It's really just one of those things for me that it's like that hardness and kind of revisiting the book 10 years later and seeing it and like really being able to process it a lot more and whatever else. It's just one of those things where, you know, it speaks so closer to home for me, given what was going on at that time period. And I just, you know, I still feel so sorry for you, Jeff, that you had to go through that too.
Thank you. Yeah.
To both of you, to Jonathan and Jeff, for sharing your stories here. It's been a real honor to have you guys look back on this. And Jonathan, I'm curious for you, your legacy looking back on this Tomorrowland endeavor. How has this last decade changed the perspective on that other world?
Well, I think just with time, healing the wounds of the relational difficulties and the sort of the egos that were at work and the professional ambitions and all of that stuff that was sort of in the mix. The thing that I ultimately come away with is I just love Jeff, and I loved many different moments of being able to work on that project. I remember just, you know, when you're writing, sometimes you have the feeling of flight when you are writing something that feels like it's going well. You know, I think Aaron Sorkin talks about that too. A number of people do. You just like, it's like you've experienced liftoff, and I experienced that a few times with the book on, you know, those summer days working in my too hot of an office with a new baby crying and just, but feeling like there was some good work done that day. And it sort of planted a seed in me to write more prose, which I haven't quite realized yet. I've done more graphic novels, but there's the potential for this next book that I'm working on to end up being a prose book with illustrations, sort of like this one. So yeah, those are some little snippets, I guess.
If I could jump on that, like what Jonathan said, I mean, like, yeah, when I think about this, when ultimately when I think about Tomorrowland, I think about relationships. And so I think about Jonathan and I think about what we went through on this, and that we're here today and able to talk about this. And I just, you know, I adore Jonathan and everything he stands for. And that's what I think about that. Even as hard as it was, part of that story is also us working through it and repairing and caring about each other moving forward. And similarly, my friendship with Damon on the movie side and other people that I met. I love hearing about you guys forming a friendship as a result of Tomorrowland. These are ultimately small things. It's not a movie that set the world on fire, but it also deeply affected in ultimately, I would say, positive ways, the people that care about it. So I love hearing about that.
Yeah, thank you guys. That's a beautiful bow on this. Matt, we're not going to let you go. We have a few more minutes with you in which I would like hasten to do some rapid fire pedantic questions that we amassed throughout our thing. But first, in case those go into the realm of we don't remember anything, I would like to give both of you the opportunity here. Is there anything that you're working on that you'd like to direct the audience's attention to, non-Tomorrowland related? Jonathan, I think there's some kind of monster camp coming up. Am I right about this?
Yeah, so I helped to run a little arts nonprofit here in Silverton, Oregon. Kind of took it out of the doldrums of COVID and what happened to so many arts centers at that time when they had to almost close. So we didn't close. And so I'm trying to, with the help of a number of people, reopen this little part of it, which is a children's arts education center. And we want to have an after-school arts program and a summer art camp that's sort of modeled after the Jim Henson Creature Workshop, where kids get to build puppets and creatures and make comics and illustrations, and we'll sort of assemble it all into this multimedia world. And so that's something that, yeah, I have coming up, and we still have some spots left. If you're an Oregon family and you live in Salem or Silverton or around there, yeah, that's coming up. And then I'm working on books, but stuff that won't be out for a long time. So,
all right. Well, we wait with bated breath. Jeff, do you want to tease the audience, or is it all very, very secret?
Oh, it's all very, very secret. But I recently wrote a short story for the Oni comic, Epitaphs from the Abyss. They're kind of like a new line of EC related horror and sci-fi titles. And I wrote a short story. And so I recently went through a cancer experience where I had colon cancer and I had chemo, and everything is good here. But I learned a lot about myself during that experience, and one of them was my unhealthy relationship to cheeseburgers. So I wrote a short story about that. So
I want to read that.
And then I'm working on some things, and yeah, like in development that I'd probably get fired if I said anything about. So yeah.
Say nothing. But now that ushers us into the portion of the podcast where you both regret agreeing to do this.
Okay, we're going to start with a lightning round of pedantic questions asked in previous book club episodes. So our last 7 episodes, we had a ton of questions that we came out with. And here they are in no particular order. Number 1, was Henry and Clara's surname Stevens an homage to Dave Stevens?
Maybe.
No, do not expound. We got to go move on. Hasten, next question.
Okay, next question. Obviously, the comic, we love it. It's amazing, but it includes the book, and the comic book includes a cipher. Did you feel like you had to put that cipher in because we were doing these non-approved, ARG shenanigans at the time?
Did you feel bullied into including the puzzle at the end of the comic book?
No.
Good. No, I can sleep now. I've been carrying the guilt of this for 10 years. Thank God.
Next up, this one's actually a little bit more serious. The idea of the Otherworld naming contest was not present in those first couple drafts of the book. So can you walk us a little bit through how you came up with the concept of Graceland for Clara's pitch?
We'd spent a lot of time chewing over this word Graceland. Does that word bring up anything in your mind about this?
No, but what I would probably say is I don't think that there was any kind of like lore related inspiration for that name. I'm pretty sure that was probably just very personally rooted in very personal kind of like notions of grace and what that word might mean to us. But I can't really speak to the origins, but that sounds like something that would very much come from spiritual, heartfelt, personal places.
All right, Tastin, any more deeply emotional rapid fire questions that Jeff has to answer very quickly?
No, I'd like to switch over to Jonathan now. Jonathan, are there any characters, props, locations, moments from the books that were not depicted in the illustrations that we got that you really would have liked to illustrate, but there just wasn't room for, or it didn't match up, or anything else?
Oh, I mean, gosh, I've always really loved that scene that you guys were referencing in Duquesne's like New York digs. I think it would have been really fun to draw like something from that for sure.
And all Duquesne's women.
Exactly. Yeah, they're fabulous outfits, and yeah,
That's hilarious.
That would have been fun. How Disney let us do any of this for like a middle grade book? I'll never.
No, and then Haston and I learning that was a real guy. Like that was another moment of research on the podcast.
Oh,
where we're
that's
like,
right.
wait a minute, this guy existed. Maybe this isn't necessarily rapid fire. Maybe this gets into the realm of headcanon or no. We call them the no prizes, right? In the comics world. So okay, I'm gonna do this one real quick. In the movie, George Clooney says, "We're in the Eiffel Tower. It's an antenna. Tesla designed the antenna." In the comic book, beautifully, it says Plus Ultra was formed at a meeting at the World's Fair in the Eiffel Tower. So, headcanon wise, do you think Eiffel and Tesla had a pre-Plus Ultra collaboration, or did he like retrofit antenna gack onto the innards of the Eiffel Tower?
The former.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't speak authoritatively to intentions 10 years ago or 11 years ago, but I think that I can say pretty confidently what we would like people to believe is that the Eiffel Tower was a product of long lead, long-term plus ultra thinking. So I'm not sure I like the idea that perhaps it was built and then it was retrofitted with like what plus ultra needed it to be. That doesn't sound to me like how I approach the world building there. I think it's more like there was a plan cooked up by the early proto collaborators of the modern form of plus ultra, and I think that we talked about at some point in our world building, and I don't know if we flick at it at all in the book, is that there might be like a 17th century version of like plus ultra, and that like it kind of gets dormant, and the legend kind of like ends up like reaching people in different eras, and then they kind of take it up. I'm pretty sure that our idea was that the Eiffel Tower was a product of plus ultra thinking and came with it all of the stuff that they always wanted it to have.
Beautiful. Thank you for making me not regret a very stupid question. That was a very good answer.
That was great.
That was great. So one last one for Jonathan before we wrap up. There was an editor's note in that second draft of the book that was basically that the full comic was going to be in the middle of the book. Basically, when Lee gets the comic and looks through it, the audience gets to. It's right. It interrupts the prose. Do you guys remember like the placement of the comic and when that was decided to be at the end of the book instead?
Jonathan, do you know?
I don't, but I would assume it was placed at the end, probably more for book production money reasons than for anything else, but I'm not sure.
I feel like I was pretty disappointed by that. The direct inspiration for that, I think the timeline of this works out great. Were you guys fans of Alan Moore's The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Well, I know I am.
In the book, The Black Dossier, there's a part where Mina Murray is like reading through the narrative of the comic. There comes to a point where she actually reads a book, and then we actually read the book with her, and then she shuts it at the end of it. And like, once we get to this, it's like basically an insert in the middle of this graphic novel that you read. And then when we're done, she's done reading it. She is like, well, that was something, or something like that, and all of that. And like, I think that was like, it was like, oh, we got to do that. Like that sounds fun. And like the ideal version that, I don't know how that could have been different, but yeah, it's probably a production thing. It might've been a timing thing. That might've been a victim of like being kind of behind a little bit. But yeah, ideally that comic would have fallen exactly in the book where it gets read.
Well, and then they made the great decision to release it as a free digital comic for people before the movie. So it existed on its own as well. It wasn't just tacked on at the end of the print version. There was this, they renamed it The Secrets of Tomorrowland, and they put it out for everyone to enjoy on their own, which was great. Well, thank you guys so much. And we'll talk to you guys in 10 years.
Awesome.
Sounds
Look
good.
forward to it.
I hear sometimes the memories come back even further in. You start to remember the earlier years. So that's when we'll tap you for those.
I look forward to what we remember 10 years from now. Yeah.
And we'll be talking about a legacy sequel directed by someone who hasn't been born yet.
Oh my gosh.
Or maybe
I,
it'll be directed by the AI version of Francis Ford Coppola.
Oh, there we go.
Beautiful.
No.